A lot on the line as things are getting quite intense over here. Welcome, folks. You are watching the BGIS. We're here in round number 3. It is the final day and the final few matches for teams from Group 3 and 4. Of course, yesterday we saw a lot of action brewing up, and this time along with me is going to be Necro for the first game itself, and we're going to be beginning with the matches from Group 4. Yesterday we saw Vasista Esports off to a really great start, but towards the end it was the likes of Dragonclaw and Frostrex Esports staging a big comeback, which now puts Frostrex in a very good position. But for the others, it's all out in the open.
Exactly. Now, how can you forget about a team like Royalty Esports? Probably one of the most dominating performances we've seen so far in the BGIS 2026. Be it the grind, beat over here. In just the span of 3 games, they've already managed to acquire 80+ points, which is insane if you think about it. Mind-blowing. Even a team like Revenant X-Park, they were not able to keep up with that pace.
I think Revenant X-Park was actually getting bullied yesterday with the way Wealth Esports were playing, especially how Proton really got things activated. Not just him, it was Justy also. In fact, the entire team under the leadership of Gokul, they have been phenomenal. But I want to talk more about Group 4 because we're going to be casting them first initially. So, yeah, coming to these particular teams, we'll talk more after we take a quick look at the schedule. So, it is pretty much a little bit of a switcheroo. So, since they had played the Erangel Miramar yesterday, so they're going to be starting off with Rondo and 2 games of Erangel, which shall seal their fate. And then we'll have Group 3 coming back into action, where they will be playing their Erangel match and the 2 games of Miramar.
And once again, Rondo gives a major opportunity for the teams on the latter half of the board to mount that major comeback in the overall standings. All it's going to take is just 1 double digit on the board, and they can instantly propel themselves directly inside of the top 6. Even the team at the bottom, which is currently Noble Knights in this particular group, they just need a 20-pointer, and even they're going to be around the top 6. So that's how fragile the overall standings still are. And yeah, as we all know, even from the overall standings off the round 3, top 16 are also going to move on towards the round 4. So even if you barely fail to make it, there's still going to be a chance with you that you can still make it.
Then you'll have your hands folded, hoping that, the other teams, the cutoff really goes so low. But this group, the cutoff hasn't been that high either, especially with Frostrex. I think 2 very consistent games that led them to have 53 points for themselves. Vasista Esports, Necro, I still feel like Vasista Esports aren't safe either. And knowing Hector and his past performances, this is one of those days where he's got to be off to a really good start in Rondo at least.
The only team that's really safe in this group is going to be Frostrex Esports. Rest everyone else, they've still got their heads on the swivel, and they can be chopped anytime. Looking at Vasista Esports, they've only managed to acquire 34 points, which is diabolical if you think about it. Vasista Esports started things off with a major bang. They had a lot of points as well with them, but then that transition towards the maps of Miramar, especially I personally thought that Vasista Esports should be able to dominate on Miramar since that map is quite a slow-paced map. But no, instead, Vasista Esports choked it.
Yeah, absolutely. Because when you even talk about their performances, their position points, they got 1 chicken dinner, and in the overall standings, I can see that they have just 10 position points. That means survival has been an issue for Vasista Esports. They'll have to work on that. Even the likes of Rivalry Esports, we've got high expectation from this team as well. They're currently at the 8th spot with just 12 points. So for Rivalry Esports, they're making it into the final circles, Necro. We've seen that happen on 2 different occasions, but they're somehow missing out on a lot of finishes.
Yeah, for Vasista Esports, survival and consistency has always been a big issue. The moment Vasista Esports drops the ball in the upcoming game, you already know there's going to be a series of games where Vasista Esports will instantly flop. But now they cannot afford to do so. They've only got 6 games in their hands, from which 3 are already played yesterday, 3 are going to be played today, and Vasista Esports needs every single game up to the maximum performance. If they're going to miss it out, we already know they are not going to be moving on towards the upcoming round, or maybe they can barely squeeze in the top 16 of the round 3.
Yeah, absolutely. And then there are a couple of more teams that we need to bring into the conversation. Has to be another returning name, that is Team Altitude. We have seen them in the past, in the previous BGIS as well, and round 3, round 4, that is where they usually tend to meet their match. But do you think this team has what it takes to maybe just cross over the line? Because when you look at Altitude, right, sitting at currently at 25 points at the 5th position, but then again, 1 good game from anybody else, like from Rivalry, even from Good Luck, or even BLT, anything can happen.
So let's be realistic. This lobby is much more slower compared to the previous lobby, right?
Yeah.
So this lobby being slower, Altitude Esports is the only team that I personally feel like that's not shying away from fights. Altitude Esports is there in the forefront, constantly taking those duels, and maybe that's one of the main reasons why they're currently slacking off as well, but they're still in the top 5. It's not a bad standing at all. Altitude Esports just needs to be consistent in the overall standings, get 8 to 9 points per game, and they can easily make it as well. I guess the real conversation should be around the teams on the latter half of the board. But you know what? Let's focus on the individuals for now. We've got the top 5 players for this group, and just look at them, man. Frostrex Esports, they have been magnificent.
Exactly, especially a Morgan, Frozen, 2 new undergods in the making, and they've been breaking boundaries, and today Team FTR will have their nerves eased out, so should not be a big problem. But for Some, I think a little bit of retribution from his side as well, his redemption arc that he's on. Again, another team change. He's now playing under Hector. That first game of Wrangle, that was quite promising that Vasista Esports got a chicken dinner in yesterday. But barring that, I think we would want to see more out of them. Now, when you talk about us making our predictions, this time I'm pretty sure. I think Tribal Warriors is a team, Necro. I felt like in the past they barely missed out, came through the top 16. But this time, I feel like they can definitely pull off something special.
Look, I'm going with a safe pick. I'm going with Frostrex Esports because I know they're already
so
doing pretty
safe,
good in the
bro.
overall
Why?
standings. And I know one thing. Today, Frostrex Esports is the only team that's going to bring the action on the board because they know they've already qualified. So I do believe that they are going to be aggressive inside of the entire matches, and I would love to see them on the aggressive side, right? Because up till now, Frostrex Esports, they have been focusing a lot on the positioning inside of the games, and it's been working out phenomenally well for them. And we've got players like Amogan Frozen coming inside of the picture. We're seeing them for the first time, and the confidence is there. So I just want to see a little bit more from them. But I guess the same conversation can also move on towards a team on a complete opposite side of the spectrum, and that's going to be Rivalry Esports. What exactly is going on with them? Rivalry Esports, it's not the same dominant performance that we wanted to see.
Absolutely, because the team has completely changed. It's new boys on the block. One thing for sure, I think the IJling is still fine. I don't have any complaints. They're making it into the final circles. The biggest issue, however, has been with them engaging in those fights. So they have to come out on the right end of the stakes. Same goes with even the likes of Altitude. We've seen them engage in a lot of fights, but when you look at their finish points, it's just 8 to the tally. So these two teams need to work on their team synergy more, their micro adjustments during the battles. But let's talk about a couple other teams. Let's say for Good Luck Esports, I think there was many situations we saw that they were very scared from picking those fights. They were kind of shying away. They were trying to run away from fights, and then suddenly they get third-partied from elsewhere. What do?
That's the main concern for this lobby, man. This lobby just does not know the real value of elimination points. They should understand one thing. If you start taking fights in the early game, you're going to have a good base setup for the late game as well. So you're at least going to have a decent bit of points that you're going to be carrying on forward. If you're just going to rely on the late game completely, and if the entire lobby is pretty much thinking the same way, in the final few moments, action's going to be extremely random because there's just too many teams and player alive. And you know what? Enough conversation about the game itself. Let's just dive in straight up. The planes in the skies once again. And keep this thing in mind, for Group 4, they're going to be playing their latter 3 games today, which also means they're going to be kicking things off on the map Rondo. And Rondo is supposed to be one of the most aggressive maps that is out there in the competitive pool. And are we really going to see an aggressive start from the Group 4? Because that's not what we saw in yesterday's day.
Listen, man, whatever happens in day 1, let's put it to rest, because I feel like in day 2, all these teams down below, they're going to go all out, at least with the recall tower feature available in Rondo. Surely you're going to make the best use out of it, as for Ice will be on Vasista Esports, still sitting at 30 points, and they need at least, let's say, to be honest, 12-13 more to ensure that they have successfully and safely qualified. But even Team Dragonclaw, they played really yesterday, especially that game of Miramar. I loved it.
Yeah, of course. Dragonclaw is one of those teams that is a returning name as well. And they are supposed to perform no matter what. Looking at STD2, then you've also got Wiz around the same proximity. Mayron's contested by that. And Wiz, as of now, they found themselves in a bit of a pickly spot. It's not the best position to be in. Falcon, the man's completely pinned in a corner. And just like that choke boy, the man's going to choke him to death. He's got his hands on the AKM as well for up close and personal combats. AKM, it's extremely deadly. And somewhere down line for Dragonclaw, winning this fight, it was not even a challenge. Wiz, they've messed up big time, losing out on all 3 players off the rip. And for week 4, even they're starting things off with a great manner. Matrix finding those 2 frags.
And Team 4M, they are not looking good as of now. already losing out on a couple of players. In fact, two will have to now resort to the mercy of the recall towers. Do they even have their teammates around? That's a big ask because you've got another team right next to them. All right, Team DS, they've got Rahul surrounded, and this is not good news because I feel like he dropped down maybe to gain access of the recall tower, but whatever the case was, Tribal Warriors were really not prepared for it. Especially for Tribal Warriors, the fandom that they bring along with them, I think they'll have to do more.
They definitely have to. Looking at the boys of Dark Souls, even they have been constantly trying. They're getting that limelight upon themselves. They're actually not even shying away from those fights too, but looking at Dark Souls and the way they're playing as of now, all the 4 players contested. And the team at the front's going to be TBW. 0 finishes on the board so far. It's been a slow and steady start from them. Quite a peaceful start, actually.
Yeah.
One of the men is still dropping down. That's Rebel. For him on the screen, Mysterio. Still trapped all the way towards Neox Factory. He knows he cannot even move out in the open. The moment that happens, iShot is probably going to try to end his life. So Mysterio just needs to be pinned down there. At least find one return knock. And looking at the utilities and looking at the med situation on Rivalry Esports, yeah, it's grim.
I'm still curious to say this one thing, Necro, that we anticipated a little bit more action, at least in Rondo.
Oh no, even Myth.
Yeah, considering Rondo standards, it's been a slow start, at least in my opinion. But yeah, Myth official. We did see them getting taken down piece by piece. Mysterio, he needs to readjust. There's no way he's going to take a battle from the lower grounds. It's Dark Soul. This time, pressing matters against Myth. That is a nice knock, in fact, from the Tribal Warriors. From the backlines as Pandya. He was caught with his pants down. Detroit, he's knocked out far from his back. But Harshal, this grenade could be pristine. And there you go. Delivered.
TBW so lucky. Diaz got pinched by Myth. And now Myth is on the verge of wiping him out as well from the game. Herschel, the man's barely standing, is taken down so low, but he just backs away at the nick of time. Dark Soul, the final 2 men standing, and what can they even do? Look at Danger IGL. He's with Warren. They're trying to play in tandem. That team play's definitely there, but Dark Soul, the way they lost out on those few individual men, that's really catching them off guard. Inflicting that pain and hurt on them. TBW in the far fray still just keeping their eyes pinned on this site. Don't want to let go of them just like that, because they know still a few elimination points can be squeezed in if they really do play to their maximum potential. On the opposite side of the spectrum, you see Rivalry Esports kick things off as well. And TBW, they find a successful knock against Myth. Both the teams now in heavy trouble. Even Myth is starting to drop down bodies, which is not a good thing at all. But this is certainly good for Dark Souls. They can definitely break free of this deadlock, but there's also Frostrex Esports now closing it from the backlines.
Yeah, the villains do arrive right now. Already doing so well. They are your favorite team from this group, and for all the right reasons. They make things entertaining for us. Instantly come in, and there you have it. Mowgli takes down Varun, knocked and finished him off. And for now, Tribal Warriors, just that one recall used. As Baz had a go at Danger as he gets dealt from the backlines. And that shall mark the end for Dark Souls. A team that started off really well, but eventually got third-partied. And now it is Frostrex time to shine. As they close in on the distance, Dollar, that was a beautiful spray on that AKM. And surely to the Tribal Warriors, they need to capitalize on this.
That's insane if you think about it. Knocking out 2 players with an AKM in that range. That is absolutely insane. Boss is going to close it personal. Get those elimination points instantly claimed. Handing out the death blows. Frostrex Esports, they found themselves in a real bad spot now. Started things off with a major advantage, now it turns into a big disadvantage. And looking legit, his position's already known, but he's still gonna shut down the man in the front. Solid stuff. Somewhere down line though, doing anything for Frostrex Esports, it still just gets even tougher.
Ooh.
The man advantage is with the boys at TBW, and they're gonna try to maintain that man advantage till the end. And TBW is racking up quite a lot of elimination points too from this.
I really hope they group up and just get the third man over there. Mowgli, he's surrounded, and Dala does not have any resources on him. No grenades, no Molotovs, nothing at all. But he does have his teammates. At this point, hoping that they come close. As now Mowgli, surely not flinching, surely not panicking, takes a shot there but misses. Oh, that was a nice one. Mowgli took Dollar for a sweet ride. And now Buzz, he's scared to death.
He has to be. His teammate just got eaten alive, devoured. How can you not be scared? And Mowgli, with that S12K, pressing the matters even more. But before he does so, he's also going to patch himself up. Make sure the HP's topped off. And he's so lucky. The opponent missed the first shot. And because of that, Mowgli now still has the advantage, but he misses things up. And that's why he's going to be taken down as well. Frostrex in a big world of trouble. But luckily enough, they've got that one man posted on the recall tower. So once again, everyone from Frostrex will be back on the board.
That's sweet. And at this point, I think Mowgli a bit more than he can chew. And he got so much value there. But for the Boulder Lions, I mean, this was trouble in paradise for them. As of now, Noble Knights, this team hasn't done that well. And now even they've lost out on Prime. Bankai, just the only player getting that one finish, could be eyeing out for the second. And look at this, good luck. They are in a world of hurt. There you go. Even good luck. They get dealt with. Are they out of the game?
I don't think so.
Oh, they still have recall.
Yeah. Was the man repositions. Ishan, 77K. There's a man from We4 in front of him. And how does Wiz Esports really deal with this threat? It's just one man in the front lines, and Ishan does not know what exactly needs to be done. That one player is trying to keep himself isolated. We4, they've got the man surrounded instead. Where's the cavalry for Wiz? Just one man all by himself in the front lines, and now Wiz, they need to go back and hit that recall tower. There's one in Jaden City, and there's one all the way down south. Which is Wiz going to choose?
They can actually also go for Hongshan. Take all the way the long road. And of course, we do have the access to the map feed. They don't. So it's all about, just probability that there is not a team over there. But yeah, for Wiz Esports, there were a few moments where we felt like they were doing pretty well. But overall, right now, currently at the 5th position, not the worst, but still, given how the vacuum has been created by Frostrex up top, all these teams need to get those points. And Spirited Team,
oh no.
Oh, was Yami really actually coming for a recall? Whatever the case is, now he's down on his knees.
An unfortunate start to the day for the boy. Yami gets confirmed. Spirited Team, definitely now the spirit's going to be high.
Yep.
One frag secured. It's not going to count a lot, but still, that's more than enough to at least get that confidence booster. And you can already see the boys as well getting recalled for We4. Yami's once again back on the feet, so it's all good in the hood for them too. Oh, NK though. This is not looking too good. Noble Knights all the way down in the overall standings. They need every single man alive. They cannot afford to lose out on Godspeed like that. He's out in the open, just knocked out, constantly getting spammed as well from the team in the front. And Rivalry Esports as well now taking those shots against the team in the front. That's going to be GL. GL wants to be around that safety block. Arklin now knows he's pincered. Needs to be a little bit careful. Where is the rest of the Rivalry Esports? That's my question. Where are the remaining main of Rivalry Esports? No cavalry available, and Noble Knights within the blink of an eye. They've been eliminated from the game. What a massive blunder this was. Rondo was supposed to be your day saver, but instead you messed up on that map itself.
Exactly, it's even gonna hurt more. Given they should have gotten a couple of more points, but Arklin, despite being all by himself, he is fighting till the very end. Has taken a massive hit over there. Still does have the M4, comes out in the open, gets the knock, needs to find some quick cover. Before that, wanted to quickly snipe his teammate.
Where's Rivalry?
Oh my god, oh my god. Rivalry, I think they're on a split, right? They'll get Arklin back up. It's a 1-on-3 split.
No, they're in the same city.
They
but
are?
Just on the opposite side. And they're not even bothering to close up and actually do anything. Arklin was able to knock out 2 players. That could have been a Rivalry Esports fight.
Oh,
What
no,
is
they were
this
departing,
disconnect?
Necro. They were departing. From the minimap, it's visible that they were actually trying to get inside the circle. And whilst Arklin was also moving away, that is where they got caught.
When Arklin literally found those 2 knocks, they were still in the city. The moment Arklin got thirsted, that's when they started running away.
Yeah, I think it's fine because now Kairos has access to Hongshan. And there you go. So Arklyn's going to be brought back to life. The good thing about rivalry is at least Arklyn did manage to snipe a finish out there. So I think that's the only takeaway. And so far, it's still been a very silent affair. If you talk by Rondo standards,
I know, right?
Teams are making a lot of mistakes. It's understandable for many in this particular group. Could be their first Rondo, but really hoped that we could have gotten to see a little bit of an electrifying start. That was not the case this time, unfortunately.
Teams really need to understand the importance of elimination points. They're so important. So many teams haven't even used the recall towers yet, Fixes.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty much like a free life that you've got. And once you have that in your hands, you might as well just try and go for the elimination points instantly. Drop towards the Ox Factory. Even if you get no points, it's fine. You're still going to be back on the board. That can be an opportunity for you to grab those free elimination points. But for some reason, these teams just don't want to go there.
Oh.
Even Urus, they haven't used any of those. One of the teams getting finished off as well. That's so unfortunate.
Oh, Necro Tribal Warriors could not get their recalls up.
Yep, they could
And
not.
they now eliminated.
On the 7-2, by the way, and keep this thing in mind, that position can easily be capitalized by a team like Urus or Rivalry Esports. And that's probably going to happen in this game itself.
This is not looking good for the Tribal Warriors, especially with the way they started. Lots of hopes from them, but Altitude this time closing in on Urus Esports. Guts right in front of Godzi as a grenade gets flung over. He lives, survives the damage of that, but then again makes a small rookie mistake. But now he goes the right way. Somehow still trying to thread the needle as the entirety of Altitude does arrive in quick fashion. Manus from the backlines. As for Guts, grenade knock on Manus could open things up for them. But no damage done from either of the ends, but this one could be devastating. And so it is. Gods opening things up, and now Sarang, he's got to carry the torch.
What a
Eventually
nade.
he falls down as well. So Altitude, they mean business over here. Without losing a single player, 7 finishes already accumulated, and they're looking quite dandy.
I'm telling you, Altitude is the only team in this lobby that's actually not scared of taking fights head on. And that's why Altitude is currently doing pretty okay in the overall standings too. They don't have a lot of placement points, but they've got a lot of elimination points racked up even yesterday. And now today as well, they're starting things off in a really good manner. This is what I'm talking about. Elimination points can really get you the consistency that you need, but you can never hope to win a game every single time. You cannot be the winner every time. Sometimes, you just gotta compromise. And that's what Altitude is doing. They're trying to compensate for those placement points through the elimination points, because they know getting the average through elimination points is much more easier than surviving in the final few.
Exactly. When you gauge what's better, of course, take those fights. You have got that leeway. Use it to your benefit. And seems like Hector has a completely different approach to this game. Look at Visista Esports. They had not even opened their accounts. And by their standards, they should be at least sitting at 10 finishes at this point. I think they do not want to risk anything at all as Frostrex Esports this time going after the players of V4. As Aquaboy, he's down on his knees, and now Mowgli. He also intends to do something over there for Frostrex. 5 finishes already gathered, increasing their tally up to 58. And look at even Rivalry. They're getting activated. Couple of finishes, 7 to their tally. And if they somehow squeeze in at least 15 to 18 points out of this game, that would be a really nice climb.
Definitely would be. And as of now, for Rivalry Esports, even they've managed to acquire 7 finishes, which is not bad. Really good. Myth yesterday in one of the games, they were able to survive till the top 4, but elimination points was a concern. But right after that game, Myth started going aggressive. They knew, even if you survive till the final few moments with no elimination points, it's not going to give you the rewards that you need. The points will just not be there. Ooh. And now Urus Academy, look at them. Guts is out in the open. The man gets shut down as well. Elimination points can be confirmed. It's not even a concern. Urus Academy down to their one last man that's left alive, and that's going to be Sarang. He's in this dip. Trying to keep away from all the eyes that are going to be potentially on top of him. And that dip, is it really going to save him? Altitude on the opposite side of Rivalry Esports' sights now. Rivalry Esports really knocking on the doors on all cylinders. And just look at that, man. He's managed to acquire 6 finishes all by himself. He's carrying his team on the back.
I like this. I like this from Rivalry Esports. All of their players alive around the edges. And at this point, a fight against Altitude is definitely going to bolster up their morals. Arklin relaying all that information on the minimap. His teammates are on the southeastern side. So if Arklin can somehow open things up, a knock, even 2, makes it better, then Rivalry can really go in for the punish. By the looks of it, Rivalry, they're not really showing intentions of getting those knocks, rather hoping to cut their paths off while they engage in or get inside the circle. That's very weird. Ayush, he's also imparting all that information, but what are they actually going to do out of that? But for Sarang, for Urus Academy this time, Necro, they started off really well. 7 finishes, not too shabby. But again, got overwhelmed. The boys from Frostrex, and that is a nice shot. iShot had no clue from where it came from. But quick trade coming in from Kairos. That should settle it. Urus Academy out of the game.
It's fine, though. The damage can be controlled. The man's going to be revived. Look at this side of the map, though. We4 once again finding themselves on the receiving side. And just like that, they've been eliminated from the game, too. Frostrex Esports, it's not a team you would want to mess with. Frostrex, they've got 8 finishes, 2 on the board. Altitude getting 7, Rivalry getting 9. And still, Vasista Esports is sitting with 0. In my opinion, Vasista Esports has a lot of firepower. They should use it. When you've got players like Salme in your lineup, you're really supposed to go aggressive. You've got so much firepower. You've got so much experience. Well, you know what? Keep Salme aside. Cheyenne himself, in the past, the man's proven himself time and time. But if you're not going to let these players unleash themselves, yeah, the skills will be rusty. And we have seen that happen to a lot of those teams in the past as well.
I think they just don't want to get ahead of themselves. So just speaking, knowing how Vasista Esports have played in the past, I agree with you completely. But this is what they were waiting for. Because they also know 34 points is not enough. Get off to a good start. Get a chicken dinner. Because for all these experienced teams, more than finishes, what matters to them is consistency.
They didn't even get that finish.
I mean, that's on them then. But then again, just barring all of that, getting a chicken dinner for Hector at this point seems more important. As for Spirited Team, spotting out the players of DC, Artho, the Danger Man, he's been picked off. Harsh quickly, he gets that elimination. As Harsh, he's also looking to reposition himself. Let's find a little bit of that cover. As for Vasista Esports, they march inside the zone successfully. And now they might be looking at gatekeeping. They also have the likes of Beast as well. Another frag heavy player. And now Hector, this time making good use of that position. Will get another knock. Salme, he does have the players of Spirited Team right in front of him. Harsh, his position exposed. He's panicking. He's starting to tremble. And there's a gift. Delivered successfully by Salme. As Harsh, he also goes tumbling down, but
God.
no!
The elimination points being stolen from Vasista Esports. And now, there's also a bit of that return fire against him. Salme gets knocked down. Beast is taken down low. Vasista, you cannot afford to be taken down like this. You have been playing the game entirely passive, and now you're dropping down a men. This is really bad. It's terrible. Vasista Esports now starting to play passive even more. They're backing away from this fight. And this is what I'm talking about. All of that passive approach to win the game, but you do not even have a single elimination point. They technically do have 1 finish point, but still it's not going to count for too much in the end.
Exactly, with Altitude breathing right under their necks. At this point, it's not looking good for Vasista Esports. I'm pretty sure that the panic has started to set in, but still, some hopes. As there you have it, Rohit has also been dealt with. So a couple of finishes this time, at least for Vasista Esports. But Salme, he should have been saved, man. He's been the top fragger for this team, and even Hector knows that. He's got 3 young, amazing assaulters. And making them play so defensive, that's not the way to go. At least in my opinion there. But for Viz Esports, 3 finishes, all 4 of their players alive. And now, they're also finding ways to get inside the zone.
Wiz Esports, They've got that another side control. For Vasista Esports to win the game, it's impossible. That's what I think.
Ooh,
yeah,
nice.
The utilities are definitely landing now. One Nate's going to find a quick 2-piece as well. Dragonclaw eliminated from the game, but Vasista Esports winning the game, they're still miles away. There's also teams like Frostrex Esports alive. There's also Myth alive, Altitude alive. Wiz Esports has a really good spot inside of the circle. How are you supposed to win the game with only a 3-man squad?
It's all right. I mean, at this point, they've got 6 finishes, already sitting at 41, and they're just getting started. They had a very slow start, but instantly know how to switch gears. But Kaiser, ooh, that was close, Necro. That could have gone anywhere right in front of them. The players of Rivalry on the lower grounds. For Rivalry, they'll also have to figure means to get inside the zone. There's nobody gatekeeping that, but it's going to be such a tough entry with Myth. Oh, one of their players already buzzed out. And for iShot, he's also a dead man driving. Gets taken down as well. Kairos, the highest fragger. He's been the best player for the team so far. Has to carry on the mantle. And for Myth official, Daddy, he snuffed him out. He knows exactly where Kairos is. Wants to go for the commit, but at the same time he knows cannot overexpose himself. Kairos deciding to lob a grenade, but no, revealed himself a little too much as Clouds wraps him in a sheet and sends him packing.
But at least Rivalry Esports was able to get a fair amount of elimination points from this game, so it's fine. They've already covered up for it. With that game, they're also going to place themselves currently on the 7th spot. Frostrex Esports continuing their domination against the boys of Myth. And now Frostrex looking to take that fight against Vasista Esports. Nade, It's going to be on point. One util finding that quick 2-piece on the board. Vasista Esports. Now this is what you like to see from them. They haven't even taken a proper firefight. They're just getting their elimination points through utilities. Lovely. The nade usage has been precise. And as long as you're getting the elimination points, that's all that's going to matter. But still, they've only got 3 men standing. Yeah. They cannot even take even one single step back.
Come on, Necro. Now they're at 44. At this point, at the top 6, now they look much more solid.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
And at this point, you know, they've got that complete Eastern control as well, the higher grounds to themselves. So this could be a game where Vasista Esports was actually targeting for a chicken dinner. Of course, they were off to a slow start. They did not want to take any risk, and knowing Hector, he likes to keep things mellow and tactical. And this time, all their players dropping down smoke, just obscuring the vision of their opposition there. As for Wiz, they're on the lower grounds. And Vasista Esports, as of now, they're not showing intent to take a fight against them because they know Team Altitude, they're going to close in. There will be a moment where Wiz Esports might get sandwiched. And now for Myth officials, they've also closed in, but they need to be watchful of Mercy, who's right behind them.
Daddy's low. And the man's constantly bandaging himself up. Mercy. Does the man have a nade? That's my question. We do not know. And there we go. He does not. No utilities to back him up.
Just
even meds are low. So yeah, his position's looking grim. But he needs to strike somewhere down line. Sometime he needs to go for that strike. He cannot just keep on playing passive because you're not going to get anything out of it anyways. You're outside of the circle in a really bad spot too, so you might as well just try and hope for the best and at least secure 1 elimination point before getting taken down. Forum has been eliminated too. That's going to be Beast taken care of. And Forum with just 2 elimination points secured. That's definitely a bad performance. Vasista Esports with still a 3-man squad. They're looking decent. Wiz is going to be the only possible contender for Vasista Esports that they would want to eliminate. And then for Vasista Esports, taking the game is going to be much more easier.
Yeah, now it's all starting to align for Vasista Esports. They began this day at around 34 points. They knew that one little fallout in Rondo, that's going to increase the pressure. Might as well let the others fight out, get a chicken dinner towards the end. You do have a lot of finishes up for taking. So they did exactly that. And 46 points, I like their position. But no, look at this. This is where things get tricky. Because Beast, he's been taken down. Until and unless Good Luck's Mercy does not take down a player or two. Oh, that's his cue. He wants to survive. He does not want to fight Necro. He's deciding to pinch through from the right-hand side.
Oh my god, what?
Out in the open. How is this man even alive?
I know, right? How is he allowed to survive? He's still out in the open, surviving actually. And somehow the man is not eliminated yet from the game. He's still there, but Myth official, now they found themselves in a real bad spot. Unfortunately, straight up ran their vehicles around the boys of Altitude Esports. And even Altitude, they've only got 2 men standing. Vasista Esports, they're pouring in shots at Altitude. Altitude is pincered by two teams, Myth and Vasista Esports. And they've got nowhere to go. Altitude is too exposed for Vasista Esports. This is probably going to be their game. They've got the most amount of advantage, and they're also taking two different fights on two different fronts.
I loved it how Myth ruined things for Altitude, especially after they got a knock on Vasista. Wanted to commit for the push, but gods, there you go. Lucifer also dealt with. And for Altitude, a little bit of a stop there, but still not enough to rule them out of the game. But Vasista Esports back in full control. Wiz, they've got to deal with their wrath as Hector did have a lot of utilities. Everything flung over. One last grenade. And Beast needs to make this one count. Aizen does not have the best of HP. A little overshoot there. He's just playing around the edges. And for Vasista Esports, they also need to have a spatial awareness. And guess what? Mercy is still alive, Necro.
Falcon on the side, Ishan in between. Vasista Esports, they've got really good control of the circle as well. They're definitely ruling this zone. But all it takes is one bad move. And instantly everything could drop down.
There you go.
And there we go. This is the bad move I was talking about. The IGL himself messes up big. And the elimination point gets converted to Vasista Esports. Oh, they're actually throwing this game. This should not have happened. And for Wiz Esports, now the opportunities, they open up. But do they know how many players Vasista Esports has? Beast is taken down low as well. The man's barely surviving on a sliver of HP. And if this nade's going to find the proper connection, it's done for. Beast will be knocked out as well. But no, Beast, he patches himself up instantly and falls back to the deploy, recovers.
At this point for Vasista Esports, that was the Achilles heels, right?
Mercy.
Having just 3 players and Mercy let him cook. We have seen in such situations. Oh, finally Beast knows a sticky bomb. Deployed at his position. There you go, exposed. Dealt with. That's nice. For Altitude though, they still have the numbers up. And for Cheyenne, what they need to do for Vasista Esports is at least get a knock. And then it could all open up. But for Wiz, they're also closing in. Vasista Esports at this point, they are pincered. And now at least they have those deployable covers to work with. 2 more. There you go.
Yeah, constantly dropping down those covers. For Wiz as well, they've got a 3-man squad left standing, and Vasista Esports now being pushed in a corner. Altitude is completely focusing on Vasista Esports. And Vasista just want to play it passive once again. Now proning down. Wiz in the close proximity. Ishan is around those rocks, around the edge. He's slowly and steadily crawling around the rock. The dust now once again starting to settle. The circle is going to start to shrink as well. They've only got 1 minute 50 seconds to make sure the game gets concluded. And Vasista Esports is not going to be the first one to engage inside of the fight. Of course not. They're going to wait for these two teams to duke it out first, and then maybe they will be the one to pounce in.
Yeah, that's the right idea. That's the right approach. Cheyenne, he's holding their flanks. Team Altitude now intending to go after Wiz. Grenade being dropped down, but B should not have done that. As a result of which, quick knock comes in from Mishan. As Falcon this time, he goes after the players of Altitude, and now Cheyenne, the only player surviving, does have that first aid as Wiz intending to push in on the players of Altitude. God's the last man left alive, and both of them going on a frontal battle as Vasista Esports. They've made it into the top 2, but now in a 1-on-3 situation looks impossible. As for Wiz, a beautiful comeback, getting this chicken dinner. I am pretty sure they're going to be sealing up, and maybe the top 3 is certainly theirs.
Even yesterday, we saw some signs of life coming through from Wiz, and now today as well, they kick things off with a chicken dinner. That's going to be 18 points in total, secured from Wiz itself, which is really good if you think about it in the long term as well. Now Wiz getting 18 points off of this map from Rondo. Looking at Vasista Esports as well, they have pretty much solidified their slot towards the round 4. A few more teams that were doing pretty good. Rivalry Esports is also going to be a part of the conversation since they actually got 10 elimination points out of that game.
But that's the question. Is it going to be enough? Because this game, Frostrex Esports, they had a very good start. This was much likely anticipated from their side. It's fine, they've qualified. They still had 7-8 finish points. It's just going to increase their tally. They have qualified for Vasista Esports. Now it is safe to say that they might have also seen themselves through, should have crossed over that 50 points marker. And now it does all make sense. Eventually, they wanted to have a slow start. But yes, Viz Esports, they started this day from the 4th position, even altitude. I think they were on the 5th position. But for Dragonclaw, this was not a good game for them. So they might be dropping down a couple of points. But talking about the other outliers, kudos to good luck, man. Mercy, he did a lot of surviving, but did not have a lot of finishes, actually.
Yeah, he did not even have a lot of placement points, to be honest. I mean, he was there in the final few moments, but the way he got taken down, he was still taken down, I guess, on the 5th spot in the game. So that's not going to give him a lot of elimination, though. That's not going to give him a lot of placement points, and the elimination points were definitely not there. It's not even a question. Vasista Esports in the final few moments were able to create a big vacuum of elimination points, constantly tossing those utilities, grabbing those points for themselves, and even had a 2nd place finish in that game. So one thing is for sure, for Vasista Esports, they got a lot of points. For TBW, they're also going to be part of concern since they messed things up quite early in that game. Even Rivalry Esports, yes, they got those 10 elimination points. The question is that enough? Myth Official as well should be a part of the conversation because Myth messed up as well.
Myth Official did try to survive for a long time, but again, so many teams were pouring in from that western side that it was just too much for them to engage with the different teams, and constantly with Vasista Esports raining down hell from above. I think it was an impossible task for Myth to actually get out alive. So they made the best out of this situation, but was that enough? So that's the question over here. Because now for the others though, so this is where we see that segregation, no, Necro. The teams that haven't been performing well in day 1, they did not improve, they did not perform well in day 2. It's all about those teams, at least in the top 8, that actually did well. So in the next 2 games of Miramar, I mean, somebody's got to pull off a Geno Miracle or maybe a Veni Vidi Vici.
So let's just say that to get a little bit more clarity, let's start dividing teams that have already qualified and that are on the verge of qualifying, right? So let's say Frostrex Esports, Vasista Esports, and even Wiz Esports have already qualified.
Yes.
Dragonclaw, still
Even
their heads
altitude.
on the swivel. You want to say even altitude?
4
Fine.
teams.
Okay, even altitude has qualified. So let's just say Dragonclaw Esports, Myth Official, and TBW still in that red zone, in a concerning spot, including Rivalry Esports as well. And yeah, speaking of Rivalry Esports, yes, this man, Kairos, in that previous game, he was popping off on a whole different level. 7 finish points just by himself. Even God's coming through from Altitude Esports getting 6. Beast right there as well getting 5. Hector 2 getting 4. And Herschel from Myth as well getting 4. So Myth was able to get an okay amount of elimination points, but that's not going to go too far. Looking at the point standing, Myth was only able to get 9 points out of this game. It's still not a good performance.
Yeah, but still, you know, they made the best out of that position they were in. Had they got a couple of more position points, absolutely, that would have been even better. But Urus Esports, this is a team, I think we can say that decided to make a bounce back comparing their performances from yesterday. For good luck, I think it was all about Mercy getting them those 4 position points that increased the tally up to 6. Otherwise, this was a terrible game on their part as well. For DKS, for BLT, not a good game. For Noble Knights also, especially I think Noble Knights, we can remove them out of equation. 2 games, and looking at the body language, they haven't been looking sturdy.
So to get a little bit more clarity, the top 4 have already qualified. There's only 2 more slots left to open. Either it can be Rivalry Esports, either it can be TBWs, or somewhere down line it can also be Myth Officials. Who is it going to be at the end of the day? Of course, we need to witness all the upcoming game that are going to be there. But as of now, we've also got the finished damage report. Without a doubt, Wiz is right there too, but Vasista Esports as well in the final few moments. They were able to deal a lot of damage to the lobby. Looking at the overall standings, top 4 already solidified or almost solidified. For Altitude, they need maybe you can say 6 or 7 points more to just pin that spot down, and they've got 2 more games to do so, so it's not even a concern. There's only 2 more slots open where Dragonclaw Esports and Myth are currently sitting.
And there are at least 8 teams contending for that. I mean, right till Urus, it could be anybody. It all depends on who performs well in Miramar. So even for the Tribal Warriors, good luck Esports, courtesy to Mercy. And then even Urus were off to a really good start in this game. We saw them getting a couple of finishes, but eventually they just got overwhelmed by the players of FTR. So they got eliminated. But so far in this group, we haven't seen a single Miramar game. In fact, we did see Miramars. We are yet to see those 2 games of Erangel. So I'm kind of curious to see if any team really bounces back. Yesterday we saw Vasista Esports playing really good in that game of Erangel, and we'll be anticipating exactly the same. Same goes with Frostrex. With so much pressure on teams at the bottom, anything could happen.
Just imagine the amount of pressure that's going to be there on Rivalry Esports, Myth Official, Dragonclaw Esports, and even TBW. So close to that qualification marker as well. And of course, you would not want to let things for the future, right? You would just not want to leave things for the overall standings off the round 3, because you never know. You can be eliminated even by a difference of points. So you do not want to be on that side.
Yeah.
You pretty much just want to solidify your slot right now inside of the top 6, so you can be confirmed moving on towards the round 4.
Of course, and we've seen comebacks happen, and in the next games of Erangel, anything could happen. But before that, a short little break. We'll be right back. You don't go anywhere. Once again, welcome back, folks. You are watching the BGIS. We are due with round number 3. We have, of course, Group 4 in action right now with 2 more games to go. So now with Esports, I see they have staged a beautiful comeback, and I'm kind of keen to see what they do in Erangel.
Well, it is going to be a little bit more passive, again, expected coming in from Group 4. You do see that they are a little bit more tactical than aggressive, which is a problem in scenarios like this, right? Like, if the whole lobby is a little bit too passive as well, you are going to be expecting a little bit of an overcrowding issue when you head to a Circle 4, Circle 5, and things go from 0 to 100 really quickly in a blink of an eye, and nobody knows what's happened.
You know, if you want to go from 0 to 80 really quickly inside the battlegrounds, might as well check out the Royal Enfield bikes. We've got a lovely spin going on, and if you're lucky, you can have your hands on one. But now coming back to the conversation, so Necro was initially quite skeptical about how Vasista Esports were approaching the game. It was, I see, stage 5 or 6, and Vasista Esports did not even have a single finish. But after which, I feel like they showed their true colors, and now they have qualified.
I think Vasista Esports, even in yesterday's games as well, has, even though they were in this very tactical and passive lobby in particular, the way they maneuver in terms of rotations, the way they choose their fights, the way they listen to audio cues has already been spot on compared to the rest. And that's the reason why, like, if you have 16 teams in particular that are very tactical, you know, always waiting for some kind of audio before they actually make a pounce, usually you would expect a little bit more third parties, but Vasista was able to maneuver in towards endgame zones with a very, very difficult situations. That already shows that they are already aware on their surroundings a little bit better compared to the rest.
And now they are going to go all out. This is where we finally get to see their individual prowess also. You know, 3 young assaulters with Hector, who's also a very young, dynamic IGL. So initially even I had my worries, but that has been put to rest. But eyes this time will be on the Tribal Warriors, I see.
Yep.
I mean, the way they started off in Rondo, they were ought to make a comeback. That did not happen. Same goes with the likes of Rivalry after Kairos. 7 good finishes. Still, his teams could not perform that well, and now they are on the swivel with Erangel, folks, coming up next. A lot of question marks on who will be those other 2 teams that will be joining the top 4. And to find all of that out, let's dive into the action.
2 more games remaining for Group 4, and the fight for survival begins here, and is going to be the last rush, the last push here for some of these teams if they want to stand a shot to make it in towards the top 6 by the end of the day. Qualification for round 4 on the line, and this could be the last time we see some of these teams, or we will continue to see their journey in round 4 itself here. But it seems like the flight path is going to be coming in from the southwest corner of Georgiapol and then ending all the way towards the east side of Yasnaya. A pretty northern shift for all this flying path, but a little bit far off for teams heading towards military base, considering that this group itself has the most amount of teams that likes to go towards military base. So we might see a little bit of an early collision right from the get-go for those vehicles.
We want to see some early fights. If fights were avoided in the game of Rondo, I do not know, man. I do not have my hopes high.
Just to give you guys a little bit of a fun fact and stats as well for this respective group. Yesterday, their longest ever first strike. So basically, before the first strike actually begins in the game, it took them 12 minutes and 50 seconds before the first person actually got eliminated. So that is just how safe this lobby can be. And it's understandable, you know, you want to make it the end game zone to get better positions, get free points heading towards your way. Understandable, you know, good position is always better than, you know, going very, very aggressive and then taking high risk, which again, not necessarily high reward, so it can go either ways.
This is where the IGLs will be in two minds. Do we actually go down south right now? Because the circle's all the way up north. Slightly hybrid, but Visista Esports, look at the spread. They're enjoying themselves. Will have an abundance of loot, but good luck Esports spotting out BLT. For Blacklist, they have to be very careful. That could have been a duck hunt there. But for good luck Esports, Mercy, the only surviving member, he pushed through, got them those very crucial position points. And even their fortune can change. But for that to happen, they'll have to engage in this fight. They'll have to win it and seek control of Siverny.
Yeah, this is going to be a tricky one as well, considering that there is 3 teams around this vicinity here, including them. There's going to be 3. But good luck Esports, looks like they are going to be having Lakai to bail out completely, giving away the Severny control to them, knowing that I think they saw another team's drop down south, and that was pretty much myth. So they are considering going towards Zarki to try and loot up as well, which, again, I'm not a big fan of, but good luck Esports seems like they are going to focus on taking away those vehicles first before actually bailing out the city.
Not just that, the part of the city that they had did not have a lot of moving space. That could also be one of the reasons. And of course, they did not want to mess things up. They did not want to take that unwanted risk. Of course, Blacklist dropping down before them. And had they got that knock whilst Blacklist were dropping, then that could have been a completely different story. But for now, Rivalry, they have occupied Lipovka for themselves, just around the beaches, chilling pretty much. But even for Rivalry, it is going to be a very intense game. Still on the swivel, still need to stage the comeback.
Well, speaking of making a comeback here, guys, we are very, very close to reaching last year's gold here. We're almost way past the halfway point, I would say, in terms of Discovery Island's overall prize pool. And if you guys are playing BGMI, you guys are a part of BGIS 2026. The more you play, the more you'll be feeling the prize pool for BGIS's total prize pool. And on top of it all, while you're achieving milestones, you're going to be getting rewards for yourself. So be sure to do it. Best part about it, no UC is required.
You know, it's the sense of belonging. As a community, you've always helped us. You've always helped the ecosystem grow. And this is a token of gratitude. The more you play, the more the ecosystem grows. But for Dragonclaw Esports, I see. Yesterday, we saw them play really well in the first game of Miramar. Got a chicken dinner. And again, these are returning names. We have seen Chokeboy. We've seen Tap God, Arto. He's been a former member of Rivalry. He's been on the block since quite a long time. And for Dragonclaw, not to have the best of starts in Rondo, they'll have to make up for it in this map at least.
Well, interesting enough. Seems like nobody's actually opted to go for military island here. So no drop clashes, which is a little bit unfortunate. We saw a couple of tensions count down towards 70. But this lobby does tend to play a little bit safer, so it makes a lot of sense why they don't really want to take those fights. But I'm still curious on what Good Luck is doing as well. They haven't made their way to Zarki yet, so that's going to be a little bit of a problem. They are a little bit slow in terms of looting, but it is only 5 minutes of the game. And we are expecting teams to reposition very, very soon here. TBW is going to be one of the furthest teams away from the zone right now, down towards the further south here, next to Fairy Pier. And of course, the next furthest one is going to be We4, who is all the way down towards Milta Power and also Milta City itself. So that is going to be, I would say, an okay-ish rotation. But for TBW, it's going to be a little bit easier for sure. There's a lot of pathways for them to push in from the west side, through the mountains, etc. But for We4 is all the way at Milta, that is going to be a little bit tricky. Just because, number one, you have to pass through Yasnaya Bridge, which oftentimes is a death trap. And of course, Rozok Bridge is going to be one of it as well. So if you go through to his boatyard, there's also going to be a little bit of a bridge camp coming here and there. So for them to actually rotate around and skip all this, they have to go through Stauber, which again is the safer options. But once you enter the zone, it's not exactly a great spot to be in.
It feels like you're traveling through continents, going from almost the six packs to the Stalber, and then rotate all the way up north. And then you have so many adversities that you have to deal with, at least for the tribal warriors. Because even in the game of Rondo, I see, we saw them. They were off to a good start, but eventually their individual mechanics haven't been looking really sharpened. So even as a team, they need to step up. There are lots of fallacies spotted in their gameplay so far. We could see that even in round 2, where they somehow barely managed to make it into round 3, and the improvement clearly isn't there from their side. The intent to engage in those fights, those trades, all of that is missing.
Yeah. But again, you know, when push comes to shove, desperation calls for desperate actions. You got to do what you got to do. Yeah. Are you desperate enough for those points? And in this case, are you going to make the first move is going to be the question here. Noble Knights, they are having center control. There's no reason for them to actually push out. But this zone kind of reminds me of a potential shift down towards the east side. But considering that it is under towards the shooting range, the wreckages where 4M is going to be a tricky spot to hold. But it does give you a lot of information on teams rotating around those areas. So that's going to be a good spot to work with. Wiz also going to be playing on towards the eastern side of Georgiapol. And interesting enough, they don't scout anyone. So that just gives them a little bit of hit count that teams may not actually look to come towards Georgiapol instead.
Oh my god. Now I feel you and Johnny both. Stage 1 almost about to end, and still not even a single body dropped.
Yeah.
Nobody is showing any intentions of engaging in a fight. As for Good Luck, they did head out towards Zarki. They rotated out. And for Spirited Team also in Rondo, we saw them. They wanted to get in the thick and thin of the action. But hold on. Finally, maybe my qualms get answered. But no, it's just those spot shots being fired. Alarming shots just to somehow keep their opponents away from their territory. So now, I think for Dark Souls, they have retreated. And what is Spirited Team doing? They've secured the control of the gas station. Is it them, I see, trying to hold the junction spot, or do you think there could be another reason?
It could be, but oh boy, this is going to be a tricky circle here. It is going to be all the way to shooting range on the west side. Good Luck Esports, they do have perfect control on the north side, but the problem is they're still on the run here. They haven't exactly found a place they want to dock in and trying to set this up. But it seems like they are considering the shorelines instead, which is oftentimes does shift away from it. But it does give you a little bit of safety net here, at least for Circle 2. But for Circle 3, that is going to be a tough spot to get out from. But you can see the big migration coming in as well. Everybody is making a mad scoot into the center right now. And you can see gunshots flying across the map. That's going to be the first knock coming through as Vasista Esports finds a knock on towards Clouds from altitude now.
A little bit of a revenge coming in by Vasista Esports. But hold on, Team Altitude. They even angered more, as there you have it. Chayan, he gets picked off instantly. And Vasista Esports being torn down to pieces. Cloud still on the ground though. And there's a chance that he could be brought back up. But Altitude, they'll have to be very careful about it, because so many teams are going to migrate into the circle. And if they are in the open, they do not have anybody looking at them. Could be difficult. As for Spirited Team, Insane just barely surviving by the whiskers. As for Blacklist, what they are doing? Oh my god, that's a blunder, I see.
Oh my goodness, they got greedy and they got punished for it as well. Spirited Team has got them completely boxed in. And Vicky is the last player stuck in the corner. All they need to do is wait, but at the same time, Vicky pushes out, but it was too late. Spirited Team will get this elimination. Blacklist may have gotten a little bit too greedy and got hunted down. Unfortunate news for them, but Spirited Team will claim 4 points.
That's not an error. That's not a mistake. That is crime. Oh my god. And who to blame but themselves? As for the Noble Knights, they have constantly been on their knees all the while. As for Myth Official, they are going to be salvaging those finishes off. But no, Bankai, he also gets taken down. Myth Official on the higher ground. And really off to a good start for the Noble Knights. I think the panic button has really set in. Prime trying to disengage from this situation. Harshil already a mat depleted. No success found, but still wants to have a go at it. This time Prime ejecting from his vehicle. He also has a go, but still no bullets connecting. What is going on?
Uh-oh, Myth, they might reconsider re-engage this year. They know for a fact that Prime is stuck out in the open. And now they are going to try and reset their health here with those bandages while on the move and look to push in a second time as well. But little did they know, there is going to be teams coming in soon, very, very soon. Altitude, they gave chase on Toons for Sister, and now Hector, he wants his revenge, but he's all by himself. But the sprays from Salmi is able to save him, and now he is going to go down, but eventually another trade comes through. Hector, last man alive here from Vasista, but he is going to ruin the game here for Altitude as he takes them all down. Goes for the confirmation, and he is going to try and save Salmi to get out of safety because Altitude may look to try and challenge him as well. Seems like Hector will put it in the bike, or in this case, his car, and drive off to try and go in for the reset. I think he should be able to do so as well.
Yeah, well thought out from Hector's side. But again, they have the luxury of doing that, given the fact that they're currently at the second spot with 54 points to their name. And even for Team Altitude, they can actually joust it with each other. Now it's a more even situation. A Molotov flung out. Oh, that was a nice tap. Some a flick there. Just got that revive. And he gets that revenge.
Great game sense though, coming from Clouds. He knew for a fact that, oh, he's going to revive from there. It's just that he was only like 1 second too late. He could have denied the rest coming in through. So, unfortunately for him, that is it for Altitude. But they do have 46 points as of yet. They should be safe from elimination, but better safe than sorry for now, for the next game at least. But as you can see, in one fell swoop, now 2 teams has been eliminated here. Seems like teams have started to realize how passive the lobby is, and things are starting to be turned up here. As you can see, a lot of teams getting super aggressive in this zone.
Majority of the teams I see inside the circle already have found a footing for themselves. When you talk about Spirited Team, they're on the shorelines. Even the likes of Rivalry and Good Luck from the Northern Shores. As for Spirited, oh my god, look at the way this fight begun. And I think it was just not about them getting greedy over there. They just wanted to find some cover to maybe recuperate. And mistakes after mistakes. And that was the end of them. But the Noble Knights down to their final few men. Godspeed, of course, has been cut off from his entire squad. He's the last member alive, actually. And V4 Esports have him pincered out. So at this point, V4 Esports, they're also not pressing the matter. So they're also pretty chill about it. They've got that certain area to themselves. FTR, they have the eastern areas. It's all about another waiting game, I see. The next circle shift, then we might get to see round 2.
Oh boy. It is going to be a tough battle here for some of these teams, especially if they want to try and go in for the top 6 here. Rivalry barely on the borderline of qualifying. Myth is also trying to defend this. TBW also going to be looking to try to make a pounce into his top 6, but they need a massive performance here. It's going to be a tricky spot here. Uru's Academy also looking to try and get a couple of finishes in this bag, but they are right at the edge of the zone. They don't really have a lot of information here. It seems like they are trying to creep up onto Dark Souls, and seems like they are going to be able to get close. And Dark Souls needs to be a little bit careful here. Varun OG on the far horizon was spotted out. And it seems like Dark Souls, they themselves also don't really want to fight this as well. As you can see, the zone does force them out in the open. It seems like the shorelines is going to be occupied with 4 teams, a firing squad waiting to destroy them all. But for TBW, they do have an interesting center control, but I don't think that spot gives them a lot of cover to work with.
Me too. I mean, especially when so many teams are alive, they're playing in a split. They better make sure they have enough loot and they do not get knocked out. a 2-2 split is still the right approach. But again, TBW, we haven't seen them take a lot of those central controls. We've always seen them playing from the edges. So a little bit of a change in their strategy, and I think for all the right reasons.
Oh.
Just wanted to make sure that the position points were up, and now if Plasma has got a knock, can he get a finish though? That's the big question. Ooh, that was a nice knock, even whilst Harsha, his HP was pretty much minuscule, capitalized on the situation. Harshil is going after the players of Wiz. Wiz find themselves in troubled waters as Falcon. He's being chased by the players of Myth. Detrox and Harshil, this time, they're also aware that they're way out in the open. Hence taking no risk. But is this a good holding spot, I see?
Yeah, it's pretty decent, but I really like what Myth is doing right now. They're going back to basics, playing a little bit more classic here, which is something I would usually do. 4-man rush in a vehicle and just start hammering on people. And considering that everybody is always in like a dogfighting situation where they only have one car, and if they are alone and there's no support whatsoever, Myth is going to completely pick them apart. So this hit and run strategy is somehow working for them, but they have to be a little bit more careful here. But was this the Esports? Seems like they are going to be pushing in. It seems like they scout out a few players here coming from Uru's Academy. As Sawme gets the first knock, and Guts is pretty much pinned out in the open here as Hector continues to pressure them with a 2-man squad. Look at this, Basista, there's just no fear, they just don't really care, they are just hunting people down left, right, front, and center. Now Hector is gonna find him inside the smoke, he's dropped down so low, he's playing the guessing game, he doesn't know where he is, he's bobbing and weaving, he's still alive, he's thrown on the ground, and Guts outplays him! Oh my goodness, Hector could not find the last shot through.
That has to hurt. That definitely has to hurt. Especially after 2 mags, of course, Sawme. He's gonna get that finish. Urus Academy now out of the game, but for Basista Esports. That was a funny moment.
That's definitely a punch to the gut into his Hector's face here. Sawme, you could have done that way, way, way too early. You made me work for absolutely nothing and cost my life for it. But for all things considered, Basista Esports, 57 points, they're qualified. Well, you do you guys.
Yeah, I mean, they can do whatever they want at this point. Even Sawme can just go and try his hands on a 1v4, farm a couple of Insta reels, whatever rocks his boat. But, you know, for the others, especially Dragonclaw, Myth, pressure starting to surmount, altitude, courtesy to that previous game, good performance, 46. But even Wiz, they have been dealt with. And let's not also forget that Frostrex, the most aggressive team, is still alive with all their players alive. So, at this point, for Frozen, last canister of that smoke gun used out. FTR currently at the certain side. Should have no difficulty, I see, in getting the player back up. But this circle shift, oof. I want to see how they inject themselves inside the zone.
Oftentimes you don't see a circle shift to the shoreline here, but Rivalry,
I like it.
They have to count their lucky stars because as of now, with them in favor, everybody needs to push in from the south side. They just need to hold out here, especially when Good Luck is going to be coming from the west side. If they clear out Good Luck, they should be A-okay. Meanwhile, for teams like Frostrex, furthest away from the zone, well, they're hoping to get a little bit lucky here. They've set their sights on Dragonclaw from the far horizon, but their biggest threat is not Dragonclaw as of yet. But Frostrex, well, guess what? You see another team eliminated here from the southwest corner.
Frostrex, they're edging through. They've got their players of TBW right in front of them. Their crosshairs. Look at how Amog is so selective. Just slowly tapping his way through. No damage being dished out. Tribal Warriors do have some cover, and Tribal Warriors are on the edges. But this is how the fight happened. One of the players being taken down by Sawme and Hector.
Oh my god, this
he
one
was taken for a wild, wild ride, especially with Guts. He was scared, but then he did the wisest thing, right? Just prone down whilst Hector is not checking on the ground. But yeah, Sawme. I think the only reason that Sawme did not want to go for the nade was he did not want to go for a TK. But for the Tribal Warriors, trouble almost knocking at their doors. As FTR, they decided to push in on the players of DC. And suddenly, Frozen, he somehow kept the boat afloat. But this is the right cue for the players of Tribal Warriors to come in and salvage a couple of finishes.
Well, seems like it's not actually TBW that does it here because Sawme is the one that chimes in. He gets one knock and he helps them. TBW clean them all up, and Basista Esports, Sawme, he's just going on a solo warrior mission right now, and he's gonna get up some loot on top of it all. TBW, they've not made a single pounce on this. They just don't want to fight. And Salme is like, I don't care. I'm just fighting everything. Oh my goodness, this is an absolute insanity of a gameplay coming from Assist the Esports. Meanwhile, Good Luck Esports still in a stalemate here with Rivalry. Rivalry forced to defend, but it seems like Good Luck Esports might find an opener for them to push in. And the nades coming from Ego is gonna get the confirmation. And Rivalry now under fire, as they do not have some sort of support fire here. As Ego may look to try and push in, to try and take them all out. Rivalry, they definitely need to hold out here if they want to survive the endgame zones. But for now, Kairos down on low ground, needs some support to actually push up. And Ego YT is just making sure that Rivalry does not capitalize on this situation. But before that, let's take a look at the replay here and what happens from Dark Souls as they go in for the Stanford V4. They clean out Matrix, but they are stuck in this small little shack. So as of yet, Dark Souls, they are going to be A-okay, but most of the vehicles are pretty much done for.
Yeah, I mean, I really cannot comprehend what is going on inside the lobby. Suddenly, you see teams going numb, and suddenly, they're on steroids. At this point, for Team 4M, they've got the players of Tribal Warriors. Tribal Warriors unaware that there were teams on his left. And Saume, the only player, he is dishing out death and destruction to absolutely everybody on the server. Tribal Warriors on the receiving end. And they need to channel the ancient spirit.
Oh my goodness.
They need to fight back because for Sister Esports, Saume himself, he wants to take the fight.
No.
He's got that grenade cooked out.
Oh, okay, chill, Saume. You've got 8 grenades. Take your own sweet time. This is your highlight. Oh, that's the dog again. Another one. Saume, he's got 8. Make it rain. Does he get the confirmation? Is a good question as well. TBW, they weren't expecting this, but oh my goodness, Saume, just chill. Now here comes the run over as well. Saume is bobbing and weaving and he still dodges the bullets and now he's gonna fight one. Pasi bleeds himself to the zone. He goes out, gets taken out. Saume, you have just single-handedly dismantled TBW's chances. And now Plasma is going to be stuck up as well. The knees comes in and he even gets it, Saume! You're an absolute madman. Chill, calm down. Relax, brother. Just relax.
Just boarding the players down from Tribal Warriors. Surely aren't Warriors enough? And this has to be a gutting blow. Saume made it look so easy over there, I see.
Dude, he's driving a... Dude, it's not over. He's driving it like he's absolutely crazy right now.
Yeah.
Okay, his health's a little bit low here. This solo warrior gonna be giving us a little bit more action, farming some highlight clips. But before we put that, a little bit of continuation here. Myth getting crashed on. It seems like they are running into his Dark Souls, and they clean them all out down towards the southeast corner. They need a little bit of resets, and fortunately for them, they do have space to work with. Final 6 teams left alive, and Saume, oh no, he's up to his shenanigans again. Here we go. Who's the next victim? And it seems like it is going to be Myth stuck inside there, but there is just a little bit too much angles to work with here. Now lines up the nade. Does he get the first knock? It seems good. Oh my goodness. He actually gets in and he finds another one. Saume, 3 more nades. Does he find confirmation is going to be the question. He's got a Molotov and oh, he might have made a little bit of mistake, but he gets another knock again. Saume, chill. Chill, calm down. And he's pushing. Relax, Saume.
This is insanity. Myth Esports, they're right now in a very, very bad spot. Saume is enjoying himself. Goes for a knock. Almost misses, but still.
No, wait,
no. They're all gonna burn down. No, Detrox. Surely drop a couple more smokes. Get your teammates back up. Calm down. Lucifer. What is going on? This is beyond my understanding.
Oh my goodness. Detrox actually tried to molly Saume and ended up mollying his teammates instead. But we are going to put that at a closing chapter here, at least for Saume. And we're down towards the final 5 teams now. Rivalry still having some sort of control, but they are getting pinned because this time ST is going to be going for the push. Ayush on the front lines. Arklin trying to provide a little bit of support here, but they're also getting shot from the back. Good Luck is coming in, and Mercy finds another dog. And Good Luck Esports, they need this win.
They absolutely, as Rivalry, they find themselves between a rock and a hard place, absolutely sandwiched over there. While it's Good Luck, dropped down at Siverni pretty early, took control over the shorelines, and now Arklin, he has to do something special over here. Insane. Going after the players of Good Luck, spirited team. They've got their spirits high. They want to deal with Arklin first, and maybe go for the others later. Lakai, he had a flank angle, couple of shots fired. As for Arklin, He refuses to die. He refuses to budge. But how long Icy is going to hold on? With constant barrage coming in from both Spirited and Good Luck. It's not looking good for Arklin. Especially given they're on the knife's edge. What can Arklin do?
Oh boy, this is going to be a rough game here. But the no,
no.
that is going to be a tough climb here, at least for Insane. The zone is about to push in, but fortunately for them, it is inside zone, so he's got a lot of time to try and figure out here. Insane now, he needs backup, he's trying to find a way up, and it seems like he is going to try and swing back here to try and find an entry point, but I don't think there is a spot here. He has to push into his rivalry in order to survive this. And for that to do so, his teammates got to do some heavy lifting here. Good luck. Also, Mercy on the bottom side as well. He might be able to scout out Insane, but Reacher actually dropped down with him. They are going to be able to regroup here, so fortunately for ST, they are going to be A-okay. But Good Luck Esports seems like they are trying to push out in the open here, as Myth Official does have the high ground to try and punish every single team down to the south. As 3 teams are on the shorelines, Arklin getting naded, and he is almost down towards his last health there. No more Mets. He's done for Arklin.
Surely has to resort to a couple of those boxes lying around him. No other way he survives this. An absolute onslaught. And Arklin, I can hear his heartbeats. For Spirited team, this would be a great chicken dinner if they win this one. But for Arklin, things looking quite dire. Somebody give this man a first aid. He's got a crate right in front of him.
He can't.
But he can't go for it.
Yeah, the moment he pick, he's done for. At least Spirited team is going to take him out. And Good Luck Esports, they are a little bit spread off. It seems like they are going to go for a last-ditch effort of pushing out. And Spirited team is going to be able to find him. As they've caught them in bait. Arklin just cannot move a muscle. Lakai going to be picked off and Noct is there. But Myth Official, seems like they are going to go for the slam as they try to get center control to make a pounce onto them. It seems like the circle is going to force them out in the open, but Spirited team is still barely in the cusp in zone. And they should be able to make it to the top 2 here. Unless Arklin decides to spoil the game for the Spirited team. But aside from that, Myth are the ones that are having the backs against the wall, as they are not still in the zone here. Shots are coming in, a couple of headshots connection, but Marshall is still alive.
Yeah, at this point it's pretty much between the players of Spirited team and for Myth Official. But Good Luck, had Lakai been alive, this could have been their game, but they kind of messed it up. Especially with him having that flank angle. Arklin still surviving on the sliver of his health points there. For Spirited team, they want to be very disciplined about this IC. Myth Officials on a 2-1-1 split. They're watching the sidelines. They've got all of it guarded. As for Harsh, another deathly blow. Knock onto it. It's one of the players of GL, and now Prajwal, the last member alive. And guess what? Is Arklin still breathing? Yes, he is.
Oh, no.
Prajwal, what is he doing?
Okay, he's going to try and rat his way through as well. They're barely in the zone, and Rohit is going to go in for the push, but he might have lost his high ground here. And he's going to be forced to go back up once again, but they need those ammunition. Spirited team, they're running out of ammunition to try and fight for the end game. And taking these 2 players here does give them a little bit of ammunition, but it's not the 5.56 that they need. Prajwal does have UMPs, and Arklin, well, he's got absolutely nothing. He's got a 7.62 AK. Probably may consider swapping to the AK here, at least for Spirited team, but they do need to clean them all out. The vehicles are being saved here. It seems like ST, they're going to try and pick up Rohit, who is... he's stuck. He's going to die to zone. He's so close, so yet so far, Prajwal. Nades comes in, looks good, taps onto his Harsh, but it's not good enough as well. But as you can see, Insane, he managed to pick up Rohit from around underneath. Got him in the car, brought him back to safety.
This is absurd, what we are witnessing, but look at Arklin.
Yo.
Not moving a muscle.
I don't think
Prajwal does not know. Prajwal does not know. And both of them get eliminated. What is going on?
That's a buy one, free one special for Spirited team.
Yeah, absolutely. But Spirited team, to their liking, they have all their players alive, 11 finishes. And this is exactly the kind of a comeback that we wanted. Spirited team making things a lot more interesting at this point. But we are down to the final zone. A 2-1-1 split. Lucifer, every single angle controlled by the players of Myth. As for Spirited team, they'll have to be at the mercy of the smoke grenades. They'll have to inch in the distance. And Myth Official, they already have the grenades at the ready. One of which Already flung over. Insane. Manages to dodge that, but look at Reacher. He's on to something, I see.
Oh boy, they've got a wide spread. Vehicle's pretty much done. Myth is all prone down. Reacher was able to get a couple shots in, but Lucifer exposed, and that's going to be the first knock in here. But they trade 1 for 1. And seems like they are going to trade 2 for 2 now, as both Andro dropping down pretty low. Daddy is going to be next to fall. Now it's going to be a 2 versus 1 situation. And Spirit of the team has to find the last one here. It's going to be D-Chalks out in the open here as well. Myth official, the knock players are getting information, trying to knock their way through. But D-Chalks are looking for those confirmations. His shots is there, but it's now still a 2v1 situation. Myth does have 2 players on the sides, finding information for them. Reacher, they know exactly where D-Chalks is, but the Molotov is there. Seems like Reacher is going to stand up here. He's only got 16 bullets left. He's got to make every shot count. And Daddy is going to be playing barricade here for D-Trox to try and tank some bullets. And now the shot comes through. And D-Trox finds one. He goes for the second one as well. What a clutch from Myth official to take the winner chicken dinner.
What on earth was that? Especially in the final moments when Reacher should have really stuck to his DBS. After spotting the player out, should have just taken those couple of shots, but D-Trox, take a bow, young man. I mean, which was a very slow start to this game of Erangel. Somme made it interesting, and towards the end, you know, all those shenanigans going on around there, I think I feel much more alive.
You know, that's the thing about this group, right? When desperation calls for desperate measures, you have to do what you gotta do. And Myth Official took it back to classics here. They went for a hit and run strategy, which you only see in classic games. One of the most absolute nightmares if you're playing with random players, and obviously they don't know how to play team play. They will do their own thing, and then suddenly 4 guys in a car comes in, slam, and there's absolutely nothing you can do. And Myth did that the entire game, and somehow was able to make it his own here. So, but still, props towards D-Trox. That was an insane clutch coming from him.
And, you know, this is where I'm starting to ponder whether Spirited team have gathered enough points, because they desperately needed this chicken dinner. And especially towards the end, those finishes. Reacher, after a beautiful opener, he had that flank covered. Everything had a line for Spirited team. All they had to do was go for that 1-on-2 trade. And they failed in doing that. And of course, you know, just acting as a body block. He was also out there scouting for him at that quick swing, and then that connection. Everything hitting on the head. D-Trox has to be the hero for Myth Officials.
He was actually out of ammunition as well. His knock players came in, dropped him even more ammunition to continue their fight. That was a very, very small little detail here, but Myth Official, they did what they could. Nicely done for them, because this was a very, very well-needed chicken dinner for them to secure their spots into the top 6.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope so, because Myth Officials, before this, they were struggling. They were around that 6-7 position. And given that in this game, 2 teams actually messed up, so this could be a nice climb. And for Altitude, they'll have to be slightly watchful, because what happened to them in this game of Wrangle, they completely lost momentum. So things have definitely been stirred up. Drama still awaits for us. But then again, teams like Tribal Warriors, I see. For a moment, it felt like this could have been their game. But Somme, what he did to them was nasty.
Well, when teams expect you to do things that you do not expect them to do, well, you are going to be surprised. And guess what? Somme definitely did that to the entire lobby as well. 9 finishes in the bag. There's at least 2.5 teams messed up by this one player. And look at this, 1,660 damages, 9 knocks, 9 confirmations. Somme, chill. This is
This round 3.
Well, this is a highlight moment for Somme. He's farming clips, that's for sure.
That is for sure. And even there was a point when he almost 1v4 the entirety of Myth also.
Yeah.
That was such a narrow escape. And Myth actually building up to a chicken dinner. Oh, that is really, really interesting. Because 22 points for Myth Officials, for Spirited Team, 19. This is very important 19 points that they've gathered. And for even Good Luck, they could have done better. They messed up big time, because ideally this was supposed to be their game to lose. But regardless, everything aside, the top 4, Myth, Spirited Team, Vasista Esports, and Good Luck, these were the 4 teams that were constantly dishing out a lot of damage, whilst Viz Esports, another team that played really well in the previous game, they flunked this one.
You talk about teams that do a lot of damage in these 4 teams. I think Vasista Esports, more than half is actually, you know, just one player, not the team here. Because Vasista Esports, they're just having a lot of fun here. But let's take a look at the overall standings here. Myth, with that winner-winner chicken dinner, pushes themselves in towards the 50-point mark. And they are in the top 3. So that should be, I would say, qualification for them here. Because that is a 20-point gap between them and Dragonclaw, who's currently sitting on the 6th position here, tying it with Spirited Team. And again, Spirited team, with that performance, pushes that into the top 7 here, but because of a tiebreaker, they are seeded on 7th place, so it is going to be close here for some of the teams.
And of course, Dragonclaw also does have the luxury of that chicken dinner there. So now we just have realistically one slot up for grabs, unless there's a huge twist in the tail. So Dragonclaw, Spirited team, rivalry, good luck, and even the Tribal Warriors, if they get a big chicken dinner, you never know, they might also squeeze in through. So till Altitude, everything is locked and loaded. I don't see a world where Altitude gets out of here, because Altitude, honestly, this game I see they secured 0 points. So they'll have to work on that, get a couple more points, get their heads back in. But we actually have a theater set up, the final game that is going to be filled with a lot of drama.
Now, I'm going to give you guys a little bit of plot twist as well here. Yesterday, the teams that we predicted that are in contention for that one final slot, guess what? 2 days ago in Group 1 and Group 2, guess what? An unexpected team that no one expected them to qualify, and they actually qualified. I'm like, okay, wow, okay.
Yeah, Gen of Miracle and Veni Vidi Vici, they just spice things up in those final few games, and we are anticipating something quite similar or even better. But already 5 teams, they have secured their berths. They're also going to go all guns blazing. So right now, what we're going to do is cut short for a very short little break, after which we'll have the final game for you guys.
Hello everyone and welcome back to BGIS 2026 here. Round 3 stages on its way, and one more game decides the fate of everyone in Group 4 is coming up right next here. My name is ICBB12 at your service, and we have brought in iSuper Johnny, the expert when it comes to numbers from this group. And guess what? They have defied all our expectations here with a very, very impressive game here, and with Myth Official clutching out the winner chicken dinner.
Exactly, that clutch wasn't supposed to happen. I mean, Spirited team, they had the upper hand, that 1v2 split as well. I don't understand how much miscom needs to happen when a guy is standing in the middle of nowhere, gets up, takes down one of your teammates, turns around and takes you out as well. I think instinctive action should have been to take those shots and get that chicken dinner. That would have helped Spirited team secure a spot in the top 6 heading into this last game. But they still have one more match to go, and you guys still have an opportunity to contribute, make a contribution towards the prize pool of BGIS 2026. All you have to do is just simply play your classic matches in BGMI. That is it.
Yep, exactly. And of course, the more you play, the more rewards you're going to be unlocked as well. Best part about it is here, no UC required for this as well.
Exactly.
And to top it all off here, let's talk a little bit more on towards the potential odds here in this one final game. Who is going to make it and who's not going to make it? For now, Basista Esports is true, Frostrex is true. Dragonclaw Esports on the yellow, I would say the hot seat right now, are defending the current top 6. Myth Official makes the top 3. Safe?
I think, yeah, Myth is pretty much safe. They're over 50 now.
Yep.
I think it is just Dragonclaw sitting on 30-point marker. Just behind them, you have Spirited team with also 30 points. These two teams are going to contest it out. But apart from them, I think you and Fixes did mention a few contenders. One team that you guys missed out on was Urus Academy.
Yeah.
Because Urus Academy is sitting on 18 points right now. But if they get 20 points in the last angle, that gets their total tally to 38. And I think with how things are going for Dragonclaw and Spirited team, unless they somehow figure out a way to actually close out a match, it is going to be important for them to also be able to secure 10 points. Yes, it is difficult for Urus Academy to get 20 and easier for Spirited Team or Dragonflaw to secure 10. But again, anything can happen. There's a lot of RNG in the game. And that might just swing the odds in the favor of Urus Academy if they get a little aggressive, somehow get that 20 bomb going.
Oh, it's a little bit unfortunate as well, but I agree with you as well. But I think you brought up a very interesting point. How the heck did Viv actually stood up and do this, right? He was just spreading through, stood up, and nobody actually picked it up. But now, from the perspective of Spirit Team, as you can see, yeah, Detrox actually did not have ammunition. Daddy actually gave him a little bit of ammunition. And the moment Reacher was taken out here, and that Molotov actually sold him out, both of them were actually prone up and scoped out. And because of that scope, they were looking at grass, and they may have actually lost vision of this small temporary moment as well.
I mean, but you hear the gun sounds, right? And he's just standing there like, well, he's surrounded by concrete cover inside of a building, but there is absolutely nothing around him. And to make things worse, you just pointed out that he also had no ammunition, and ammunition was dropped by his teammate who was knocked out in front of his face. I think even during the fight, Fixes kind of mentioned that there was a little bit of body block attempt as well. But that only works when you're either crouched or completely prone. And this man, Detrox, I will repeat this again. He was not crouched, not prone. He was standing.
Initially, you know, he wanted to use it as like a body shield for his team, right? Like he was just using his teammates as a barricade, trying to pick up enemies here, but still came down to pro game. It wasn't interesting, but now one more game decides the fates of all 16 teams, and obviously it is going to be a good one here as well, because this one last game for Group 4 is about to begin as we jump into the one final map of Erangel right here, right now. One final game is on its way. The last game of round 3 for each and every single team inside this group. Who is going to survive and who will be eliminated? It all comes down to this one last game. The flank path is going to be coming in from the southeast corner of Lipovka, traversing all the way through farm and then ending towards the outskirts of Primos. A southeastern shift of teams, and it seems like a lot of teams may have that opportunity to drop towards military base this time compared to the last game.
I mean, the opportunity is there, and of course, opportunity for anyone looking to go towards Northern Giorgio Hospital, Everest, that sort of position, or even Severny and Stalber for that matter. Opportunity is there for those early drop clashes, for those early fights, especially quite critical for the teams that are struggling in the overall leaderboard. One more of those interesting names is going to be Good Luck Esports, because that previous game was intense for them. We saw over 2,000 damage dished out by this roster, but they were only able to secure 3 eliminations on the back of that 2,000 damage. So what went wrong? They needed those finishes, but now are lagging a little bit too far behind in the overall leaderboard. Maybe a monstrous performance this time can help them catch up, but let's see how things turn out. Eyes pinned on Myth. That phenomenal run in that previous game of Erangel. Are they going to have their luxury of shutting down anyone being put to use?
Well, in this case, they've only got one shot and one opportunity. It seems like Circle is going to be shifting up towards the north side, and we are going to be seeing a drop clash right from the get-go inside school. It is going to be Noble Knights going up against 4M for a fight for survival. Both these teams are pretty much down in the gutter here to try and qualify, but either or, I think 4M, if they want to stand a chance to qualify, now's the perfect chance to do so. Chicken dinner and 20 finishes will secure them in the slot.
Yeah, at least 4M has an opportunity to make that happen, but Noble Knights, not really the best of journeys they are having inside of round 3. Just 5 points secured on the 5 maps they've played so far, so they are averaging about a single point per map. And even in this particular fight, as far as the positions are considered right now between the two teams, I believe 4M, they have the upper hand with Mysterio on the rooftop and armed with the Scarrel as well. He's going to have range, he's going to have damage. But Azar just waiting for someone on the ground floor to peek. He's armed with that shotgun, so it's definitely got that one-shot takedown potential, but it's still not going to be easy.
It's going to be a tricky spot to be in here, but B seems like he knows exactly what to do, or as well, Godspeed was able to scout out where B is, but Lobster Need on the rooftop instead, not on the second floor, so that's going to be a little bit of a tricky spot to be in. As Noble Knights, they want to try and get Azhar out to safety, but Beast, he has something installed as well. He's going to try and drop a Molotov. He knows exactly where Azhar is, who's pretty much down in the bottom. But he's afraid to get punished for this. His teammates are not in position trying to capitalize on this situation, so he's just waiting for a little bit of coordination from the sides. The main building from the north side is in the hands of Noble Knight, which again, Team 4M is a little bit afraid to push this as well. Both teams just at a absolute deadlock. Nobody's picking, nobody's shooting, nobody wants to be the first one to make the move. And we are back towards a very passive approach. But it seems like Mercy and Knight, they are going to push on towards Bankai in towards the main building now.
Yeah, hey, you have to find an opening somewhere. And again, that spread, that split from the players of 4M gives them the upper hand. Because as we just saw, and you sort of brought it down perfectly, that Azhar, he is right now under the protection of Prime and Godspeed. If they move out, Azhar, he could fall. But hey, Noble Knights this time actually taking the fight head on, just charge in towards Beast and Mysterio. But still, the result is going to be the same. Azhar is going to be the first man knocked out. The trade comes through as Beast gets traded out by Godspeed. So it's 1-for-1 between the two sides. But in the backlines, King OP has also fallen. And 4M on the verge of getting eliminated super early in their last game.
Oh boy, Bankai is going to channel his inner energy here. Misses the first shot, misses the second, misses the third as well. Swaps towards the AUG, but too late as Mercy out-jiggles him and takes him out. And just like that, Mysterio also winning the fight, and 4M will be the ones to walk away victorious in this drop clash. However, the rest of the world seems like we are going to be seeing another clash as well, as V4 getting jumped in by Blacklist, and they are going for a 1-for-1 trade as of yet.
Yeah, Nihu knocked out. The trade is good, but Blacklist, they have an opportunity to recover over here. Enough time. Drax as well on the flank. Dow Smash to spot out the players. Damage dished out, but not enough to secure the knock. Although V4 could be in big trouble. Now the players are pinned. And they still haven't found a way to buy themselves enough time to get a reset. Matrix as well, extremely low. He is getting knocked out, but no. Takes down Drax with the help from Aqua Boy in the backline. Somehow V4, the retaliation looks decent, and the trades are there in their favor, even though the HP bars really aren't. Nihu still knocked out. Matrix somehow manages to hold his ground with just a pixel of HP. And Blacklist, they're down to their last man.
Oh my goodness, Niku is about to bleed out soon as well. He was the first one to get knocked. Still hasn't been picked up yet. V4 is doing all their best to try and clutch things out. And Yami from above drops down and takes out Blacklist. And that is going to be Blacklist out of the competition. Sayonara, my friends.
What a reset from V4 Esports. Very impressive. As you mentioned, Nihu knocked out right off the bat. That was a 3 versus 3 fight, because even Blacklist were getting a reset. But a pin in that thought, because fights are not yet done. Rivalry Esports. My goodness, Rivalry also need a big game, or at least a decent one, to find a spot inside of the top 6. But it seems like it is going to be a big challenge. Frostrex Esports, they find the opener, they find the first frag in this fight. And Rivalry, even though they are on the back foot, they find a trade. That was an opportunity for iShot to get a decent nade in, maybe find the second knock against the players of Frostrex Esports. But that is gone. Doesn't matter. Arklin in the backlines find the trade. 2 versus 3 Rivalry. They have the numbers. But is that going to be enough for Morg? Look at him almost running through a Molotov, avoids taking unnecessary damage, but moves into the range for that S12K to work some magic against iShot OP.
Oh boy. Frostrex, they are going for the reset as well. Kaiser, they going for the jump. They pick them up. Goes for the jump shot. And Arkling goes down. Amok from the side, still in a scuffle with iShot. This split fight here slowly in the hands of Rivalry. Now slipping away to Frostrex. As now iShot forced in a 1v1 situation. He's trying to isolate the fights. He's looking for shotties, but misses every single shot. Now forced to reload as well. The rest of Frostrex is going to be coming in. The swing comes through. The pre-fire from iShot takes him down. But he needs to provide his teammates a little bit of cover here. Kairos was able to win his fight, but now it comes down to a 2 versus 1. Kaiser all by himself here from the side of Frostrex.
Yeah, he's all alone. Turnarounds from either sides. Rivalry first on the front foot, then pushed on the back, losing players. But the reset is there. 1 versus 2 for Kaiser. And he's still cooking up that nade. A little bit of mistime on that fallback. But Rivalry also hesitant. Now the nade goes in. Kairos could be in danger. Ooh. But no, what a beautiful ricochet nade through the window, and Kaiser did not stand a chance. Gets finished off. Frostrex Esports, an early exit, but I don't think they really care. They're sitting on the first position on the overall leaderboard.
Exactly, but in the meantime as well, for Miracle, or in this case for M, sorry, seems to be in a little bit of a scuffle here. Mysterio Going to be channeling his inner solo warrior as he tries to take a fight against Dark Soul. Abhishek knows exactly where he is. The hunt continues. But back towards the conversation from just now. Rivalry, they are the borderline on top 6, and they have to continue the journey with 2 players. That is going to be a tough task to ask for.
I think considering they are on the 6th now with those 4 eliminations in their bag now, just play for survival. Based on their position, it might not be easy considering Rivalry right now are outside the play zone. And it is a centric shift that we have south of Pachinki, open position, so rotation is not going to be easy, but let's see how things turn out for the players of Rivalry. In the meanwhile, Mysterio, oh no, not a mystery, the Molotov at his feet, and he was completely pinned. Dark Soul, they find an easy pick for themselves.
Well, that is going to be a little bit of a potential comeback for Dark Souls, but it's still a long journey. But let's take a look into the circle here where he's going to be shifting. Seems like he's going to be shifting south of Pachinki. And that's where altitude is as well. Myth is going to be making their way down south here. TBW is going to be trying to make their way south. Wiz is going to be making a push. But Urus Academy, you talked about them making a potential comeback. And seems like they are barely making into a zone here. They haven't seen any team so far. And interesting enough, this group has went from the most passive lobby becoming one of the most aggressive lobby in just one day.
That is true. I mean, I think considering it's the last game, everyone is just letting loose, because I was trying to, again, match the pace of the Erangel yesterday to the one we just saw before this. I was expecting, all right, maybe are we going to have another game with 10 minutes of no aggression, but no, this time we are seeing a lot of early fights. 4 teams eliminated within the first 9 minutes of the match. Quite impressive, but equally impressive is the new collaboration, BGMI with Royal Enfield. Grab yourselves the Continental GT650 or the Classic 350, whatever floats your boat inside of the game, or maybe whatever floats your bike in this case.
Well, at the same time, speaking of bikes here, TBW, they were able to bike down a team. A couple shots has been shot, but no confirmations yet. TBW only having 1 finish in the back as of yet. They do stand a chance to qualify, but they have to make it count. The only way to survive this is going to be dodging Vasista, because Salme was their biggest kryptonite. And Naula now finds a knock onto his Urus Academy, but needs the conversions here. Do they take this fight is going to be the question.
Tribal Warriors, Bodoland. This is a decent position. The cliff side denies any access to the teams in the back, but still on the flank right behind them. It's going to be Dragonclaw that they have to be cautious of. Use those rocks to cover your back, deny the line of fire, but a few moments ago, we were talking about them, the players of Rivalry Esports, now forced to tank the damage of the blue zone. They're taking their sweet time rotating inside of the play zone, but are they heading towards the military island or the shoreline is my question. Because there is a potential option for them to actually drop back to the military island, then move towards the west and cross over towards the northern side from the military bridge, but that's a very long rotation. But as we were having a look at it, the recap of how things went down between Rivalry and Frostrex. And there was no business of Rivalry winning this fight after a certain point, because Frostrex somehow got the reset onto Kaiser, and then it was a 3 versus 2 in the favor of Frostrex. Somehow Amog decides to just go peek eye shot when he knows where he's coming from and just gets pre-fired in the face with that shotgun, gives the advantage away. And his teammate in the backlines instantly went down at the same time. But hey, trouble in paradise for Dark Soul.
Oh boy, this is going to be a tricky one as well. And seems like Dark Souls, okay, danger. You know, just pushing out into his danger, finds the first knock, and now he's going to be trying to looking for a second one here. As Spirit team needs a way to qualify into the top 6, and now they've just lost 1 player, and Dark Souls may spoil the game for them. Abhishek going to be looking for those Molotovs. Danger has been taken out by Harsh, but he's a little bit low, and he actually may have... okay, he almost walked into the Molotov, so he should be fine. But Spirit team, they need to reset. They are going to make a run for it as well. Harsh is going to try and reset his health outside. But the question here is, any team going to be looking from the outside? Yes, they do it. That's going to be Myth Fisher that spots him right in the corner. Very risky approach, but unfortunate news for Spirited team right now.
Yeah, that was, I don't know why he would decide to just put on the first aid and open like that. As you mentioned, very risky, and they get punished by Myth Official. But on the other side, what happened to Visista Esports? Just annihilated at the hands of Altitude. My goodness. I was just looking at the finish feed, saw Vasista for a few seconds, and, well, then they were gone.
Well, they got their revenge. Altitude and Vasista has been skirmishing for quite some time now, at least for today. And Vasista has won a majority of it, but finally Altitude wins. Well, I wouldn't say by a landslide. They had to sacrifice 2 players for it.
Yeah. I mean, has Vasista found a new rival rather than Revenant X-Spark is the question now.
Well, it could be Altitude now.
Could be Altitude, at least on the Wrangles now. They have one, and we're going to see how that turns out, because both the teams are facing promotion to round 4. Decent position, Vasista at 66, second in the overall leaderboard, and Altitude on the 4th with 50 points to their name. So there's no way either of them are not going to be placed in round 4. The fight is still open for that 6th position, though. Rivalry under fire. Kairos and iShot forced to stay prone. And wait. How are these two inside of the circle right now? How did they get here?
Well, they actually swung out from military base and just drove all the way through, for some reason. That's a very long rotation, but okay,
yeah.
Nicely done coming from Rivalry Esports. They do find a little bit of safety net, but this is not exactly the greatest spot to be in. They are exposed, 2 men against the world. And the only way to survive this is that they do need to make themselves into the top 4 with at least 2 finishers, maybe even 3. And that's also provided for the teams at the bottom get taken out. Because right now, right closest to them is going to be Spirited Team.
Yeah.
And they themselves are also a 2-man roster. The circle does favor them as well. So Rivalry, they should be able to hold on a little bit longer. Especially if they want a chance to survive all the way to the end game.
But it's not just about Spirited Team. It's about Dragonclaw. It's about Tribal Warriors, Bodoland, and Good Luck as well. To a certain extent, even V4 and Eurus Academy, because we spoke about this before this game began. If either of these 2 teams does manage to secure 25 or maybe even just 15, 16 eliminations and the chicken dinner, that should give them enough points to surpass Rivalry if Rivalry, Spirit Team, Dragonclaw get taken out super early. So mathematically, there is a lot of potential of these teams pushing through, but let's see. Spirited Team, though, the one that are breathing down the necks of Rivalry Esports, now find themselves down to their last player. And Reacher, he's going to get finished off. V4, they get that frag, and that is the end of the journey for Spirited Team, sitting and ending, as of now, on the 7th position with 31 points.
This is going to be a fight for the last spot, like you said as well. But unfortunately for Spirited Team, they're almost chicken dinner from the previous round. Could have gave them a shot. But it was Myth that stole it away. And this time, the chances are pretty much done for as well. As qualification for round 4 is officially over for Spirited Team. And Dragonclaw Esports, they started their day with top 3. Now, risking elimination. As they do need a massive amount of points. And they do spot out the members coming from TBW. But if official, looking trying to spoil games here for Altitude as well. But both these 2 teams is Prime. And okay, he's going to go for a limit trick shot. Prime OG gets scouted up and he messed up as Smith official takes him out. Klaus is looking for a return fire. Almost chips him away from Daddy. But D-Trox will be the ones that runs him down. And Altitude will go down as Myth Official claims even more points now.
My goodness, that was just annihilation of Altitude Esports, and Myth Official looking strong as ever. 5 eliminations secured in this game so far. A nice looking skirmish as well right now against the players of Altitude, and a decent position inside of the play zone. Look at the radar, there's absolutely no one blocking their way. Although shots fired from the distance, it is going to be Dark Soul looking to build up some pressure. It's not going to be easy. Too far away, these 2 teams. And main threat for Dark Soul is going to be V4 that are just a little bit south of their position. Although Myth, I wonder if Myth is going to let this go. They've sent D-Trox outside of the play zone to see if there is an opportunity to pressure Dark Soul from the rear, from the northern side of the play zone. They're still looking to make a few cheeky plays, Myth.
That's such a far rotation, though.
It is, yeah.
D-Trox. That's just insane. But now, from the side of Good Luck Esports here, they've been a little bit passive. They're playing from the edges on the east side, and they do have a very, very interesting widespread of space control. And the reason why they're laying low is that they want to use this space for the end game, which ironically would work out if there's a little bit more teams, but it is 9 teams remaining, so there's just a lot of space to work with. The zone center probably on towards Urus Academy and also Rivalry, which, again, it's going to be a tricky spot to be in, right? Like, if you see this zone, Most likely Urus Academy, if they hold down, they should be okay, but okay, seems like he's going to shift up north. Rivalry is going to be very happy about this. Myth as well. Same can be said for Urus Academy, but right now the biggest heat is going to be on towards Urus Academy, especially coming from the south side now.
That is true, and Urus Academy, let's not forget, 20 points needed to topple over Rivalry in this game. Few conditions are Dragonclaw, Tribal Warrior, Borderland, and Good Luck getting eliminated before them. And Rivalry as well included in the mix, but Rivalry now just playing for survival. Good Luck Esport, also a team in the fight for qualification. A big game needed, but Wiz put under pressure as Dragonclaw Esports show up knocking on their door, and Falcon is going to be the first man hunted down. Here comes the hovercraft, but it accomplishes nothing, or maybe it does, as Harsha connects a nade, and Tab God is going to be finished. Dragonclaw down to a 3-man roster, and Wiz down to 2. They're trying their level best to fight. Artho needs to be cautious. He almost runs into the Molotov, and in fact, he actually does. Takes a lot of damage from that Molly, but Harsha, he's looking to find a trade, and he does. Arthu falls down to a 2v2 with this fight. That hovercraft is being put to its maximum use right now. They're just circling this building again and again and building a lot of passive pressure on the players of Dragonclaw Esports. They are being forced to guess where the players of Wiz are going to enter from.
Oh my goodness, Dragonclaw needs to lob the perfect nade. They just don't have enough space to work with. They're just losing members. Needs to go in for the push. Wiz with the hovercraft just messing around here. Now teammates tries to make a run for it. Looks the wrong direction. Gets taken out. And Dragonclaw Esports, they find another point. But they really need to take out this last player here. But they also need the hovercraft. It seems like Wiz is going to try and make a jump shot here. Sean takes one down and they deny Dragonclaw Esports. And they are going to be eliminated from this tournament now.
What a play from Wiz Esports. Ishan 77k. That first jump shot through the window. And then the next one, he just chips him right at the edge of the door. But Wiz Esports, big mistakes being made by them in the micro of that fight as well. A few communication gaps, but yeah, who cares? They are in the top 4 with 51 points. So they are going to start preparing for round 4 already on the other side. Good Luck Esports, as we spoke about them a few moments ago. They needed a big game and they find themselves in a clash against Tribal Warriors Borderland. And well, it is going to be TBW that are going to be wiped out from this game.
That's going to be another team out of the race as well for the top 6. Good Luck Esports still has a shot, but Rivalry still surviving this, and they've got 5 finishes from this game itself. And even Dark Souls has been eliminated as Myth goes on a hunting spree, and D-Shox actually found an off angle, like you said, took to his own sweet time, and they clean out Dark Souls. My goodness, what am I watching? Even Good Luck now. Right on the edge of the zone, they do have smokes, but their vehicles are done for in V4. Matrix is able to find another knock. Could this be V4's chance of making a comeback here?
Hey man, it can be. But Rivalry, let's not forget, since they are still surviving and they made it to the top 6, now are at 36 points. Every single point that Rivalry gets makes it difficult for V4 and Urus Academy to move up towards round 4. And of course, to make the situation worse, I see there are not enough players left inside of the lobby for these two teams to get those finishes, because finishes are important from here on out. Very important. Every single finish point is important.
Oh boy, you're right as well. V4 Urus, they both need the remaining players in this game and the chicken dinner to stand a chance to qualify. But let's take a look at the replay here and what happened between Dragonclaw and Wiz Esports. Dragonclaw, they were getting mowed down. They came down to the 2v2, but eventually when Wiz Esports was able to take out their second member from Dragonclaw Esports, this was a little bit tricky situation here because they wanted to get out. One of them actually messed up, but Ishan says like, you know what, they're just pinned here. Why not just go for a jump shot? Let's take one out. Shotguns can one-shot potential, goes in for the pick and gets a second one as well. That was a very, very bold move, but it paid off tenfold.
It was, I mean, from the POV of the other player, it just felt like he was just a quick peek around the corner, but from that one it was clear he just went and ran in to take that fight head on. As you mentioned, he just found that right angle. Also, Matrix, he finds the right angle to completely end the journey for good luck Esports and end their chances of making it to round 4 directly. But now they're going after rivalry. They are taking out their main rivals for qualification. The nade looks good. Kairos, he runs out at the last second, but timed it wrong and he gets knocked out. Rivalry, they're down to their last man, and iShot now not just fighting for his life, but fighting to keep the hope and dream of his team of heading into round 4 alive. And look at the saving grace for the players of Rivalry. I do not know if it's a saving grace or maybe that's just going to be Urus fighting for a point that they want to claim for themselves. But unintentionally, they are protecting iShot for the next few moments. And V4 Esports, all they can just do is toss these nades and hope for the finish. That was a little too close. So lucky. Just be alive, but I don't think he's going to stay alive for long.
Oh, he's bouncing off. iShot is still alive as well. He's going to try and creep out forward as well. The Ds are there. He does have mats as well. V4, as long as Rivalry is still alive. And guess what? Uru's Academy actually pushes up. And V4 is able to claim up those points. This is not looking good here for Urus. But V4, they need to shut down Rivalry if they want to stand a chance to qualify. But they're getting shot from afar. Uru's Academy getting all the information they need. But V4, they clean out Rivalry. They do get some points from Uru's Academy. And the only way V4 qualifies now is the chicken dinner and the elimination of everyone in this lobby now.
Yeah, I think... yeah, pretty much, man. I mean, they need to take down Myth and they need to take down Urus completely. They need these 7 points and the chicken dinner, and then V4 will be able to directly move forward towards the next round, round 4. But the big problem is Myth. Myth have been phenomenal in terms of firepower, in terms of strategy, in terms of playmaking. This team is taking risk and making it work in this match. Incredible decision-making from Myth. Might just ruin the chances for V4. V4 got to move for the players of Urus right now. They need every single point.
This is going to be a tough spot here, but Myth looks like they are going to go for the slam on Urus Academy here. They're okay with losing the chicken dinner, but the problem here is that if they do that and collide and none of those points are in the hands of V4, they're done for.
Yeah, but I don't think Myth, with how they've positioned themselves, they are okay with losing the chicken. Look at that. They have positioned themselves right behind that ridge, but it's still inside of the play zone. And from that backline angle, they will be able to stop the players of V4 from pushing forward. V4 is now sandwiched, because if they stay here on this ridge, then pressure is there from Urus Academy. And on the radar, you see Detrox. He is again playing the northern edge outside the play zone. That man's whole job this entire game has just been of being a distraction for anyone that tries to approach Myth.
It's going to be tough, but it's now or never. V4, they finally make the push. Where did they push? Seems like they are going to make an attempt on towards Myth here. And there's only victory in sights. They're trying to trail behind the zone, but the hesitation may have cost them. Going to set up a couple pre-smokes here. Urus Academy trying to walk out here. V4 is able to get the knock onto his guns. That's a point that they need. They need to find those confirmations, but Urus Academy, they're going to be putting a little bit of boost up. But V4, they've walked in towards a firing squad from Myth Official. 2 down. It might just be over for V4. And Urus Academy is going to provide a little bit of assistance, but Myth, they're just hammering onto his Yami, stuck in the rock and a hard place. This might be it for V4 now.
Yeah, I think that's the end of the line, the end of the journey. It was a valiant effort, a nice story that they tried to write towards the end, but with this nade, it ends with a bang. Yami finished off 12 eliminations for Myth. And as we were talking about at V4, I think they are going to have to wait for the results of the rest of the best top 16 to come out. In the meanwhile, same goes for Urus Esports. So I think Urus Esports, the journey in BGIS might be coming to an end. They just have one finish, and we were talking about they need the big game, the last-ditch effort, a Hail Mary as the team makes a run into the fight against the players of Myth. And it's going to be an easy cleanup for Myth. An incredible run on the last day of round 3 in the last match. Last 2 games, in fact, back-to-back win for Myth Esports.
This is an insane comeback here, an insane defense from Myth Official. They started the day on the 6th position, and now they climb all the way to the 3rd spot. And what a twist of an events here. Dragonclaw Esports, who seem to be in a prime contender to qualify, has been kicked out of the tournament as well. The only team with a winner-winner chicken dinner that is outside the top 6.
Yeah, and I think that's just celebrations for Rivalry Esports, because with this last game, they kind of take that 6th position away. So it is going to be interesting to see what the what the rest of the best top 16 is going to look like. Will Dragonclaw be able to make it through? Because Dragonclaw actually got a few eliminations, I believe, in this particular game. And I have kind of forgotten who was right behind Rivalry. Because Good Luck Esports was also there, I believe, in the top 8 of this match with a decent number of eliminations. I think they got like 3 or 4.
Yeah, it was Dragonclaw, it was TBW, it was Good Luck Esports, and Spirited Team. Spirited Team was the first team to be eliminated from the race as well. Rivalry just kept on. The circle actually favored them as well, which was very, very impressive for them. But let's take a look into the final blow here. V4 Esports, they out of nowhere, they had a lot of position. They cleaned out Rivalry. They were able to get a couple of finish points. But at this stage of the game, it took them so long to come up online that the only way to survive was to clean out every single player in this lobby in order to survive. Fortunately, V4 Official had a firing squad lying in wait and just cleaned them all out.
I think Myth, by the time they made it to the top 3, they were there in the top 3 of this match. They finished second in this game, but even that would not have been enough because Myth needed about, I believe, 20 points to topple over Rivalry again. They were at 18. Rivalry ended, I believe, at about 36-37. So Myth needed about 20-22 points to cross over. My apologies, not Myth. Urus Academy, so by the time the ending came, there was 3 players remaining from Urus Academy, 4 for V4 and 4 from Myth. So that is a combined total of 8 points. And even if you get the chicken dinner, they had 1 finish. That would have been 19 points. They would have fallen a point short. But anyways, I mean, that's the end of the line for both V4 and Urus Academy. Myth, incredible stuff, man. I mean, back-to-back win. What else can you say? And they're securing matches with clutch wins as well.
And the best part is, you know who's the anti-hero?
Who?
It was Myth Official. They were the one that shut down Saw in that crazy solo warrior performance from the last game itself. But for all things considered here, 16 is pretty much already qualified, I would say. Coming from Group 4, we pretty much concluded all the matches from Group 4. And we will have to wait for the official results, obviously, when it comes. Are there going to be any POV checks, etc.? But let's talk about the MVP from the match here, Daddy from Myth Official. And they've just been dominating here back-to-back.
Yeah, I mean, if the name is Daddy, he has to play like one, and he definitely did. But also, the main playmaker, I have to say, for the side of Myth has to be Detrox. Playing an off position for your team always requires you to take a lot of risk, and the timing of when you decide to take that fight, how you communicate it with your teammates has to be very critical. Detrox, he made it look so easy this entire match, always single-handedly distracting the opposing side, drawing all their attention and allowing his team those free angles to just spray down the opponents.
Exactly. At the same time, so Rivalry, despite starting off with a very, very rough start here, they were able to win their 4v4s against Frostrex Esports and started the journey with only 2 players, somehow survived with placement points and 3 position points and also additional 2 points. I think 1 point here coming from Rivalry, which gets them 8 points, which is good enough to be in the defender side. They are on the 6th position and the cutoff is only 37 points from this group.
Yeah, quite unfortunate, and I think the most unfortunate situation is going to be looking at Dragonclaw on that 7th position because, as you mentioned, Dragonclaw started the day on the 3rd spot with 27 points. In the 3 games that they played, they just were able to secure 5 points today. So, yeah, not really a good day for Dragonclaw, and because of that, I think even they are going to be waiting for the results once they are eventually out. And if you guys are wondering where you can check that, Krafton India Esports. Do make sure to drop a follow on all of our social media.
Yep, but even if there's a couple of POV checks as well here, I think only Dragonclaw and Spirited Team have to count their lucky stars for that to happen as well. For the rest here, especially for the second half, we have Good Luck, V4, TBWB, Urus, 4M, DKS, Blacklist, and also Noble Knights. They're pretty much done. They're out of the competition, so it's a little bit unfortunate. But let's talk about the top 5 players for today itself. And Sawmei now sitting at the tip of the top with that one performance who single-handedly, I think he got 10 finishes from that one game. Yeah. And now tying it with Amol from Frostrex.
I mean, Sawmei always had a lot of expectations to live up to, and I think he always has delivered. Personally, for me, he is one of those star players that you need in your team, a man you can rely on clutch moments. But I think one of the newer names that is very impressive has to be Amog from Frostrex, because we did not expect the kind of individual skills from a team right Frostrex, especially the level of aggression that they've brought from round 2 to round 3. It has been incredible, and this one man, I mean, especially yesterday, was getting a lot of finishes for his team. So incredible run from Amog. I hope he keeps it up in round 4.
Exactly. But at the same time, so you talked about Salme. Obviously, we've seen him over the years as well. He's been very, very consistent. But I'm just very surprised that he hasn't found the right team to walk away with a trophy yet.
Yeah, this could be it, right?
Could be.
We're keeping our fingers crossed.
Hopefully. But good luck to them on towards round 4. But right after this, we're pretty much concluding Group 4. We're going to be watching the remaining 3 matches of Group 3 to see who are our last contenders in towards round 4.
Yeah, and Group 3 is very interesting because it seems like one team is just doing so much better than everyone else, because of which the competition is extremely tight. But it is going to be a while before we show up with the matches for Group 3, because we are going to go on a very short break. Stay tuned. We'll be back after this. Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, we are having an amazing day. It is the last day of round 3, and matches for Group 4 have concluded. We saw 6 teams kind of have a soft little celebration of theirs inside of that last game, but now it is time to begin the end of Group 3 for round 3. It has been an exciting journey, and to make things even fun, we have Necro with us right now. So a little bit of a recap for Group 4 has been given, but I want to talk to you about Group 3, the upcoming group. A team that is sitting on 82 points, Welt Esports, and then everyone else is struggling to find anything in the matches they play.
You talked about the end, and I feel like for this group, the end is going to be Welt Esports. The way they're playing, just farming the elimination points all by themselves, proving that no one in this current round is a competition for them. It's a big statement they're making right now, and I'm pretty sure a lot of those teams that are sitting in the future, they're also studying, well, what exactly different Welt is doing. Every single fight they're taking, they're easily coming out on top. Strategies are on point. The conversation, communication seems on point. Welt Esports is like a well-oiled machine. But hey, if you guys want to look cool inside of the game, get your hands on the Royal Pass. That Rebel Rogue Fox set, which is level 3, looks extremely good.
I mean, it does look pretty amazing as the performance from Welt. And as you were talking about it, I think, if I'm not wrong, they are on a potential hat-trick right now, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
Yep.
Yesterday, they went back-to-back 2 games, which was on the map of both the Erangels.
Yeah.
And now today, they're also going to play once again Erangel. So there's a big chance Welt Esports might just seal their fate, get that hat-trick done for the first time in the BGIS 2026.
And now my question is, like, where are they going to drop in Miramar as well? Because Welt Esports, I think the only problem for them can be caused by the players of Revenant X-Pac. I think that's one team that has showcased a lot of potential, especially in their journey during the grind itself, where they were able to just dominate their particular group. And now here are sitting on the second position, which just does not feel like the right place for a roster that Revenant X-Pac have. So I'm pretty sure they would also try the level best to try and see if they can take a challenge to the players of Welt. But before that, I mean, a performance graph from the top 4 teams of Group 3, and you can see that difference, man. Yeah.
Just look at that difference. 82 points, and the team on the second spot in the overall standings has 33 points. They're not even close, not even on the same level. Welt Esports, They're like gods in this lobby, I'm not going to lie.
Pretty
and
much,
then you've
man.
got Revenant X-Spark on the second, 7RW getting 28 points, EG as well getting 28 points. Anyone other than Welt Esports, their head's still on the swivel. And if Welt Esports wants, they can start targeting Revenant X-Spark and make sure they're not going to qualify.
I think go after anyone they please. Let's see who Welt have a beef against today. But as you mentioned, I mean, that point difference, man. 49 points between the first and the seconds. They could pretty much donate those points and help a few of their friends qualify. But this is basically a highlight montage of Welt Esports and their run yesterday. Because as we mentioned, while it was a back-to-back chicken dinner on the two angles, it wasn't like Rondo was a bad game for the players of Welt Esports. They finished in the top 3 in Rondo as well, and of course had a lot of eliminations in that map.
You want to hear something completely insane and scary? Imagine if Welt Esports starts targeting Revenant X-Spark.
It's going to be
That
fun.
is insane. Yes, it's of course going to be fun, but that is so scary for Revenant X-Spark. Just think about it, right? They've got 33 points on the block. Cutoff is of course going to rise much higher inside of this group compared to the previous ones. Let's just say that the cutoff might just go around 45 points. So the safety block is going to be above 45 points. And if Revenant X-Spark is somehow taken down before they get 45 points in the overall standings, that's exactly what a team like Welt Esports wants. Get rid of the competition as soon as possible.
I think that can work out for the players of Welt going after Revenant X-Spark, but the problem is that Revenant X-Spark also have heavy hitters in their roster. Yesterday, a day where it was quite a rare sight where we did not see Pain actually in his best form. Ninja was the man from the side of Revenant X-Spark who was doing quite well for himself, and we do see Revenant X-Spark on the second, all thanks to those 26 finishes that they have right now. But as you were talking about the cutoff, I think the cutoff is going to be somewhere around 40 points, because in the last few moments of the game, Ultimate Official, even T-Rex, they kind of brought in their true form, were going frag heavy. But I think with what Welt has done is they have pretty much still kept qualification open. A team like INC, if they have a good start on Wrangle, imagine they end a Wrangle with about 20 points. They get 10 finishes and the chicken dinner. They instantly jump to 24 points total tally, and that kind of keeps them in that top 7, top 8 bracket.
And look at the individual players. In this bracket, you've got Welt Esports once again just dominating the starts. 3 players from the top 5 players belong to Welt Esports, which is insane if you think about it. Proton getting 19 frags, Justy as well getting 19. You've got Sham as well coming through from Welt Esports getting 10. Pain right there from Revenant X-Spark, and Ninja 2 from Revenant X-Spark. They've made it inside of the top 5 players. But if Welt keeps on playing the same way, I'm pretty sure 4 out of 5 players are going to be filled with Welt Esports.
I guess so. I think we are going to give it easy to the IGL, right? I mean, Gokul, he's been a veteran. He leads the team pretty well. And if your players, if your fraggers are doing their job, what else do you want? You can take a step back and just make sure that you are maintaining information about your surroundings and keeping the team safe. But those 2 individuals, Proton and Justy from the side of Welt, 38 eliminations on just the 2 of them combined. That's more finishes than the entirety of Revenant X-Spark yesterday.
True, and speaking a little bit more about Gokul, right? Now, going back towards the history of 2025, Gokul, this man used to be part of Diesel Esports, and we all know that was a major flop year for Diesel Esports and even Gokul himself. But now, what a comeback it's been. At the start of the year, dominating in such a way inside of Welt Esports, Gokul is doing a phenomenal job. And one thing is for sure, the hard work's now showing off. At the start of the day, we locked in our predictions. Icy Baby went with EG. I personally went with Welt Esports. Of course, it's not even a question. I'm a big fan of aggression, and Welt Esports is going to show that.
Hey man, I love aggression as well, and that's why I've picked out Revenant X-Spark. But UP50 coming from Fixes. Now, your thoughts on UP50 and their journey yesterday? It was, do you think it was decent? I think
it's a stable performance. I would not say it's the best. It's a stable performance, okayish performance. If they keep on moving up with that same average, easily they will qualify. It's not even a question. But still, all the other teams underneath UP50, though, there's a big chance they might just stamp up the pace, start getting those big games in their hands, and then UP50 can be thrown out.
See, that can be the case, but I disagree with you on one thing. I think, not disagree with you, I agree with you on one thing. In fact, that this performance is stable, but UP50, I think I understand one thing, why Fixes is gone for UP50. Because Sarkar Gaming, I mean, if you remember, back in 2025, 2024, we had this UP50 Sarkar Gaming roster. This is the same roster, it's just that they've dropped that SG tag. Sarkar is still playing and he is a veteran inside of the game. So for a player that's been playing for ages, especially being the IGL, I mean, you are going to have a lot of expectations that at least you should be able to get your team towards the quarterfinals or maybe till the wildcard stages.
And if I'm not wrong, one of them actually retired as well. I think it's KSR, who's not anymore a part of
Yeah,
this banner.
yeah.
So yeah, the man retired last year because he realized that he's been trying for years, but nothing really is happening that well for him. And which makes a lot of sense as well, right? Of course, he's been there inside of the scene trying his best over and over again, but then he just realized that maybe it's too out of hands for him now. But moving the conversation on towards the newer teams on the block, you've also got teams like Zephyr Esports, then you've also got T-Rex. Yesterday we did see a bit of that fighting capability coming through from T-Rex Esports, and I do believe that T-Rex, they definitely do possess the firepower. Now it's time for them to just showcase that consistency.
And especially right now when the gate for the top 6 is still open, because the cutoff, or at least the bracket for the top 6 is still within their reach. As you mentioned, T-Rex and even Arch Rivals for that matter, we saw decent fights a few times here and there from both these two sides. They don't have any placement points right now on the overall leaderboard, but they're kind of in a position from where 10 to 15 points in the first angle of the day can put them inside of the top 6 or can actually help them potentially qualify to the next round, based on how the next Miramars go.
And even Ultima official, right? They should be part of the conversation too. The way they have been playing. Ultima, yesterday we saw them being a part of those fights, and they were actually coming out on top as well. So Ultima, they're definitely going to be the X factor inside of this group. They can get that one big game, instantly propel themselves inside of the top 6 in a really comfortable spot.
I mean, more than their firepower, I think it was the survival instinct from the side of Ultima that kept them in a safer spot. As of now, I think on the 7th position, right, in the overall leaderboard. So, yeah, potential for that promotion for Ultima, the gate is still open. All they have to do is just pick a play style and stick with it. If you're going to play for survival, make sure that up until there are 5 to 6 teams remaining, you still have all 4 players intact. No unnecessary fight, no unnecessary risk taken. Or else, if you're going to go aggressive, if you want to try and test out your firepower, just go at it from the bat itself, like right on the bat. Game begins, you start taking fights.
Now, there's another team that was a major surprise for me personally. That's going to be 7 Royal Warlords. I did not see them just coming inside of the overall standings in such a dominant spot, but hey, they're doing pretty okay for themselves. And I'm pretty sure today we are going to be seeing a lot of comebacks inside of this particular group itself. Who are those teams going to be? Well, let's find out once we dive inside of the first game itself. Planes in the skies once again, but this time on the map of Wrangell, starting all the way from Sosnoka military base towards the opposite side, which is going to be Georgepol. Now this plane flat path heavily tilted towards the left side of the map. If the teams do want to move in towards the extremities like Yasna Polyana, Lipovka, or even Kamishki, that's going to be a tough stretch.
I think one thing I am going to enjoy about Group 3 a little bit more than Group 4 is going to be the aggression. We have witnessed this yesterday as well, with Welt being there, with Reverend X-Park being there, and with Eggy Gaming as well. This is a team that likes to drop clash anyone they can get their hands on. I mean, we all remember the impact Glitch Reborn had to suffer because of that Lipovka situation up until they were forced to move out of Lipovka. So, potential for early fights, especially for those vehicle spawns. For Reverend X-Park, though, I think it should be pretty easy. Just drop west of Farm. You are going to find a few garages there and just take that exit towards Milta early.
Even Welt Esports ejecting outside of the plane, heading towards Corey. Then you've also got TZ right there underneath Welt Esports. And of course, we all want to see Welt just notch up the aggression and start taking fights like crazy. But Welt Esports, they're going to try to think it out. They can also use these grounds as like the practice grounds for the upcoming rounds and see what exactly they can pull off in the future. Maybe try and test new strategies. They can use this as the testing grounds. For TZ, there's also STG in the close proximity, so that's going to be another potential threat for TZ. And the fact that TZ is separated up by a mile, it's not going to go in their favor at all.
That could be the case, but I think we've seen this same strategy from a lot of these teams, especially I think it's Ash who likes to play with this exact same 1-3 split drop. On the other side of things, a little bit more concerned about the two teams that have decided to head up towards the northern half of the map. Hunter Esports, one of those names. And just a little bit north of them, you have Ultima Official. STG, since yesterday, they've just been sticking to the water. Are they playing BGMI or is this a pirate simulator?
Well, this is definitely not the boat a pirate likes. That's for sure.
True.
7RW already kicking things off. EG dropping down in bodies. Not the ideal start that EG wanted. But for 7RW, that's going to be a free elimination point that they've just got their hands on. 29 eliminations, or 29 points in total in the overall standings, and 1 elimination to claim from this game itself. Xenox, the man's off to a fantastic start. But looking at the boys of Eggy Gaming, that's probably a nightmare. That's just came inside of the picture. How is now Eggy going to calibrate?
Eggy, I think safety for them is going to be about 15 points. They have 3 games to pull it off. Now down a player. Oh my goodness, this is not good. Necro, they started the game with a player down. Now they're just left with 2.
What? Oh no. Eggy, a 2-man squad. This is even worse.
Yeah.
It's just Eggy and Ralph himself just standing alive, and I highly doubt now with a 2-man squad securing the amount of points that you need to, it's going to be possible. So yeah, now it just gets even tougher. We've also got T-Rex on the screen, and for T-Rex, Yasna Polyana, they've contested it. INC in the close proximity, and INC as of now, I highly doubt they're going to be the one to challenge a team like T-Rex. As I mentioned a while ago, T-Rex's firepower is definitely there. They just need to find that consistency. They're not stable.
Yeah, but let's see what the move from INC is going to be like, because as we were talking about before jumping into the match, INC, for them to be able to kick off a comeback, they need to do well in this map of Wrangle. Right now, INC sitting dead last in the overall leaderboard with just 4 points from the matches played yesterday. But as you also mentioned, T-Rex, they have decent amount of firepower within their roster, so if INC make a single mistake, they might just end up giving more points to the players of T-Rex, which they are definitely going to be quite grateful for. But we move again towards Query and a team that has been dominating since yesterday, Welt Esports. This time off to a much slower start, I have to say. Although they are making a few cheeky moves, having sent one of their players towards STG, towards Primos, just to check if anyone was there. And I believe they might have some information about the players of STG.
They definitely do. I'm pretty sure Welt Esports saw 2 teams dropping in the nearby area. But Welt, they've just got different intentions. Probably don't even care about them, honestly. Just want to move inside of the circle, play around the centric parts, maybe take a few fights, see whose game they can really ruin. And I just want to see a good fight between Revenant X-Spark and Welt Esports. Since these 2 teams are supposed to be the best teams in this lobby, I just want to see them duke it out against each other. Yesterday, Welt Esports, they've got the advantage. Currently, Welt Esports is leading that duel. But is Revenant X-Spark going to make that comeback?
I think there's a lot of potential for the comeback for Revenant X-Spark, but it will be still difficult to catch up to the players of Welt. Although Arc Rivals on our screens now on the 8th position in the overall leaderboard. And a decent spot inside of this game, I have to say, close to the center of the circle. And if you look at the radar, there's UP50 approaching them from the back lines. There's potential for Arc Rivals to try and see if they can catch a few individuals off guard. But UP50, they just dip out instantly for the high ground.
UP50 on the move. And as of now, for them, they're around the centric part as well off the circle. But where are they going to settle down? That's the main question. Every single team is just waiting for the next circle to pop up. That's going to be the main revealer. But where's the circle going to go?
And I'm just hoping that we get to see those hard shifts early like we did in the 3rd angle of the day yesterday. That one was intense. And if that happens in a game like this, I would love to see how Welt Esports reacts. Because yesterday, I think the strategy was pretty simple. Clear the edge first and then move in, especially starting Stage 3, Stage 4 onwards. This time around, they're moving for the center a little bit early, considering that Gutka is an open field, and it's easy for you to scout positions if you have control of Gutka super early in the game, which is what Welt had for themselves. And now, as we see on the radar, they're moving towards Pochinki. Potential fight against the players of TZ, or maybe Arch Rivals, but Arch Rivals are, well, that is exactly where they're trying to approach. But where's UP50 gone?
Good question. UP50 is actually around the right side. You can see it on the off-centric area. Right there. They're right next to T-Rex.
They've gone for the potato hill.
That's where they want to play around. But there's also T-Rex nearby, so you cannot just go and contest it. You will have to go for a fight no matter what. Your Esports, it's been a slow start for them. Actually, this has been quite a slow lobby if you think about it. We're just seeing EG, who has taken a bit of that hurt. That's it. Just one elimination point secured so far. That too by the boys of 7RW.
Yeah.
Other than that, it's been a really slow game of Erangel.
I think it's just the space-centric circle. Means a lot of terrain for everyone to just find a decent spot, at least as far as the early stages of the game are considered. But if we keep getting centric shifts after centric shifts, and the circle is always between Potato Hill and Pochinki, and that's just going to mean that stage 4, stage 5 transition are going to be brutal on everyone. But let's see, stage 2 also equally important. And it's going to be a centric one again.
Wow.
So not a lot of pressure on anyone apart from TBL, INC, STG maybe.
Potato Hill.
And look at Zephyr though. Zephyr is about to run into the players of Revenant Xbox. That's going to be quite bad for them.
They're just camping the bridge. That's what's happening at Zephyr. They should realize it as soon as possible. Are they going to move up that same bridge? And I'm pretty sure they do realize it. But still, being bridge camped by a team like Revenant X-Park, that's never going to be a good thing for you. Zephyr might just want to move up that bridge. They're really tempted. Just want to make that rotation. Looking at the boys of Hunters Esports, they've got different intentions in their mind. Driving the vehicle around the edges. They're still around another side. Centric part already being contested. And for Zephyr, they've sent one vehicle in the front. And that man's going to fall prey soon. He's like the sacrificial lamb. Moving slowly and steadily. He's bobbing and weaving constantly. And Trace is not even going for those shots. Oh my god, this is brilliant from Trace. He's waiting for the remaining players to walk in his wall. Revenant X-Park, they haven't even revealed their position yet. They're waiting for Zephyr to fall in the trap. And that's what's happening. Zephyr, they're buying it. Another man spotted in the front. Now the shot's taken. And this one's going to be the casualty. The second man as well. He's taken down real low. Stops the vehicle midway off the bridge. And Zephyr, they're starting to fall prey.
Oh, Abhi, I wonder if he's going to be able to survive this. It's a simple no from Trace. The second finish secured by Revenant X-Park. Very patient, very cheeky with that play. And now they're going to find that third man as well, the one they let go of. I just feel bad for the players of Zephyr Esports. Revenant X-Park using the fact that they have an advantage against the rest of the lobby to full use. They know they don't have to proactively look for plays. They just let the opponents come towards them and then just easily finish them off. A perfect trap and a perfect execution.
Yeah, that's probably like one of the worst possible things that can really happen to you. And the way the man played it as well, that was a perfect trap that was set up. Did not even take a single shot on the guy who moved in first. Waited for the second guy as well to walk through that bridge. And the moment that happened, the moment he saw that vehicle, he started taking those shots. And off the rib, Zephyr losing out on 3 men. One of the worst possible things. But for Revenant X-Park, they've got themselves a really good spot to play with. Around the farm side, they pretty much control the entirety of the southern side. Or on the bottom right. There's also a team like TZ. But I highly doubt for Revenant X-Park they even care. They're just going to be sitting around that farms area and see where the next circle is going to be shifting. And it's going to be centering on up once again. In my opinion, the power position is still going to be that Potato Hill.
Yeah, it definitely is, but it might just become extremely difficult for Hunter Esports to hold on to that spot for a long time. But STG, a collision against the players of Wealth. They found an opening, and it's the big man, Justy, who's been knocked out. Maxioso, he's fighting for his life. Does not really succeed. STG, they find those picks. But Wealth, they're starting to struggle. Proton has been dropped extremely low. Gokul is there in the back line providing some support. Wealth still trying the level best to reset. And I believe they found one out of nowhere. Signed to Gods down to the last man. And from the back lines, it's going to be Super Esports that show up for the cleanup, securing 1 point but saving Wealth Esports.
Wealth are just too good. Even when they started things off with a man disadvantage, they still won that fight.
Yeah,
And for a moment, we thought Welt is done for.
I was hoping they were.
The fight was taken down to a 2-on-3 for an instant, and Welt Esports out of nowhere. The moment you blink and you will see Welt Esports in the advantage. They flip the odds, they flip the table every single time. But now Super Esports, they want to jump inside of the fight as well. Maybe stop the Welt Esports actually doing anything. But Welt Esports, they're just going to try to move away from that spot because they know they're already hurt. Looking at T-Rex, even the compound, it's getting breached on by the opponents. T-Rex Esports, what a knock this was! Crazy stuff. This is what you call mechanics on point. Luffy, though, the man's already taken too much damage, and he's just bandaging himself up. No first aids available. T-Rex, the utilities as well, finding the proper connection, and just like that, TBL, they have been eliminated from the game. What just stung them?
Man, what an impressive turn of events from the players of T-Rex, showcasing the firepower, the coordination in that fight. But Super Esports, it seems like they do not want to let go of the players of Welt. Still on the hunt, still on the chase, and Welt might just lure them into a cluster as Welt also are getting extremely close to the players of UP50. But Super Esports, I wonder for how long are they just going to commit to try and see if they can pick off Welt Esports. Gokul stays back, hiding behind the smoke. He's putting some pressure on the players of Super Esports. If they push, they're going to have to stop in their tracks to take that fight, and Welt, I mean, they have incredible athletes, so they might just be able to turn that around.
So this lobby's weird. We're not really seeing the individual players getting picked off. Instead, we're seeing a burst of action, and the moment that happens, a team just gets eliminated.
Yeah, because it's just team fights. No one's
Yeah.
fighting alone.
And that's a good thing if you think about it.
Yep.
A burst fight that happens, and you will instantly see a team getting eliminated. Teams are committing to fights, which is a good thing in my opinion. Not just backing away, showing their backs to a fight. And Welt Esports, the way they converted this fight, definitely one of the most impressive stuff. Yeah, from the back, it was that final man getting shot at by Super Esports. That's a whole different thing, but still 3 players were taken care of by Welt Esports, even though they had a man disadvantage.
Exactly what I was about to say, that even though the last finish was picked up by Super Esports, the fight was still a 2 versus 1 in the favor of Welt. So as you said, brilliant retaliation, brilliant turnaround potential put to use from Welt Esports, but look at them moving up north. They are going to get sandwiched between Hunter Esports, Arc Rivals, and your Esports. And Super Esports on the other side, stuck towards the southwestern edge of the circle. In the meanwhile, we have Zephyr forced for an early exit. What just happened to them? Last player also got picked off.
Yeah, I mean, Revan and X-Park, they really left him in a dust. And now looking at Welt Esports, yeah, for them as well, this fight, not looking too great. But Welt Esports just does not even care, if you think about it. Maxioso, the only person standing in the back lines, the way they were also rotating on the map, that clearly just told us that Welt Esports do not care. They just want to take fights, and they just want to deal damage to the lobby. Is Maxioso really going to be a troublemaker, though? His position's compromised. That's just one tree to play with, and he's constantly just tossing those nades, spamming them. But Maxioso now backs away. He does not even have any sort of utilities to play with. As Super Esports, they ram their vehicles on this compound. And for Super Esports, they've already got a man disadvantage. Even Wayne gets taken down real low, but still, the retaliation, that comes inside of the picture. Now the boys starting to drop down, and slowly and steadily, even Super Esports starting to choke the fight. But this S12K, it was clicking, but it's UP50 who do come out on top.
Man, they somehow managed to beautifully bait one player from the side of UP50, but weren't really able to handle the rest of the lads when they came knocking out that house. And Super Esports forced into an early exit. What is going on in this game? There are 2 fragments to the teams that have been eliminated. One is Revenant X-Pac, who was sitting on the 2nd position, and the other 4 names are outside of the top 6. Not really the start that Zephyr, TBL, Super Esports, or STG were looking to have on Wrangle today. And I think based on where they are after this match, their chances of qualification are going to be extremely, extremely slim.
And once again, we saw a burst of action. Another team got picked off. It's just proper team fights that are happening. But hey, if you guys want to look pretty cool inside of your games and not have those default classic skins, you might as well want to check out that Porsche in the game itself. try and get your hands onto it. The speed drift is available.
We are seeing a lot of players use the GT3, I believe, these days, and of course looks quite pretty, but yeah, that's stuck. Is it?
No, it's not.
All right. Oh, for a second I felt it was he got that stuck somehow.
No.
But 7 Royal Warlords, we spoke about them for a bit at the start of the day. Incredible run yesterday. I think, we saw them secure a chicken dinner as well in Rondo itself, and because of that, they were able to stick around in the overall leaderboard top 3. But today, they are taking their sweet time as far as their run on Erangel is considered. And a recap of UP50 versus Super Esports. Once they got stuck outside of that house and UP50 got the upper hand, there was no coming back for Super Esports.
Maxioso, the only person still standing, by the way. Well, technically prone, but
yeah.
he's still alive. Looking at Archival. For them, they've managed to acquire 1 finish point. For Archrival, yeah, yesterday's day was okay. Not too bad, not too good. But getting 14 points at the span of 3 games, that is concerning. They need to double that average. Then only they can actually stand a chance to qualify towards the upcoming rounds. And look at UP50 straight up just sending it against the boys of Eggy. But Eggy himself is actually able to thread that needle. First knock already found. And now for UP50 to try and turn the tides, it just gets even more impossible. Ralph, the only person left standing, and he does not even have a lot of HP to play with. Pinned in a corner, he's only got 4 shells in the shotgun. He needs to go for a fresh one. But there we go, Ralph. He pops another man. Instantly hands out the death blow as well. It will be UP50 to come out on top, but the damage is already done.
Yeah, they're down to the last man, and your Esports show up with the perfect timing for the third party, Z-Lord. He should not be able to survive this for a long time. Just a sliver of HP on him. His teammates are gone. Your Esports, they have him surrounded towards the southwestern edge of the circle. He still finds one, looking for that point. Every single finish matters for them.
Oh my
6
God,
eliminations secured. Somehow Z-Lord does still manage to stay alive. He needs to put on that first aid, needs the HP back up. The nades are being cooked by the players of your Esports, and there's one man right behind him. Z-Lord completely misses him inside of the smoke. The shotgun, he gets one more, and one after the other. Your Esports, they are just getting crumbled to pieces. He found those knocks. How did he make it happen?
Oh my God, a blunder from your Esports. That was a team nade.
Oh no.
And because of that, Lord just got a chance to activate the clutch. Boy, oh boy, your Esports, how can you mess up a scenario like that? It was a 1-on-4. That's never supposed to happen.
Did they not hear him jump inside the window?
I just think that was super unexpected. I'm pretty sure they heard it, and that's why they panicked and accidentally team-naded. That's what happened. The moment he jumped in, his teammate tossed a nade inside of the house, but that nade actually got the man who was in the house. So that's why that team nade happened. It just blows, really blows. Your Esports, a game that could have been a potential comeback game for them, now it's down the drain. Just one man alive.
And UP50, they get an opportunity to celebrate because now they take a jump to the top 4, and your Esports, their journey just ends because that last man apparently tried to run for his life and just got picked off mid-rotation.
That is just unreal what happened. And now UP50, they actually got 7 elimination points out of this game as well. If the man is able to stay alive in the final few moments too, that's just going to be the added placement points, and that's going to be the average reached.
I have very little hope left, Necro, for anyone outside of the top 10 after this game, and especially with how we have seen them take these fights.
I know, right? It's been a quick burst, and we're just seeing teams getting wiped out. It's really been disappointing as well, I'm not going to lie. Well, Esports, that's arch rival in the front. Maxioso, he's got every single intel right in front of him, available, but he's still not even going for a single pounce. Looking at Flash, he's checking the back lines, making sure no one's there on the backstab. But what do you know, Flash? There's already a man waiting for you to be lackluster. And the moment that happens, he's going to go for that strike. And that man is quite venomous too. It's Maxioso.
The only thing stopping Maxioso is the fact that he's all alone. He's going to wait for arch rivals to get distracted. and maybe a few of their players go down to Welt. They can get a few extra finishes, but Ultimate Official up against T-Rex Esports. A lot of util exchange, and Ultimate Official, they've taken some damage, but Rex, he needs to be cautious. He's way too close for comfort, and Dominic, he's armed with the P90 as well. Look at the amount of nades they have lobbed in, but haven't managed to catch a single player from Ultimate Official off guard. But now, finally, it's going to be down to those weapons, and from the distance, Skell finds the first knock onto the players of T-Rex. Rex falls, but the trades are being brought on the board. And Dominic, he panics, runs into the corner with that P90. A big playmaking opportunity just completely not being put to use.
What just happened? Okay, so the man from T-Rex actually just blew himself up. And because of that, the fight just got even tougher. There's that one man from Ultima up top. But how is he going to play this one out? He's doing a brilliant job of repositioning over and over again. And once again, Zuxi tossing another nade. It's not doing anything yet. He's got this one final frag grenade, and if this one's not going to be tossed to perfection, it's done for. But this one will connect. Exactly what the man was searching for. The final player of Ultima is right there on the opposite side, but even he's not doing anything yet. Blows up that vehicle in the front. Now he's got a solid cover to play with, but he's also getting shot at from the sidelines. T-Rex, solid stuff, and look at them getting 10 frags on the board.
Yeah, I think this is the performance we needed from the players of T-Rex, and we expected this as well, but no time to celebrate, as it is the 7 Royal Warlords that come knocking on their door. Rex, the first man to hit the floor, and the other 2 players with their position in the Wizard Tower compromised. I think might not be able to survive for a long time in this match. Flash in a range to lob those nades. And T-Rex, they are hoping for a reset, but it is not going to be easy. Luffy doing a phenomenal job of keeping 7 Royal Warlords pinned so that they can't jump throw that nade. That's all he needs to do. Denied the jump throw, and he does. The revive comes through for Rex.
Oh my god, the circle actually favoring the boys of T-Rex as well. It's right with them. T-Rex is going to have a little bit of that edge of the circle to play with. The only contender next to them is going to be 7 Royal Warlords. And have a look at the replay of how exactly Maxioso was taken down. In that one spray transfer, he was able to shut down 2 players. And in the end was also pinned, nowhere to go. But at least he was able to shut down 2 players, or at least get them knocked out. Arch rival is able to recover, but they've still lost out on that one valuable man.
And Arch Rivals, they're also one of those names that need the chicken dinner to find themselves in the fighting position for top 6. 4-man unit still present in this game. Going after the players of Hunter Esports, they have them spotted out. The DP shots connect, but Venom, he lets go of the trigger. And Hunter Esports, the retaliation is going to be brilliant. Arch Rivals are starting to fall. And Hunter Esports, they brought this fight in their favor. Drax, the last man, also gets picked up. And Hunter Esports now, they have to get a reset going. It's just the last man left alive. And with INC distracted, I think they might just get these revives.
INC, 4 players standing next to each other. And look at that person out in the open. There we go. That's going to be the first man knocked out. Pegasus. Confirmation actually should have followed up as well. Man has taken heavy damage upon himself. 7RW just constantly spamming away from the position they've got. All the way in the back lines, they've got a general view of everything. And now even INC stepping inside of the playing field. Proton, what an 8 that was. Mafia shut down. Hunter Esports. There's just about 1 man in the front. They've still got 2 more players standing, but Hunt, considering they're on the 6th spot, Hunt needs every single point they can gather. Because a team like T-Rex is closing it from the back.
What is INC doing though? They're completely getting baited by the players of Hunter Esports. Just running out into the open with a nade in your hands. That's never a good idea. And Hunter Esports, I have to say, they are playing chess while INC is playing checkers. They sacrificed 1 player so they can have 3 men still left for the end game of this match. But again, one of the top contenders for the chicken dinner right now, I think for me, it has to be 7 Royal Warlords. Just because of the impressive performance we have seen from them yesterday, and even now in this particular match of Wrangle, they're doing pretty well. Strategies, game plan, They're playing textbook right now, taking care of the immediate threat up front. Nade a little overcooked, but maybe the second one will make contact. Oh no, it ricochets off the tree.
And he got scared. Does he know it was his own nade? I don't think
so. Yeah, I don't think he does.
Yeah, so that's why he just backed away. He thought that he's getting return naded by the opponents, and he just ran away. Was scared. He did not know that was his own nade.
But still a safer approach. Mentality of a winner.
I know, right? Stay away from all the chaos, stay away from all the action. That's what the previous lobby was doing, and that's why now majority of the teams are not going to be seen in the upcoming rounds.
Hey, but you're talking about 7 Royal Warlords. They have 11 eliminations, so you can't really say that they stay away from the action.
And as of now, they're actually taking a fight against INC too. If you really want to pick and choose your fights, going against a team like INC should be an easy thing to do. INC's already struggling in the overall standings. They don't even have a lot of elimination points. So they're not one of those deadly teams if you think about it. Hunter Esports, oh, they mess up. Big Man was knocked out. INC, if they want, they can pounce up now. This is going to be the right opportunity for them to make it happen. But INC's just too passive. And this is why I'm saying INC, they're just not that deadly.
Yeah, I mean, they should have gone after Hunter Esports right after Hunter was done with their fight against arch rivals. Because Hunter Esports was down to just one man left standing. And INC, had they just lobbed a nade or a Molotov, they could have secured so many extra points in this game right now. But they are sitting at just 2 finishes. 7 Royal Warlords forced out into the open, all thanks to the pressure from the blue zone. But they don't feel any pressure as far as their qualification is concerned. Because sitting on the second in the overall leaderboard right now, they are in a pretty decent spot. Hunter Esports on the other side. We saw that conflict against the players of T-Rex a few moments ago. And Hunters lost a man in that conflict. But if they take out T-Rex, they're taking out their direct competition for the top 6.
INC's now starting to pepper those shots. 7RW, they're just getting knocked out. Slowly and steadily, they're losing the man number. 2 players are knocked out. The confirmations, though, stolen by the boys of Hunter Esports. These elimination points, they're definitely going to go a long way. For INC, they're struggling for points. Even though they were actually able to shut down 2 of the players from 7RW, but still, no confirmations followed up. It was Hunter Esports who were just constantly stealing those elimination points away. And Hunter Esports now, they're also getting shot at by the lads of INC. Another man knocked out, Hunter Esports. There's just one man standing. What can he really do? Can he be the difference maker? That's what I'm asking. And no, it's going to be the answer, as INC will be the one to come out on top in that fight.
We asked for 20 points from INC. They're going to end this game with 16 points. Finishing off the last man from the side of T-Rex Esports if they can. Oh, that nade is good, and it does close out the match. So 16 points on the board for the players of INC. Not really the worst performance, but not the best either. Although Necro, going into the next 2 matches, this does give them a lot of hope for survival and for qualification into round 4, straight up in the top 6.
It definitely gives them a lot of advantage. And for INC, yes, these 16 points, they're not going to be enough, but we know it's a good start to the day.
Exactly.
It's just the start. They've got the momentum with them. INC, all they need to do is just keep on playing the same way. But if you want me to be honest, the way they are playing, I don't know if that play style is going to find a lot of success.
I agree with you on that, because target prioritization is not looking good. I mean, it is good that the players are covering for each other. They're not getting too far away from each other so that they can fight together as a unit. But they need to prioritize the right target at the right time. There was so much potential points that they missed out on. The fight against Hunter Esports, had that been taken earlier, they could have secured points there. Had they completely committed to the fight against the players of 7 Royal Warlords, they could have secured 3 points there as well. But again, INC lost a lot of points between these 2 teams because they were just stealing everything away amongst each other.
Yeah, indeed they were. I mean, INC in the end, Terminator just pushed up close and Personal eliminated that last man as well. And T-Rex's good performance, we saw this coming too. We had a conversation about this team even before the game even started. And I mentioned this, T-Rex, they're definitely part of those fights. They've got the firepower. They just need to find a consistent string. They've got a lot of points in that game. And T-Rex just needs to move up with that same momentum and that same flow.
Exactly. I think this is one of the teams that might just shut down the hope for qualification for teams like INC, for teams like Arch Rivals, for teams like Ultimate Official, because as we were talking about it as well, good firepower for T-Rex, not afraid to run into the action. And one thing they were missing was placement points, which they have kicked things off with this particular game. A top 2 finish is not too shabby. Now the question is, can you finish top 3 again and again in the upcoming 2 Miramars?
That's definitely a good question. But speaking of INC once again, now they've got 20 points in total inside of the overall standings. And if you ask me, they're still pretty far away from actually breaching inside of the top 6. They need another game just like that to actually breach in that top 6, and then maybe they can do something better.
But I think this is just a good start, right? I think they're going to be in the top 10 in the overall leaderboard. At least that is where I expect them to be. But before we actually have a look at the rankings, let's have a look at the stats of individuals. We have the MVP of the last match on our screens right now, and it is going to be a man from 7, Royal Warlords, Antique, who gets 6 eliminations for his team. Then you have Zaxi from T-Rex with 5, Z-Lord from UP50 with 5. I keep getting confused looking at SG. But we have Spark OG from Hunter Esports with 4, and then again Xenox from the side of 7 Royal Warlords
Yeah,
with 3.
3 elimination points secured from Xenox too. You move on towards the point standings. T-Rex getting 17 points in total, INC getting 16, 7RW getting 16 as well, Hunter Esports getting 12 to himself, and UP50 getting 10. It's just the top 5 teams that have gotten any sort of good points. If you look underneath that, everyone is struggling. Look at that dip in the points as well. It's like every single vacuum was created by the top 5 teams, and the other teams were just not able to get their hands on the points. And I guess a big thank for the burst of actions we're seeing as well. We're seeing that action happen, and instantly a team was getting wiped out.
Yeah, but okay, think about this. Revenant X-Park, Welt are way too far up on the overall leaderboard, and same goes for 7 Royal Warlords. UP50 in this one have a decent game, so they will end up protecting their spot inside of the top 6 along with Hunter Esports. The one team that might be headed down the same trajectory as Dragonclaw Esports from the previous group, it's going to be Eggy Gaming, surprisingly, because Eggy just was able to secure 2 points in the overall leaderboard, and now they are on the 6th.
So first of all, Eggy just needs to play with a 4-man squad. You cannot play
Yeah,
a
first of
tournament
all,
with a 3-man squad. It's impossible. And if you're going to try to play with a 3-man squad, you got to be safe. That's it. You need to play it passive. You need to play that game defensive. And that's what Eggy was trying to do as well. But the way they got contested by UP50, that's what really caught the boys of Eggy Gaming off guard.
But look at INC, man. From the 16th to the 8th position, they have cut out half the competition. Now they're about... let's just say, as of now, they're 10 points shy of that 6th position, with T-Rex just being a point away from Eggy Gaming. And of course, that doesn't take away the threat from Revenant X-Park, Hunter Esports, UP50 as well, because even Revenant X-Park are at 37. Necro, if things don't go well for Revenant X-Park in the other 2 matches, they can be kicked out.
They can be kicked out. But it's still a big can. If you think about it, there's still a big separation between the 8th and the 6th spot. There's 10 points separating.
Yes.
And for a team like INC to get their hands on those 10 points, they will be sweating.
There is 11 points between, I think, T-Rex and Revenant X-Park, if I'm not wrong then.
Yes.
So now the problem is that, as you said, Revenant X-Park, they can be kicked out. It's a big can. It's a big can of worms, I tell you.
But the good thing for Revenant X-Park is that we are seeing a clear vacuum being created from the side of top 7 in this lobby. So there's only one slot that can be realistically shuffled. And if Revenant X-Park is going to find themselves on the edge, on the brink of death, which is pretty much on the 6th spot, then only they will be kicked out. But if they're going to find themselves even on the 5th, they will be safe.
I think now might be the time for Revenant X-Park to bring in that RNTX playstyle of Miramar and just drop clash team after team to try and shut them down early. And since you said, as you mentioned correctly, that the fight is between the top 7, they got to pick one of the top 7 teams, man. Ignore 7 Royal Warlords and Welt, and then you are just down to 4 more teams to go after.
Or maybe just drop clash the weaker team. Simple. If you know a team is weak enough, just go and drop clash them. You've got the firepower, come out on top. But enough conversations for now. Let's move on to a short break.
journey begins. As the rider breathes, the path bows. Limits? They're just marks in the dust. Because in the battlegrounds, there are no limits. Ride beyond limits.
Welcome back after that short break, and now it's IC with me on the panel. And IC, yes, after watching that game, Walt Esports, yes, not a good performance from them, but they do not even care. But a good performance came through from a team like INC. Now they've propelled themselves on the 7th spot, which is a good thing.
I was expecting World Esports to completely dominate the lobby again here. Yes, arguably they don't need the points in general, but I feel like World Esports has been competing at a stage where they're trying to make a statement for how well this team can progress in the future itself. But again, you know, great comebacks coming from INC, great comebacks from T-Rex Esports as well, because now the competition is going to be a little bit trickier to play again.
Yeah, and for RTX as well, the qualifications is definitely looking pretty tricky the way they're playing. But hey, something else that's looking pretty smooth on the screen, that's going to be these two bikes that you see. Roland Field and BGMI collaboration is out there, so head inside of the game and try and get your hands on the Classic 350 or the Continental GT 650. But back towards the conversation once again, right? As I mentioned, for Revenant X Spark, if they keep on following that same pathway, we might see them getting eliminated. But there was also a theory. I was having a discussion with Johnny, and I was mentioning this. Imagine if Walt Esports drop clashes on RTX and they get rid of the competition early on. What are your thoughts about that?
It could happen. It could make a lot of enemies as well, but at the same time, it would give us a little bit of masala, which is something that I'm looking forward to as well. But all things considered, Revenant X Spark does not have a good track record in Miramar in particular because of certain sister esports during the grind stages, but hopefully they do have their experience to actually push their way through towards this game, considering that they do have the most amount of experience in this lobby. But let's talk about a little bit of substitution. Yes, seems like Sign to Gods is going to be swapping out Mercy. No, actually,
swapping in Mercy.
Yeah, swapping in
for
Mercy
Extreme.
for Extreme. Okay.
Yeah, which is interesting, right? Sign to Gods, they've realized that maybe this playing four is not able to bring in the results that are really needed, and that's why now they've brought in Mercy. Now, once again, we haven't really gotten a proper research on this team yet, so we cannot say what sort of an effect this swap is going to be having inside of the main playing four. But I'm pretty sure the IGL knows what he's doing, and he's probably doing it for the better.
I think now this is going to be a very important match for certain teams in particular. Maybe not for match 6 here. Match 5 in particular for Welt Esports, they are going to be practicing Miramar a little bit more. Like, I think Welt Esports, yes, they don't really need the points, but Miramar is the only map they need more experience because they've played so many Erangel as well. So for them to drop their ball just now, it's fine. It's okay. They fixed Rondo, they fixed Erangel. Now they need to focus on Miramar, so I'm expecting Welt to pull a big one. And like you said, it might happen. Drop clash may happen.
Definitely, it can happen, and there are still a few teams like Hunter Esports and T-Rex starting to wake up. But for now, let's move on towards the upcoming map, which is going to be the map of the plains and the skies once again in the deserty lands, and this one's going to be an interesting game. Miramar is usually supposed to be a slow-paced map, but the way the previous game of Wrangle was going, it was pretty slow-paced too. But I would love to see a few drop clashes. Maybe Walt Esports going for an aggressive start inside of the game. Maybe Revenant X Spark as well, flipping the switch and notching up that aggression. Anything can happen.
Well, the difference between Group 3 and Group 4 tends to be a little bit more passive based on yesterday's performance, but today, you know, desperation calls for desperate measures. You have to go all in or out. But in this lobby in particular, even from the first map of Rondo, even from Erangel as well, whenever a drop clash happens, it will pretty much conclude the fight here. They are going to try and kick them off the drop spot. And also, one more point is that this is going to be their first time playing together in this group, in the map of Miramar. So we are going to be expecting a lot of drop clashes. And right from the get-go, I think I do see a team heading towards San Martin. Maybe UP50 may consider dropping Clash on Revenant X Park. But seems like the only color blue is heading towards Picada. So Revenant X Park is not going to be contested this game.
That's Hunters Esports and Zephyr next to each other. And then you've also got another team, which is going to be EG in the close proximity. Underneath Oasis. Welt Esports towards Hacienda del Patron and San Martin. You've also got Your Esports. The previous game, the way Your Esports really bombed that fight. Man, oh man, that was never supposed to happen. It was a 1-on-4, and Your Esports, they lost it because of a team nade.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate. But for all things considered here, Iggy on the chopping block right now on top 6 here with 30 points. They started the day pretty okay yesterday. But today, things has been taking a little bit dump. But it's only first game. Hopefully, I would say the nervous jitters are pretty much gone away here, for at least for this game. But based on what I'm seeing from the map itself here, Iggy is in a very tricky situation just because there's a lot of teams up towards the north side. But if you put it from an positive, opportunistic situation of a perspective, right? If you wipe out all those 3 teams out of north, that's 12 points in the bag.
You're being too optimistic.
Yeah.
But hey, T-Rex, for them, optimism now, that's going to be missing. Big man down. T-Rex now closing in. Luffy, he wants to hand out that revival. Abhi and the boys pushing in tandem. Super Esports, desperate for points. They're going to make that pounce on the foes in the front. Position compromised its wall, and that's a beautiful knock. T-Rex, the previous game was phenomenal, but now this game, it might just be down the drain, and that's what's happening with them. T-Rex messed up big. They had a chance to actually breach. It's out of the top 6, but now they might just be stuck with 29 points.
Now we talk about drop clashes as well. We have 3 teams inside Los Leonas, and arguably it is one of the toughest ones to trying to play with just because there's a lot of window to work with. But I like how Super Esports, they caught wind onto 2 players, and they were 4-man stacking, and they went for the push and pressure. And 2 of the players from T-Rex just could not respond in time, and that's going to be something that Zuxi has to probably play for his life here. And little do they know, as much as he's looting here, he needs to figure out an exit strategy and regroup his teammates. But for now, T-Rex, they are off in one of the most rockiest start ever. 3 minutes in game, 2 men down, no vehicles, surrounded by enemies inside Los Leonas. Tough part is not enough manpower to kind of get information around him. So this is going to take some time here, at least for T-Rex Esports, before they actually disengage from this fight. But aside from Los Leonas, not much drop clash. Iggy is uncontested up north. Zephyr is okay. Welt is okay as well. And even for UP50, in this case, they do have a very, very safe drop here onto his bow grid. But the circle is in a very open area, I would say.
It is.
Yeah, it's pushing all the way to the east side. And those mountain terrains on top of Minas is going to be a hot spot here to try and contest for if you want to play high ground, if the circle shifts up north. But if the circle decides to push into Los Leonas, which we haven't seen in a while, we've seen it a lot last year. But if that does happen, well, we're going to be expecting a long, drawn-out game of urban warfare, which I think Welt isn't too happy about that. But again, it's a good time to practice, though.
Yeah, of course it is. Welt Esports getting back in the vehicles now once again. Rotation's going to be the main priority. They've already got all the 4 players inside of San Martin, so rotating is not going to be too tough. Also, they seem pretty stacked up with the loadout. Looking at the side of El Pozo, there's a team like TBL as well standing there. And a lot of these teams haven't even started making the moves yet. They're still taking their sweet little time. The elimination feed as well finally starting to pop off. Those little pops, exactly what we're looking for. Super Esports is hunting down T-Rex. Who would have thought this is going to happen? Super Esports really just munching on the opponents.
Oh, they're about to go extinct like this as well. 3 down, 1 more to go. And Super Esports definitely giving us a super performance here, as they're going to be cleaning out the remaining players of potentially T-Rex as they continue to clean out compound by compound inside Los Leonas. But INC, they have not made their mark yet, which is interesting. They've heard all these commotions, and INC is doing a fantastic job trying to dodge them. As you can see, even Pegasus is going to be the closest coming from INC. They heard gunshots from there, immediately pulls away from the other side of the compound to try and run towards the west side. Viper drove in to try and scout out the vicinity, but INC, they will have dibs on those vehicles first, while Super Esports is still on the hunt for a vehicle for themselves.
Well, Esports, if you look at them, now around Hacienda del Patron, finally rotating. They were unsettled. Lost Leonas still, that trifecta of death is being maintained. TZ2 now starting to close in, slowly and steadily, but TZ is way too far back in the overall standings. And they need a massive game. That's the only way they can pull off a comeback. Revenant X-Park heading towards La Benedita. There's arch rivals in the proximity. For Revenant X-Park, they need to be a little bit aggressive too. You cannot just keep on playing passive. You saw what exactly happened in the previous game. TBL all the way towards El Pozo once again. What are they even looting for?
Ooh. I think just playing safe is going to be an option here, considering that this circle does have a little bit of a longer duration. I would say a lot of entry points actually go in as well. You don't really need to rush into his Miramar rather early because of a lot of mountains to work with. There's a lot of space you will work with. Lost Leonas up to go for as well. So it's not that bad for TBL at least to actually rotate in. They can even tank the zone for at least at the circle 3 before they make their move. But now I want to pay attention a little bit more towards 7 Royal Warlords Esports. This is a good team that, you know, they did get themselves a chicken dinner yesterday. And after that, just took a little bit of a huge tumble this game. And I think they are in a situation where, oh, wait, I've got 44 points. Not too bad. They made a little bit comeback, overshot a Revenant Export, which was good, if you think about it, because in that one match, they got themselves 22 points, which is pretty impressive, I would say.
Indeed is, especially for a team that you're seeing for the first time on the block.
Is it 22 or... No, it's 26 points in total.
For a team that you're seeing for the first time on the block, that is definitely impressive. Those are some massive numbers that we're speaking of. At 7 Royal Warlords, they have been nothing less than impressive. Now currently sitting on the 2nd spot in the overall standings, and Revenant X-Park is slipping away. But if you look at Revenant X-Park, even they've got 37 points. All they need is maybe 10 points to place themselves around that safety cushion, which is not impossible. Revenant X-Park can easily do it. We know what they're capable of. But as of now, Walt Esports, they're already out on the hunt. And this is probably one of the worst possible starts for UP50. One man was a loose straggler and gets caught by Walt Esports. That was an easy elimination point confirmed.
Easy stock up as well coming from World Esports. Definitely asserting domination, and they aren't getting center control right now. The zone is about to close in, but hold that thought for now. Oh my goodness, the last player of T-Rex actually getting hunted down, and Super Esports are looking to try and clean him out as well. Molotov has been pulled. They know he is here, and here he comes, trying to buy time for the inevitable here. Zuxi looking to try and politics big time here in a 1v4 situation. His entire team was dismantled. And INC is completely bailed out of this fight, but T-Rex now, all hopes of survival comes down to Zuxi, but with the nade coming through,
Team
seems
nade.
like Team Nade comes through. Super may have messed up.
Yeah, exactly. They actually have messed up big. Now the situation's down to 1-on-3, but still Super Esports, they've got the advantage. And in my opinion, instead of going for the revival, just go for the push first. Isolate this man. The longer the threat lives, the more damage it's going to do. The more deadly it grows. And Zuxi, that's exactly what the man's waiting for. Perfectly played. He's on the verge of finding the second knock as well. Gets the re-knock on one of the players. Once again, the situation's down to a 1-on-3. Super Esports should make that pounce. They're wasting too much time. And eventually, Zuxi will be shut down.
And just like that, Super Esports, they start things off with 4 finishes, but they do finally get the whole city through themselves. But at what cost? They've not found a single vehicle. They need to rotate into the zone. And this is going to be a tough one for Super Esports. They've cleaned out a majority of Los Leonas. They've stocked up good, but they need a way out. And as of yet, they still haven't found a vehicle here. But let's talk about the rest of the world. On screen as well, we have TZ. Going to be making their way by land and by water. Seems like they are going to trail from the east side to try and push through. But Team Zoe now, next up, trying to climb his way up with the hovercraft. Just realized it's a little bit too steep. Decides to continue his journey through water to find a different angle to push up. And it seems like they don't see anyone here, which is a good sign. But Team Zoe, they're barely at the edge of the zone right now.
TZ is trying to pull off a safe rotation. Stay away from all the chaos, stay away from all the commotion. Just be safe. That's what they want to do. Super Esports, after securing all those 4 frags and devouring the opponents, Now they're on the move themselves, leaving Los Leones. Yes, it's going to be a late breach for them. They're also going to be tanking a lot of damage from the blue, but they do have a lot of meds to back up. And that's fine. Circle shifting up north. It was a curveballing shift on the top right. And then you've also got a team like Vault Esports just camping the edges, wanting to be the Guardian Angels. Shots were taken against TZ, but nothing found.
TZ has to take in a little bit chip damage
Oh
there.
my
Proton
God.
is connecting some serious shots. And TZ, they may need to make a run for it as well to find some sort of safety cover here because, well, they're just peppering shots after shots. They're trying to deny some of this mobility. And it seems like they have lost one vehicle. Swap their seats here to try and pick out a player. And it seems like they will be able to get out. But, well, the Esports are doing some serious damage. And even Proton emptied up a lot of ammunition. May look to go for a couple of the restocks. So, well, the Esports, if they're going for the true chase, is going to be questioned as well. Even Goku, down to his final 2 clips of ammunition on the AUG.
It's really crazy if you think about it. Vault Esports just not letting go off their tracks. Constantly taking those shots, even though they know finding a knock is going to be impossible. Their job was to just shoo them away from this spot. And Vault Esports, they themselves are now going to breach inside of the circle. And that breach is going to be quite easy too. Straight up breaching right behind the boys of Revenant X-Spark, and we might just see a deadly lock-in between Revenant X-Spark and also Vault Esports. Team INC taking those shots in Super Esports, and Super Esports, they just want to place themselves around the safety net. Mini 14 not finding those connections to INC, whiffing all those shots.
Oh boy, tricky spot to be in here. Circle is going to be on top of the mountains of Minas Generalas. Interesting enough, nobody's on top of the mountain, so everybody's just playing around it and just afraid to push up the mountain, especially this late into the game. And INC, as of yet, outside the zone, has no clue how to push in. Velt also taking the slow approach to try and check their corners here. And right beside it is going to be 7 Royal Warlords, which in this case, not a great time to be engaging in a fight here, considering the fact that they're out of position, kind of exposed, and unaware of where the teams are. And Revenant X-Spark is the only one with information right in front of these two teams. And so 7 Royal Warlords here. They may look to try and engage this. And well, they heard all of this, but they just don't want to fight this. They're kind of spread out throughout the entire team as well. You can see on the minimap, Justy is pretty much in the front lines for 7 Royal Warlords, but tough to take a fight right now.
Indeed will be tough. Okay, what is this cinematic? What are we doing? There's no way the production's doing this. They actually went through the red dot site, which is really funny.
That's good. That's a cool drone cinematic visual, I would say. But STG now caught in a little bit of an awkward deadlock with Zephyr. Zephyr is all grouped up, but they're kind of spread out as well from STG. But Truck Stop is going to be in play for the zone. And it's understandable why STG wants to take a lot of zone control. But the problem is, if any of this compounds gets hit, STG is going to probably lose control out of everything as well. So Zephyr, they are going to be able to just hold down as well. No reason to actually aggress this. Capitalize on teams rotating is going to be good. But your Esports, this is a interesting spot to be in, but it seems like they are going to try and itch rotation to try and find people, but nobody's making a single noise in this game.
Not yet. Your Esports, too exposed though if you think about it. The position's not good. But once again, if you think about it, it's the early stage. Next circle is going to center on up even more, and your Esports, the life just gets hell. How are you supposed to find a good spot inside of the circle when already all the good spots are taken away? TBL's going to be up north, EG's right there as well next to him, and you've also got STG and Zephyr around Truck Stop. All the good spots are taken away. Vault Esports, there's Justy who's taken a lot of damage. And looking at Justy, he's probably going to patch himself up. For Vault Esports, I like the fact that they're once again playing things a little bit more serious. They realize they've never played Miramar, at least in this round, against these teams, so that's why they want to take things a little bit serious now.
Well, 7 Royal Warlords not making it easy here. Viola is down. Justy needs to land the perfect nade here. And while all this is happening as well, Revenant X-Spark on the far horizon, going to be anchoring their entry point here. So these two teams are in a very awkward situation. And about these spots, they realize that 7 Royal Warlords is looking to disengage. Shots are being made. It seems like Proton is able to get those confirmations on Viola. As well, the Esports continues to pepper shots, but guess what? We have a fourth party in play, and that's going to be Team Zo. Who's going to be coming in? Well, the Esports realize, oh wait, they are pinned and they need to get out themselves, but 7 Royal Warlords, they are also engaging against Team Zo. Even Next is going to fall. 3-way showdown here. Seems like it is going to be 7 Royal Warlords that is going to be taking casualties right now.
They're catching too much hurt. You can look at Flash just backing away within a flash. Another man down for 7 Royal Warlords. Even Antique is taken care of. Justy is going to make that pounce. But luckily enough, the man from 7 Royal Warlords, he just backs away. He's safe as of now. Flash, the vehicle's taking a tumble. But now he needs to go for a pit stop. And that's when maybe the opponent can push up and put an end to that story. Eggy Gaming, Troy. He moved up close and personal. Shots were taken, but he was not able to find anything against TBL. What a knock that was! A return nade comes into the picture, and TBL, they shut down that man who was there in the close proximity. But even he gets taken care of from the sidelines by Ultima Official. That's going to be Predator, who gets the confirmation too.
Nicely done, but Eggy should be eliminated as well. Eggy gets knocked to the zone. And just like that, Team Eggy, they are caught in one of the most awkward spots to be in. And to be eliminated this early on, their risks of qualifying to the round 4 stages are at jeopardy as of yet. And well, the Esports, they haven't pushed up. They helped clean out 7 Royal Warlords. Now stuck in a stalemate with Team Zo. And Revenant and Xbox hasn't moved a single muscle. But what a knock from Goku.
That was a really good knock. Zero's knocked out, and you also do see Zephyr in the back lines, and Goku spotting them. He's got their eyes laid out. Walt Esports now, they're finally going to breach in the enemy territory. Revenant and Xbox constantly tossing those nades, keeping the boys of TZ in check. Another nade's going to get the knock as well. Confirmation followed up. Devil completely out of the game. Depatup's taken down low himself, and this nade might just be it. The nade was lobbed right next to the man. And just like that, the team in the front has been devoured by Revenant X-Park, just on the back of the utilities. Even Zephyr's now dropping down bodies. Up he was the final man, and even he gets confirmed, and Zephyr's eliminated from the game.
Ooh, seems like we have a 5th party from afar. It's going to be Hunt here that takes a shot and towards Revenant X-Park. Trace God is down, and Pain is looking to try and retrieve him as well. But Sign to God's also going to be peppering shots onto his Welt. But this rotation coming from Welt is just spot on. As soon as Revenant X-Park 3rd party that fight, they just rotated past him to try and reposition, and they are able to get inside the zone. But the problem still lies here. They're not exactly in a good spot here. They barely made it the previous space of the zone, and now they have to push outside of Drop Stop, and they're getting peppered here by the teams inside Truck Stop. On the sides as well, even from Revenant X-Park. There's just so many teams across this map right now.
But looking at the map, Eggy, they've got the prime position to play with. Yes, he's the only person left standing, but Eggy's position in the top 6, as of yet, it's not going to be threatened. If you look at that gap between the 6 to the 8 spot, that's pretty much 12 points separating them. And these 12 points, especially for a team like INC to get, they're going to be sweating. Yes, the previous game was a chicken dinner, but to replicate that on the different map, it's going to be a tough pill to swallow for them. Revenant X-Park, now they're taking a fight against Welt. INC as well, they're constantly taking those shots for INC. There's a man who's a casualty. Welt Esports now backing away from that peak. So yeah, for Revenant X-Park, a 3-man squad, they need to secure a few more points. Super Esports now making that pounce against UP50. Super Esports, they're desperate for the points. Wayne gets knocked out. That's perfectly played. Situation now down to a 3v3. And UP50, they need to win every single duel they take. And that's what happens. UP50, they show the way of lobby to the boys of Super Esports.
Oh boy, but it's not over yet. They got knocked from afar here. As teammates are chiming in while they're getting a little bit distracted this fight by INC from the south side. And a huge fiasco of teams are pretty much stuck outside. Hunt has been playing those compounds for quite some time, that they are expecting 3 teams to crash onto them. Hunt, who do they defend? First team is going to be Your Esports, and it seems like Your now getting scouted out by arch rival. Seems like the push may not just happen. All Hunt needs to do is let the competition take each other out before they pounce. And Arch is going to be coming in. You're stuck on the broken walls. INC on the high ground. Hunt, they're stuck. They're pinned and surrounded.
More than Hunt. If you look at it, Your Esports, they might just be done for. They're too exposed to a lot of threat around them. Arch Rival's going to be the first one. And soon INC's ult's going to close in. For Hunt, yes, they are pinned, but at least they've got the proper surroundings to play with. And they can actually use the cover to just stay hidden. Revenant X-Park, they pushed up, eliminated INC, and now if you look at the top 8, there's no one really contesting Eggy Gaming.
Yeah, it's all by himself as well, but Revenant X-Pac this time is going to try and pin on towards Hunt. They have the safety net off those buildings, but again, Hunt, they cannot take any unnecessary fights. There's just too many teams surrounding them. And all comes down to opportunities here. You're also backing out. Arch also waiting, trying to make a pounce as well. This stalemate here is going to benefit Revenant X-Pac, who's trying to cause some sort of fiasco. Your Esports also engaging against Arch now. D dropped down low. But they are at the edge of the zone, which is a good thing here, Necro. But in 14 seconds left, this entire fiasco is about to break down, and who's going to rotate where, depending on Revenant X-Pac, because they have full control alongside with Arch right now.
Look at your Esports. There's Arch Rivals right next to him. Then you've also got Hunter's Esports pretty much around that same compound, and even Revenant X-Pac joining that trifecta. Your Esports, the fact that this team is still surviving, it's mind-blowing.
This is really, really tough here, but at the same time, every single team from the south side of this road is going to be done for. And Welt Esports was able to survive the longest, find a rotation point, and this time, they should be able to find an easy entry point inside the zone, but their sole focus is going to be farming every single finish from the south side. And it seems like Revenant X-Pac, they've chosen to disengage. A couple shots comes in, Hunt forced to take a fight against Yor, and Revenant X-Pac is going to let this slide.
Look at your Esports. Prithvi is going to push in tandem just all by himself with the M416 up close and personal. Prithvi is doing some serious damage. How is he coming out on top in these duels? Hunters, they're getting absolutely scattered and destroyed. Systematically dismantled from this fight, and now there's just one Mansurat standing, but Arch Rivals, they've already pushed in deep, and they're going to put that final nail in the coffin. Hunter's Esports eliminated from the game, but for your Esports, he's going to be the final man, the final glimmer of hope standing, and even he gets devoured.
Well, seems like Arch Rivals will be one to gobble up these two teams outside the compound. But guess what? Their new problem is how do they cross the road? Welt has successfully pushed in. Revenant X-Pac has abandoned ship, and they are inside the zone. So the problem here is, will they be able to survive here? Because on the minimap, you can see teams are surrounded. We're down towards the final 7 teams, and the Arch Rivals, they still haven't found a way in. Seems like they are going to hug the south side of the road instead of pushing for the center, which I'm not a big fan of. But Revenant X-Pac, they're not gatekeeping this. They're actually backing out.
Not yet. Blue on the move. Look at this player moving in tandem with the blue wall itself. TBL. Waiting for the right opportunity. And as long as he's going to be alive, things should be good and dandy. Balram. Looking at it in the front. Still trying to scout things out. Welt Esports, they're hurt. That's Maxioso down. Another man nearby too, and Maxioso now, he's getting a helping hand. Justy's going to pick up Maxioso. Proton, he's there too. But as of now, Proton's job is to just create that distraction. And he's doing it perfectly well. Welt Esports, 8 finish points already secured on the map of Miramar. Once again, you're seeing that consistent string being brought up. 95 points in the overall tally. This is insane.
Yeah, I agree. But Proton, look at this. He's taken so much fights to the point that he's lost his helmet and may look to try and find one of the bodies here, but it is going to be damaged better than nothing, I would say. But Arch Rivals now forced to push out as well. Revenant X-Pac already abandoned ship from this fight, as Welt does have the high ground advantage. And Arch Rivals now, do they want to disengage here? Seems like they will. Smokes has been popped off, and they are going to rotate away here to try and figure out that this is not a good fight to take. And Welt Esports has just caused so much problems in all these situations. And I really like the macro reading coming from them as well. The decision making has been spot on. But now with the circle shifting back again, Welt Esports, they have no choice but to back out. Lands a couple of nades here. That's going to be the knock coming through. And Welt, they may consider going for the full pounds, and yes, they will. Drax also going to be the next to fall. Another nade from Proton. Who is this kid?
I know, right? These utilities too precise. Another nade, and that's going to do a lot of damage, significantly taking down the man's HP. Proton, he's also catching a bit of that hurt from the opposite side, and that's going to be a completely different team, which is going to be Ultima. Welt Esports, 11 finishes on the chopping block. This team is not stopping anytime soon, and now they also need to shift their focus on the team that's right there on the tails, which will be STG. STG proven out to be a big threat. Justy knocked out and confirmed. Even Gokul's not in the game anymore for Welt. They've only got 2 final men standing. Maxioso, he patches himself up at the nick of time.
Tick tock, tick tock. The time's clicking. STGs pinned them. Sign to gods also pinned them as well. Well, UP50, I'm sorry, but it is going to be a tricky spot here. They have to push in the zone. Stage 7 in play. Well, now they are going to go for a one-way push. Aryan left alone here. He's going to be trapped, and now they go in for a 2-man smash, but no knock yet. Aryan forces disengage, but gets sprayed from across the map. It is going to be UO that takes him out. King OP is able to trade him off to slop Welt, but Proton has been eliminated from this game.
Confirmed. Aryan behind that vehicle. The man is taken away. He's still knocked out, helpless. And if the team does try to help him, that's going to be a death trap. Or a death sentence.
Oh,
12 elimination points secured from Welt Esports, and the domination does not stop there yet. Maxioso is also catching that hurt from the opposite side, but he's going to find himself behind cover.
Oh my god, they have... Oh, he finally goes down, but again, in 5 games, Welt has officially passed the 3-digit marker, 101 points in total. That is just... What am I watching? Who are these guys? Like, what?
The most amount of teams don't even manage to cross 70 points in 6 games. Welt Esports, they have crossed 100 points just in 5 games. That is diabolical, crazy, insane, call it whatever you want to call. But Welt Esports, they are on a different level. This league is not on their level.
This is the strongest Welt I've ever seen since last year.
Last year's Welt wasn't even strong. They were not even able to qualify till the final few moments of the tournament.
Well,
but this one, they're just different. A different breed.
That's the thing, right? We saw moments of brilliance coming from Maxioso and Justy, but that's about it. But this is just a very well-solid team. Like, Proton is... I don't know, he's giving me pain vibes right now from Revenant X-Park.
I don't know why, man, but the way they are playing, it's been incredible. And now look at what's happening. Side Gods, they actually made that pound straight up against the boys of UP50. Or it was actually Ultima Official who wiped him out. Incredible stuff. But then there's also UP50 on top. UP50 is trying to play it a little bit slow this time. Letting the course of the action take over. Ultima, 8 frags on the board. And this is what I was scared of. If Ultima gets a chicken dinner, they're going to be in the top 6. Whichever team's on the 6th spot, they will be pushed down. And I guess that's going to be Eggy Gaming.
Yeah, that's going to be a little bit fortunate here as well. They were in the top 6, right?
Yeah.
But for now, Revenant X-Pac also looking to try and fight for qualification. But now with this performance here, they should be safe in the top 6 for sure. But of course, knowing them, they are going to be looking for more pain with the nades. Now finds an opener. Ultimate Official might be in a little bit of trouble. Stun Grenades comes in, stops them. But a pain does do some serious damage here. As they still have a lot more nades. The circle is going to force them from the sides. But Revenant X-Park, they really need a little bit more points to have the safety cushion.
Revenant X-Park constantly lobbing those nades. And those nades, yeah, one of them was able to find the proper connection. But look at this. UP50 from the back. Now they knock on the doors. This third party is extremely deadly. Situation is down to a 2-1-2-1-2. And Revenant X-Park, they want to push up close and personal and maybe shut down the boys in the front. Ultima, they take care of Revenant X-Park, but the fight's not done yet. An instant third party comes inside of the picture. Ultima's hurt. They want to go for that revival. Utilities finding connection. Another nade gets the confirmation. Ultima, they've only got one man left standing, but he's gone for that res. And just like that, the nade was tossed to perfection. As that's going to be the deal sealer. And that will be the chicken dinner in the hands of UP50. What a day saver that was.
Wow, what a comeback indeed for UP50, but they definitely needed the way, those points, those chicken dinners to qualify the top 6. But with that 2-game performance coming from UP50, I think they do have a very decent safety cushion to work with right now.
Still, Eggy Gaming is going to be pushed outside of the top 6.
Yeah.
Because Ultima got double-digit points. And the last time when we saw Ultima up against Eggy Gaming, there were only 12 or 11 points separating them. And they, of course, got more than that. So, Ultima has already pushed down Eggy Gaming from the top 6. And now, the death bell is going to be ringing on top of the heads of Eggy.
Well, we're talking about masalas, we're talking about expectations, but guess what? It is the one final game here for round 3. It's now or never if you want to qualify for round 4, and the competition gets tougher and tougher. It's going to be anyone's game right now, especially this one final upcoming game.
Yeah, I mean, indeed. Looking at these utilities too, the way they were tossed, and then UP50 from the back lines just capitalizing perfectly. In my opinion, Ultima should have been a little bit more aware of the fact that there is someone on the back lines going that far back to get that revival. Yes, I understand, but where are the smokes? Where are the utilities? Nothing was tossed, and that's why UP50 got a chance to activate themselves and initiate this comeback.
Yeah, Ultima Official, they were too focused on those Revenant X-Pac, but you can't really blame them as well because that was a last stand effort coming from Revenant X-Pac. And again, before going down, yes, they took a lot of damage. They were wiped out. Revenant X-Pac got 0 points out of it, but they just took too much, and they just didn't not have time to go in for reset. The nades came in, was on point here, coming from UP50. Well done coming from them.
Yeah.
And with this chicken dinner, yeah, they're pretty much safe. But for Ultima Official, not getting those chicken dinner might have hurt them, but they're not exactly safe as well for the overall standings, I would say.
They're not safe yet. I believe the moment you cross that 45 points marker, that's when you're going to be safe.
Yep.
So as of now, UP50 is also safe. So you can pretty much say the top 5 in the overall standings are going to be safe, I see. There's just one slot up for grab, and there's 2 teams fighting for it in close contention.
Yeah, courtesy of Welt Esports for creating a huge vacuum of points. I would say the cutoff is going to be significantly lower here. And for Group 3 and Group 4, these 2 teams, I would say these 2 groups has one of the lowest cutoffs ever in round 3, in my opinion. But let's talk about the MVP from the match here. It's actually not going to be Proton. It's actually Justy that gets it. No, okay, never mind. Yeah, Proton, Justin, top 2, 5 finishes, 700. Okay, makes a lot of sense. Sure, guys. Yeah, well, you do you guys, and just dominate the lobby.
It's not just one man creating that vacuum of eliminations from Welt Esports. It's the entire team actually contributing pretty well. It's a team game, and Welt Esports is showcasing how a team is supposed to play. This is peak performance we're seeing from this banner. Proton as well getting 5 frags. Then you move on towards UP50. You would see Lord as well getting 5 on the board. So everything is looking good and dandy. UP50 getting 20 points in total. Ultima getting 16 points. Yes, they're definitely inside of the top 6, but they're not going to be around the safety net yet. Welt Esports getting 15 points. Once again, consistency just outroaring. You've also got Revenant X-Pac getting 12 points. Arch Rivals just getting 6. So the top 4 creating a major vacuum in the point standings once again.
I really like what Revenant X-Pac is doing right now. Instead of going for finish-hungry methods as well, their rotations has been spot on, the decisions has been good. And Punk's IGLing, was it really a problem to begin with?
No, I don't think. I feel like all the heights that Godlike has received recently, it's all because of Punk. At the moment he left, you can already see the results. But as of now, you can look at finish and damage report. Welt Esports, the way they are playing, they're definitely at the top currently. It's not even a question. Then you've also got UP50 getting a lot of those numbers in a pretty good manner. Looking at the overall standings, yes, Welt Esports is going to be on top with 101 points. UP50 getting 52. Revenant X-Pac getting 49. They're already safe around the safety cushion, safety net. 7RW also safe since they've got 45 points. But Ultima, Hunters, they're not going to be safe.
Oh boy, but speaking of which here, the biggest highlight has to be this. 51 points separate between Welt and UP50 for top 1 and top 2. That's how many points? That's somebody's qualification point of Welt right there.
I know, right?
Like, Welt has, in 5 games, has pretty much got enough points to qualify for 2 different rounds in 5 games.
That's crazy, right? This is probably the highest amount of points we've seen a team grab in just the span of 6 games. So far in BGIS, B 2023, 2024, 2025, this is the highest record we're seeing.
This has to be highest, right?
Yes, it is the highest.
That is insane.
Insane. Welt's out here breaking records, making records. But then there's also a few names like Super Esports. I genuinely thought Super Esports could have done better, a lot better, but the way they played,
now,
initially in the first 3 games, they dropped the ball.
Based on what I'm seeing right there, because one final game comes into its play, I would say realistically, let's put the the worst possible scenario. 4 teams in jeopardy, 3 teams in jeopardy for points. Yeah, actually 4 teams. 4 teams in jeopardy for points. Basically, those 4 teams at the bottom 6 gets eliminated, and every else in the bottom wins. Welt drops out, Revenant drops out, everybody else at the top drops out. Then there's 4 teams, but technically I think I see only 2 teams.
So
in jeopardy.
being realistic, the top 4 is already qualified.
Yeah.
Only 2 slots are up for grabs, and the teams that are extremely close towards those 2 slots are going to be the 2 teams right underneath them, which is going to be the 7th and the 8th spot. If anyone on the latter half of the board who is a little bit closer to the 7th and the 8th spot wants to qualify, they need a 30 bomber, nothing less.
Yeah, it is going to be very, very tough here. But again, anything can happen. Expect the unexpected. We've seen comebacks coming from Group 1 and Group 2. We did not see it from Group 4, but this time it is going to be one game that separates between who is making through and who is out.
Exactly. There's still a lot of those conversations yet to be done since the final game is still yet to go through. And we know maybe Welts Esports can still create that vacuum. Maybe it can be Revenant X-Spark just going ham on the lobby since they figured out they've already qualified. The conversations will continue though after this short break, so you guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
When the rider breathes, the road wakes. Enemies ahead. I'm going in. A lone survivor stands, and everything waits. The map unfolds. And the journey begins. As the rider breathes, the path bows. Limits? They're just marks in the dust. Because in the battlegrounds, there are no limits. Ride beyond limits.
For one last time in this round, welcome back folks, you're watching the BGIS, it's round 3 and we are down to a final game for teams from group 3 and now we are at such an impasse where anything could possibly happen. So far Johnny, 4 slots have been locked and loaded. 2 slots up for grabs and almost around 4 and 5 teams in contention.
Exactly. There are 4 and 5 teams in contention, one of which is a surprising name, that is INC.
Yeah.
I still believe they need 20 points because they're sitting at the 20-point marker outside of the top 8 right now. But with 20, their total tally goes to 40, which is what I feel the cutoff is going to be at the end of the day. But one expected turn of event is going to be that Eggy Gaming now are sitting on that 6th position. How did that happen?
No idea, especially with how they entered Erangel with just 3 players. We need to talk to them. But we're also talking to you guys, and for which we would want to thank you for your contribution, what you did last year. And we urge, and we also need your support this year as well. Head on to BGMI, play a couple of classic games. In fact, play a lot of classic games as much as you can. Because if you're doing that, not only you're winning cosmetics, but you're also contributing to the prize pool of this year's BGIS. So that's set out. Now let's get back to discussion. So in the previous game, Ultima Official, they had a nice bounce back.
Yeah.
They're also in the race, Johnny.
Yeah, Ultima Official, I think a decent turn of events for today itself, because as you talk about the Miramar, yes, that was a good outing for them, but that angle before it was really something else. They could have done a lot better in that one, and I think if they had, then they might have had a safety cushion to work with right now. But still, I think it is a dire spot for everyone else. We talk about Welt. I think that's the one team that I feel has done absolutely phenomenal today, along with Revenant X-Park. And of course, UP50 today have been very impressive. The first 2 matches, they've been consistent, because of which we see them in the top 3 as well. So they have gotten themselves that safety net. But everyone else, I think one big game is going to be required out of at least the team sitting on the 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, all the way to the 11th or 12th position. One big game can change their fate, and maybe they're going to be eyeing round 4 afterwards. All they need is like a 15-16 finishes in the upcoming Miramar, and then the chicken dinner.
And simply put, just get a chicken dinner and forget everything. Play for position points. Play like how RNTX did. Whilst the games begins, we will take a quick look at the performance graph. And Welt Esports, they're in a league of their own. And then you've got the likes of UP50, RNTX, and even 7 Royal Warlords. I think this is one of those teams that we were really eyeing out for, being the undergods who have stepped in. They've broken boundaries. They started off with a chicken dinner yesterday. And the good part is they somehow managed to keep things afloat.
Look at that, the readjustment, just to make sure that we see the difference between the sides. But yeah, UP50, I think impressive performance. The finishes that they've gotten, especially today, have been really, really amazing. And as I said, match 4, match 5 is where they kind of turn things around. On the other side, there was a little bit of fall in aggression from Revenant X-Park at the start of the journey. Now they've found stability, but Welt, every single thing you see about them is impressive. Be it total points, be it finishes, or be it the amount of damage they have been able to dish out in the matches that they've played. Over 12,000, my goodness.
Surely they have established themselves as a cut above the rest. And for the others, this is a stark reality, especially for the likes of RNTX. Of course, you could be in the top 3, it's fine. But then again, the kind of facilities RNTX has in comparison to Welt Esports, and the delivery by these young lads is phenomenal. But you know, Welt Esports, Johnny, they've qualified, but
I was just about to say, it's not just about the facilities at this point, it's also about what you were able to accomplish in the grind itself.
Yeah.
RNTX dominated in the grind. They were completely whooping the entire lobby one-sided. And now, facing a challenge against the players of Welt Esports, I think this is something that was unexpected. I wanted Revenant X-Park to do better, but I'm going to settle with the round 4 spot at this point.
No, we still would not want to settle. We want them to settle their differences in this game. Like, go for a head-on 4v4, because both of you have already qualified, but still the mystery remains. So who will be the other 2 that join these teams in the next round? Let's find out, because things are going to get hot and spicy as the game of Miramar begins.
The last map, the last match for round 3, group 3. An incredible journey for all of the 16 teams that have been a part of this group. Everyone witnessing greatness with what Welt has been able to accomplish in the 6 matches that they played in round 3. But with this last game, it is the last chance at qualification for teams like Ultima Official, Hunter Esports, T-Rex, and of course, the surprising entry into the mix, Team INC. And with Eggy Gaming trying to protect their spot, how are things going to go? We have a southern side flight path fixes in this one, starting from Impala and ending just north of Valle del Mar.
Really gonna put all these players off, especially this flight path trajectory when things are so much heated up. I'm starting to ponder if we get to see some early fights breaking out. And by the looks of it, T-Rex and Eggy Gaming traversing together. And one might settle at Impala, Eggy Gaming going as far as El Azhar, or maybe they could even drop down at Truck Stop. We'll also be eyeing out for where the circle actually forms. RNTX heading towards Picado. Los Leones seems crowded this time around. Welt Esports already present. INC over there. And let's see who the third team is, because there are 3 teams apparently in this big city.
Yeah, 3 names present in Los Leones. Welt being one of them does worry me a little bit for the players of INC. This is the one team that I'm hoping, especially with the turn of events of the day, that they make it through in the top 6. But then the difficult question, who gets kicked out? In the meanwhile, Team Z taking on arch rivals. And well, it's going to be TZ taking the first hit in that fight. Devil knocked out. Die does not really have the HP to re-engage. And of course, with the suppressing fire being given by the players in the backlines, it should have been difficult for him to secure that finish. But no, TZ backing off at the wrong second. Die gets an easy first pick inside of this match.
Look at this. 3 players of Arc Rivals. Everybody limited to 1 compound. Then you've got your Esports. The only thing for Arc Rivals is they've got the numbers to play around with. But Super Esports up against INC. That's a fight happening in Los Leones. As look at Capybara. He's trying to surround the players. Shots being fired. It's a trifecta. Tapata does have a little bit of that higher ground courtesy to that building. But it's your Esports. All coiled up, ready to strike. Just hoping that Zedo and the other team, they just begin that battle. It's gone down to a standstill.
Yeah, this is going to be tricky. And especially if you are, well, any of these teams, especially arch rivals, because we see them on that night spot with 24 points, need about 15 to 16 points to get to 40. And that should be the safety net for them, but it's not going to be an easy one. They can't really afford to miss out on points, but Zeo and yours Esports, both the teams outside of the fight for top 6 in this particular lobby. Now they decide to clash against each other. Your Esports have positioned themselves perfectly, pretty much, to try and put pressure on the players of Zeo. But arch rivals, they need to be the ones making a play in a position like this. They can't really let this opportunity slip out.
I think there are 2 ways to look at this. For Arc Rivals, they can just let your Esports and Zeo fight it out. And then maybe if there's an opening, go for a third party. But Zeo, the problem is they're already 1 man down, separated from each other. Your Esports, they can easily funnel through. Tapata, oh, he had to take those shots. He needed that knock desperately. And even for Arc Rivals, I don't see any reason why they want to contest that. Just let these 2 teams fight. Once it's done, could easily go through. But now Prithvi does not have any meds. And is he actually going to engage in with that much HP? Okay, finally. All right. He just got a bandage.
Yeah, that's
wow,
fine though.
Cute.
I think that's fine. I think
Another one.
It gets him to 75% HP, but apart from that, I think they've kind of pinned down the players of Zeo and your Esports. They need to realize that even they will have to take this fight 3 versus 4. Because 3 versus 3, because the man on the top of the hill, Capybara, was pinned by arch rival, so he can't join the mix. Tapatap's position is compromised as well. And Prithvi is just going to check around the corner. Can't really do much.
Oh, he still has 1 more bandage. Emergency use only. But for arch rivals, they know where Tapatap is. They knew where Capybara was. And Capybara has also descended from the hills. So again, your Esports, patience is running thin at this point. Again, the intention is there, but they're constantly running paranoid, thinking the moment they strike, even if a single casualty occurs, they will be open to a third party. But for UP50, it's been a bounce back. Now they're currently sitting at the 2nd spot, safely having qualified, nothing to worry about. This time, have lost on 2 of their players. But regardless, I think they would be still enjoying themselves. They've done the heavy lifting because yesterday, it was not a great day for UP50. Today, they somehow made up for it.
Pretty much, I think the first two matches they played, as I said, incredible performance, finishing in top 3 in both the games. And because of that, we see them with 53 points. Now, since they are stable, I don't think they care too much about this game, but Zephyr's squad, too far away to actually be a part of the qualification conversation. But if they drop 20 finishes and a chicken in this match, then even they can stand a chance to change their fate. That might be a little bit short because that is just 30 more points. It gets their total tally to about 42. All right, maybe that can work. So opportunity is still there mathematically for Zephyr squad, and it could be this fight against UP50 that kicks it off. But there has to be a little bit prep for the follow-up after this, because this is taking place towards Chumasera, and the previous fight we saw between the your Esports arch rivals was happening towards Ladriela, so not too far away from here. Minas del Valle, my apologies. Not too far away from here, just a little bit west. But that is Sarkar getting picked off, and now UP50 are down to the last man. I think this is the cue for Zephyr squad to just move in and grab their 4th point of this fight as well.
Finally waking up yesterday after Zephyr squad made mistakes after mistakes in what could be their final dance. They surely have their hopes up. Z-Lord, previous game, we saw him. Some incredible moments from this young man. But this time he does not have any first aid. But definitely the confidence surging as he smacks one through. But that's all she wrote. As Zephyr squad have no troubles whatsoever dealing with UP50. As they will be bowing out, but with their heads held high.
I mean, how? They just got one trade in this fight.
Yeah, they've qualified. No?
Yeah,
Look at the
pretty
bigger
much.
picture.
I think, yeah, they don't care about losing this fight. They are just going to take a break and start watching the game.
Yep.
Maybe prep for what Welt and Revenant X-Park do, or maybe 7 Royal Warlords for that matter on Miramar, because these might be the teams they go up against in the future rounds. But Zephyr squad, as we were talking about it, I think they have to be more cautious. The teams from the surrounding vicinity, they might have heard that commotion and might close in at any time. But close to the center of the circle, just a little bit north of Los Leones, we spot the players of T-Rex. They are in a cluster joined by Revenant X-Park, Hunter Esports, INC, Wealth, and Ultima squad. But yeah, still the early stages of Miramar. That's a lot of distance between the two sides. Unless the circle keeps taking a centric shift, I don't expect a lot of action. And it's a centric shift towards La Benedita.
And look at T-Rex. This is a team that is still in contention and having the circle's epicenter to themselves. And if they play their cards right, Johnny, there could be a world where they actually qualify. The migration coming in from the southwestern side, so many teams in the fray over there. You could see that big splash of colors as RNTX also cruise through from the western end. I'm pretty sure they would also be intending on taking a couple of fights. But from RNTX and Welt Esports, again, you know, this is my personal wants that would love to see them engage in a frontal 4v4 battle. It has already happened once in which Welt Esports cruise through with flying colors. But for now, Hunters Esports have got the players of INC on their crosshairs. And INC getting that first game chicken dinner was actually a big surprise to me today.
Yeah, it really was. It was very impressive. As impressive as the Porsche that's now available in BGMI for all of you guys to grab one for yourself. Look at how beautiful this vehicle looks, and kudos to the production for basically shooting a commercial inside of the game itself.
Look at the curves.
Yeah. The Carrera, 911 Carrera GTS.
Beautiful, classy. Just how we both like it.
Yeah. Fast as well.
Yeah, fast as well. Extremely. But then again, you know, these teams have slowed down on their pace. Not a lot going on in this game, and hoping that TBL, they make a case for themselves. A good performance is what we would expect, but hold on. There's been some interesting intervention. Super Esports going after Welt Esports, but Team Zedo, finally, they find something as your Esports. They're not just hurt, but 2 players are down and almost about to get eliminated.
Yeah, a fight that started towards Minas del Valle, now getting pushed towards, well, the north of Chumasera. And Team Zedo,
No loot, bro.
I guess they are making the players of your esports pay for that pressure that your esports tried to put on them a little bit earlier on in the game. Capybara shut down, and now it's just down to Stark and Prithvi. And they aren't even running away, by the way. They're just holding their ground, trying to see if they can catch the players of Team ZO off guard. This is a fight happening between the teams sitting at the bottom 2 spots in the overall leaderboard.
Yeah, there's a whole different atmosphere there.
Yeah.
They're just enjoying. They know, regardless of the outcome of this game, there's no chance on earth they qualify. So your esports trying to show their mettle. One last dance, one last chance. Prithvi spotting out one player of Zedo, taking it up the hills as next. All right, out in the open, completely unaware of Prithvi's positioning, and had Prithvi had a few extra mags also. Should have been enough to get that knock. Should have opened things up. But for now, Tapata still on the higher grounds. Prithvi deciding to finally enter inside the circle. He had enough. And look at the loot they barely have in.
Yeah. I think it was just the shutdown in the early stages at the hands of your esports and arch rivals that denied Team Zero opportunity to go looting. Zero, I think he's again getting knocked out because it's stage 3 tick damage, and I don't think he has a first aid.
Should be fine.
Does he have a first aid or boost?
Yeah, he was gifted one.
All right. Then maybe he's going to be healthy. But same can't be said for STG or Super Esports for that matter. Super Esports and STG both looking at 20 finishes and a chicken dinner to qualify. Now colliding against each other with Wealthy Esports just observing this fight from the low ground, from safety. And it is STG that have found the opening for themselves. Kyoto moving up, but Wayne right there to stop him in his tracks. Now the shotguns are out from both the ends. It's going to be Wayne taking the first few shots, but Kyoto, he's flushed out. He's taken a lot of damage. Wayne, the man who's healthy in that fight, and the car goes flying over his head. He turns around, takes the first man down. Kyoto shows up for the trade from the other end. And STG, a brilliant recovery as the second knock in this fight is going to be secured. Dexter falls, but the nades are looking quite solid. And Super Esports, an opportunity to turn things around, slips away. But no, says the man in the back lines. And he also eventually gets denied the opportunity by Kyoto. 4 points to sign to gods, but it's not over. Arch rivals are here, and so is Welt.
Yeah, it's a go call for both these teams who suddenly lock odds as they've come in at the same time. Arch rivals caught in a sandwich over there as well. Esports making quick work of them, but hold on. Drax has different intentions. Arch rivals have a very good chance of qualifying if they somehow survive the onslaught. But signed to gods, they've been given another chance at live journey. And with Welt Esports now down and injured, signed to gods, they've got perfect chance to recuperate. In fact, they can get all their players back up.
Pretty much. That's what I was looking at as well. Is signed to gods going to get the entire roster back in action? And of course, they do manage to secure one finish, shutting down Maxios as well. Justy! What was that? That was brilliant, I have to say. Brilliant presence of mind to hide behind the big tires of that monster truck. But eventually, Arch Rivals get a little aggressive and Justy gets finished off over there. Now, Arch Rivals left in a 2 versus 4 situation. And signed to gods. Remember, we were talking about 20 finishes. Well, they have 5. They need about 15 more and a chicken dinner. It's a big ask. It's a Herculean task. But hey, they are a team called Signed to Gods, so got to play like gods as well.
And we have seen miracles happen. At least in this year's BGIS round 2, round 3. We did see Veni Vidi Vici almost staged a comeback. Geno Miracle did that. So anything could possibly happen as Signed to Gods. Round number 2, and this time they open things up. Kyoto, a nice pick onto its tracks, but Venom, he is definitely gonna hurt and sting, but enough had Kyoto. And there you have it, Signed to Gods, live to fight another day. 3 players still alive. Kyoto having 5 finishes to his own. So Signed to Gods increasing their tally, but again, the task is quite arduous here.
That was an unnecessary player loss over there. If
Yeah.
you're going to make a push, you need to have someone giving cover, giving suppressing fire, or at least having their ADS locked, especially when you know where the last man in a 1v4 is. So these are the small little mistakes that Sign to God, I believe, will definitely need to work on if they move forward to round 4 or maybe for the future tournaments they play.
Yeah, I mean, these kind of things tend to happen. And at this point, you know,
They should not happen.
yeah, this should not happen. And again, it's a little too late for that. Because for Sign to God, sitting at 20 points, a lot of things could have been avoided. I think after this match, when they go back to the drawing boards, next time we see them coming in another open official, hoping so we get to see a better performance out from them. But for now, ultimatum officials, Ultima in fact, this is a team that's really quite timid at this point. They don't want to engage in unnecessary battles because they're still in the mix. And one of their players is knocked out.
Yeah.
Should get revived early.
He's knocked out by Eggy Gaming, a team that's sitting on the 7th position. So if Ultima drop points to Eggy Gaming, it's Ultima that's getting kicked out and not Eggy Gaming. Direct competition out of the way makes Eggy Gaming's position a whole lot easier and makes it easy for them to survive on the overall leaderboard. But there's problems as T-Rex is there in the backlines on top of that hill. And Ralph just peeked the ridge for a second and he got knocked out. But yeah, somehow Eggy do manage to secure that point. But now they got to go for that squad wipe. That's the best play and the best team for Eggy Gaming to take out of this match.
Absolutely. And again, you know, Radiator, I'm starting to wonder what he was doing so much out in the open. If he really wanted to keep a flank angle, could have taken the opposite building, the smaller one. Instead, he was over the hills and Eggy Gaming quickly rotating. And 2 points already secured. That means just 1 point shy.
Can I make a prediction?
Go ahead.
I think Ralph is getting shot in the head again soon.
All right. We'll put that to test. As, you know, in the far distance, we do have the players of 7 Royal Warriors. Warlords, in fact. And for Gamla Boy, it's going to be an interesting story. Eggy Gaming, for some reason, could not have their 4th player up. So Troy has come to assistance. And that is why you need 5 players in a roster. And this is a recap of what just happened. Super Esports going up against Sign to Gods. Whilst 2 teams were waiting it out. Super Esports, Abhi, you got to give cues to him. And for Super Esports in round 2, reminder for all the viewers also, they played extremely well in the games of Miramar. But this time, surely they made the match, got overwhelmed.
I think that was a chaotic fight and Super Esports were forced into it because for a long time it felt like they were more interested in trying to go after wealth. But TBL! My goodness, blink it and you miss it. A quick flyby handed by the Royal Warlords Esports. What a drive-by performance. 2 eliminations secured. And again, this team, they don't care if they lose players or they lose a fight or they get eliminated. Because sitting with 47 points on the 4th position in the overall leaderboard, qualification to round 4 in BGIS 2026 for both 7 Royal Warlords and Revenant X-Pac is pretty much secured. They might have just taken it away from TBL though. I mean, TBL were way too far behind in the overall leaderboard and I think it was down to this last Miramar and a Herculean performance in this one. But now that gets denied. They're eliminated. The bottom 4 of the overall leaderboard are out.
Oh, that, of course. And even the top 2 teams are also out.
Yeah.
That leaves the mid-pack still alive. With every passing second, the pressure just surmounts. And now, Ultima official trying to make a quick rotation. Eggy Gaming just unleashing all that lead. But look at this. Kel out in the open. What is he even thinking?
The tie is gone.
Oh my god. This is going to be disastrous. As look at this, INC making quick work of them, piece by piece, just tearing them apart, and not just them, their dreams of qualifying. Ultima officials sitting currently at the 5th spot, and an exit from here could be the end of their run.
I think it is the end of the run. Down to the last player, out into the open, and a lot of ice pinned on the players of Ultima official. Eggy Gaming is not letting them go. Even for a second, they're still putting up that pressure. I was just surprised to see 7 Royal Warlords make that chase as well, because felt like they were just too hungry for that finish point. But Hunter Esports against Revenant X-Pac. Hunter Esports also a team in contention for the top 6, but this is not looking good. Mafia falls, another player from the side of Hunter Esports, lost in Revenant X-Pac. They make quick work of the Hunters themselves, ending their journey on the 7th position in the overall leaderboard. That is it. That's all she wrote.
You know, that makes lives easy, at least
Yeah.
for Ultima officials.
For
Because
T-Rex.
one threat being neutralized, and for T-Rex, they would be dreamers right now. Currently at the western side, RNTX starting to wipe the lobby, already surpassing UP50. Would be ending second though, in terms of the overall standings, regardless of the outcome of this game. But for T-Rex, what concerns me is that RNTX might just have their number. For sure, they know they're over there, but for K8, he has to do it. He has to wear a cape and be the hero for his team.
Let's see. I mean, the odds are stacked against him. I'm a little bit concerned about Gamla Boy, though. That's not a good position, especially to be caught isolated. There will be no trade if Gamla Boy falls. So, Eggy Gaming, this might be their time to regroup. But with Ultima official down in the ditch, the floodgates are now open for T-Rex Esports. And this is a roster that me and Necro were having a conversation about when the matches, during the pre-game of that map of Erangel that Group 3 played today. T-Rex is an aggressive roster. Today, they have found a way to bring in placement points to the mix as well. That is the one thing they were missing yesterday. And now all they need, I believe, are about 10 finishes in this game to move inside of the top 6, my apologies.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, T-Rex starting to wonder what must be going in their heads at this point. Already on the low grounds, trying to rotate in, sign to gods. 8 finishes secured. And if they get a couple more, they might be cooking something. But Zephyr against RNTX, Trace God showing no mercy, instantly goes for the dash. And there you have it, Pain saving the day. It could have been a close call, because the last player was on the back lines, was just watching from the hills, trying to provide that support fire. As RNTX, they survived this onslaught, but STG, they do not intend to press the matter over here. Rather, focusing on the position. In fact, getting a better position for RNTX. The exit strategy looks quite difficult.
So we are finally get to see the true colors of Revenant X-Pac in this particular match, but I just noticed STG, 8 eliminations already on the board. If they are able to secure about 4 more finishes and the chicken dinner, maybe, just maybe, STG might just take that 6th spot away.
Ooh.
It all depends on whether EG goes out as well, but with that, Ultima official are out. And they are now the ones to beat Eggy. They move up to the 5th spot and are now picking a fight against the players of T-Rex, another team that is fighting for a spot on the top 6 for the round 4. And T-Rex are just 2 points shy fixes. Let's make that 3. Let's make that 5 points actually. They need 39, they're at 34. And Ultima official, they ended that journey with 38 points in the back total.
Yeah, this is really getting interesting, because even I feel like Sign to Gods, couple more finishes, even for T-Rex, they just have to survive Eggy Gaming at this point. And Eggy Gaming really are interested in picking a fight over here. Rex already proned out, vision obscured, and Troy, he's gonna have another go. A grenade already primed at the ready, shot but to no avail. T-Rex, they're running paranoid. Look at their backlines. Even the players of INC are present. And even RNTX, if they somehow manage to survive that ditch. Ninja going after STG, King OP. Knocked and finished off. As for Eggy Gaming, prioritizing heavily on their position at the moment. But Ninja showing no mercy. What is going on?
This is the most important fight inside of this game right now. STG against Revenant X-Pac. And well, Kyoto, he messes it up. This is the end of the journey. When we were witnessing that entire fight between T-Rex and Eggy Gaming, at that moment, STG needed 15 points to basically be inside of the top 6. But now hope has faded away. Aryan, he's trying to fight for his life, but I think this is the end of the line. There you have it, Revenant X-Pac. They are going to clean up house. And T-Rex, all they need to do is just win one more fight. They need 4 points. Just 4 more points.
They might have got it virtue of their position points. That is for calculation a little while later, because even INC, they need to start racking up a couple of finishes, because a chicken dinner rewards you with 10 points. So if you're getting around 7-8 finishes also, could be enough. Again, Ultima officials must be gutted. Especially KL tried to survive, failed. RNTX, they're pretty much all over the place. And even Eggy, they're not taking any chances, although they might have already qualified. So it all comes down to the next circle shift. That pretty much will decide the fate of the players of INC, if it's not sealed already, because RNTX, they know that there's a team, and escaping from those compounds means you have to put your bodies at risk.
I mean, for sure, but I think Revenant X-Pac now are pretty warmed up, so...
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm talking about INC.
INC is too far away. I think INC has missed out on a lot of points, and now there aren't just enough players inside of this game for them to have enough points, even with the chicken dinner. If they pick off everyone, that's about 11 finishes. They have one that's 12 finishes, plus the chicken dinner, 22 points. So...
They're sitting at 24 though.
Sitting at 24 right now.
Yeah.
All right, then maybe they push through.
Exactly, but it's very difficult.
Yeah.
Especially with RNTX. Watching them like hungry hounds there. I really do not fancy their chances unless and until, you know, T-Rex or even Eggy get a knock or two, and then somehow INC commit for a push. But seems like they want to avoid RNTX at all costs, and now is the time where they realize that, okay guys, we can still qualify, but we still need a couple of finishes. And how are we going to do that? That's a whole different story.
So my perspective of qualification is about 40 points. That's where I'm expecting the cutoff to be. Right now it sits at 38 with Ultima Official being there. T-Rex is going to be the team that puts it up even higher. And as you mentioned, INC, I think they have to figure out a way to shut down T-Rex. Either you finish them or force T-Rex to flush into the players of Eggy Gaming. One way or the other, unless T-Rex is out, INC, they have zero probability of qualifying inside of the top 6, but INC are going to be the ones making the move. The spray! What is that? Helping hand lent by the players of Revenant X-Pac and T-Rex. They are going to clean the floor with the players of INC, and with those points, I believe, T-Rex, they are comfortably sitting on the 6th position in the overall leaderboard now. I think fixes, we have our top 6 from Group 3.
Yes, we do, but now it is about who gets the final laugh. RNTX surging with confidence, 12 finishes already. T-Rex, of course, they don't know if they have qualified, if they've done the maths, but still the tensions at its peak. Look at Eggy's position. Keeping the players at check. RNTX, finally, they also decide to climb down, and Punk, a little bit of him revealing himself, but Ninja, beautiful cover fire, that was much needed. Gumbler Boy going up against Punk. Pain, of course. Both of these players will push in tandem as Gumbler Boy comes out of his hiding. Still alive somehow as Punk, with a sliver of HP, has to save the day for RNTX. Ninja, he's also going to come descending down the hills as Gumbler Boy gets exploded. This is exactly what you would expect from an IGL like Punk, who's also an amazing fragger, by the way.
Incredibly done, but Revenant X-Pac, it's going to be a difficult reset. T-Rex moved through, and T-Rex are starting to fall. It's down to their last man, Zaxi, the last player surviving. In fact, all 3 teams inside of the top 3 are down to their last few players. Revenant X-Pac, the revives are just being brought on board, and Punk has brought back the pain himself. The jump shot on Gumbler Boy, a little bit of swag for the cleanup. But T-Rex in the backlines are also bringing their players back, while Revenant X-Pac decides to go for the eliminations against the players of Eggy Gaming. There's the cleanup on Troy. Eggy himself gets shut down. 16 points for Revenant X-Pac, and now there are just 2 teams left. A 3 versus 2 situation. Pain and Punk versus Zaxi, Luffy, and Rex MS from the side of T-Rex. This is going to be a difficult fight, especially with Pain securing the knock and bringing the fight down to a 2v2. There's absolutely no utility on the players of Revenant X-Pac, and Luffy's position is also compromised. Odds, I believe, fixes, at least for me, are stacked in the favor of Revenant X-Pac getting this chicken dinner.
Yeah, but they have to be quick about it. They surely have to be. But Zuxi, he's actually not going for the revive, and that's a good choice. And now Pain. Again, adrenaline coursing through his veins. RNTX, beautiful cleanup. 19 finishes to the tally and a chicken dinner in their account. This is the kind of an RNTX that we wanted to see throughout round 3. But all right, I mean, better late than never. They somehow have crossed over, what, 60 plus points right now. A good chicken dinner, but the headlines, of course, T-Rex in that final game. Miracle happened. They played well, and they have also qualified.
Yeah.
Hopefully. I think, surely, right?
I think they have, and I think they've pushed Ultima Official outside of the top 6. First of all, Eggy Gaming moved up to the 5th, and then it was T-Rex, I think, with this performance, as you said. I think they are going to be sitting on the 6th position, but I don't think it's just Ultima that was pushed outside of the top 6. Who else was
I think
kicked
there
out?
was even Hunter who got out
Oh, yeah,
pretty early.
Hunter.
Hunters. They also got out pretty early, and even Sign to Gods, for a moment, it felt like that comeback was almost there.
Yeah.
But T-Rex just holding on. And I mean, they made the best out of the situation, right? There was a point where we had really counted them out. We thought that, no, it's not possible. But somehow, they showed courage. But yeah, T-Rex, they played really well. And even there was this other team that was trying to push in with their US, and they suddenly got blown up. I think it was INC.
Oh, yeah. INC was, I think it was like a very awkward position for them to get out of, especially with T-Rex not even making a move. T-Rex was waiting for what happened to the players of INC. They knew Revenant X-Pac from the high ground would build up pressure, and even Eggy Gaming, for that matter, would have a line of fire available because Eggy was playing the slope of the hill. So INC, they were done for the moment their position got compromised. But the chicken dinner stats for the lineup of Revenant X-Pac, Punk and Bane this time, the duo of the IGL and the Assaulter, making sure that everyone felt the hurt from Revenant X-Pac. Ninja, I have to say, in round 3 has been one of the more consistent players for the side of Revenant X-Pac. Of course, the young talent Bane, he's putting in the work, he's getting those frags, but it's quite a rare sight to see Ninja pop off, especially since he was forced into that support role, playing into rosters with rosters like this one. But we all should never forget, this is a man that at one point, a few years ago, was hailed as one of the best mechanical players in the country.
I mean, he still is. He's kinda gone a little bit rusty, but he's getting back to his older ways. But you know, more than support role, I think I would like to describe as a freeman role is what RNTX put, similarly to what Johnny is for Godlike. So for Ninja, but again, his work is much more easier right now with, you know, the IGL fragging like that. I think Punk has been doing all the dirty work for his team. Pain has been mechanically really amazing. So as a team, RNTX looks quite solid.
You called Ninja rusty. I would not say he's rusty. I think he's just gotten smart, because the previous rosters he used to play for were all hell-bent on just making that one-knock push strategy work. And now he's like, alright, you guys can take those fights. I'm going to stay back. I'm going to make sure that we do not get third-partied or anything from anywhere else. If you guys fall, I'll join in and we can recover. But yeah, I'm not overexerting myself, which I feel for a roster like Revenant X-Pac works out pretty well.
Absolutely. He kind of is like the final zigzag to what RNTX did. They have that aggression. They have somebody who's very reliable at the very same time. But a quick look at the point standings. We'll get back to that conversation though. But Sign to Gods this time had a great time around, but wasn't enough to see them through as Eggy Gaming. They will slide in somehow just by 2 points. Ultima Officials, you got a feel for them. Same goes with Hunters Esports. 35 points, getting eliminated pretty early on, even for the Arc rivals. But congratulations, T-Rex. They made it. Touched to the final game. Same goes with Eggy, even for UP50 as well.
Yeah, I think T-Rex, a huge sigh of relief now. 42 points, barely clinching inside of the top 6. And same goes for Eggy Gaming. Both the teams in a very intense fight. If that exit position was swapped, then I think we would have had Eggy and then T-Rex maybe. But who cares? I mean, they still push through. STG though, oh man, the regret of going down to Revenant X-Pac the way they did. I wish we could have had a recap of that fight, because STG was supposed to have that high ground advantage against the players of Revenant X-Pac, who just for some reason completely annihilated STG in a matter of seconds. And we were talking about it, both STG and INC were there in the top 5, and all these two teams needed was the chicken dinner.
I think
that could have sealed their fate.
They got very cautious, because when they came into Miramar, they came with zero expectations for STG. It's like, you know, let's play. And suddenly after wiping out 2 squads, they realize, oh guys, we can actually qualify. I think that is the moment when the realization sunk in with RNTX, you know, who have already done their bidding, and they were like, you know what, we are playing with confidence. Everybody is just all out, guns blazing, fragging. So that could be that reason.
There's this
right?
old saying, right? I mean, you broke it down perfectly, but like, there's this old saying: if you want to beat a man with nothing to lose, you give them something to lose first, and that is what happened with STG, I guess. As you said, initially went in without expectations, got 8 eliminations, realized, all right, we are in fighting position, and then they got afraid.
And they had such a beautiful spot because RNTX, after holding on to that spot, they secured that chicken dinner. So you got a feel for STG. Again, it's a learning that you take. And thank you so much for participating, all these teams. We hope to see you next year as well. That being said, I mean, this is over for the matches for all the groups from round 3. So yeah, there have been disappointments, but at the same time, we were both elated. In fact, the 4 of us were really happy with how the undergods performed. The T1 teams also did pretty well. I don't think anybody crashed out.
Yeah, not a lot of crash outs over here, but if you want to see the final list of the teams that have made it through to the next round of BGIS 2026, make sure to go to Krafton India Esports' official website to stay updated, and of course, do make sure to follow us on our socials, ladies and gentlemen. But with that being said, this is the conclusion of round 3 on broadcast. We're going to see you with the matches of round 4. Until then, this is Fixes. That is Johnny. Bye-bye.
When the rider breathes, the road wakes. Enemies ahead. I'm going in. A lone survivor stands, and everything waits. The map unfolds. And the journey begins. As the rider breathes, the path bows. Limits? They're just marks in the dust. Because in the battlegrounds, there are no limits.